Thank you very much.
All right, good morning, everyone. Glad to have you here once again. We are here today for the Southeast Speech Competition Day 1, and we have very important guests and dignitaries in the house this morning that would need to recognize. In no particular order, would like to recognize Dr. Emeka Wogu, the Chairman, Southeast Development Commission. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Mr. Mark Okoye, the Managing Director, CEO, Southeast Development Commission. A round of applause. We have Right Honorable Stanley Ohajiroka, the Executive Director, Finance, Chairman, Southeast Venture Capital Program. Please let us recognize and put our hands together for him. Next up, we have Oluwatoyin Edu, the Executive Director, MSME Bank of Industry. Please put your hands together for him. And we have Mr. Andrew Ogomi, Division Head, Southeast for Bank of Industry as well. He's also in the house. Please, a round of applause for him. Would also want to specially recognize the other executive directors of the Southeast Development Commission. We also want to deeply recognize the members of the National Assembly in the house this morning. All right, and also all representatives of the federal ministries, departments, agencies, representatives of the private sector. Please, let's just put our hands together for all of them as well. Extra recognition from Mr. Chineye Moneke, Enterprise Business, Enugu Regional Office from MTN. Fumi Lola Akinteye, the Manager, Sales and Support, MTN as well. Please, a round of applause. Thank you. We have Omowumi Olatombosu, Senior Manager, Solutions, MTN. We have Ugeze Azubike, Deputy Director, Nel Fund, the representative of the MD and CEO of Nel Fund, Mr. Akintude Sawyer. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you. And then we have Dr. Aristotle Omomor, the representative of the DG of NITSTA, Angela Erio, the representative, the MD, Oji River Investment Promotion Agency, which is Dr. Donald Madweke. And finally, we have Joseph Mamel, the board member, representative, Southeast and South-South Development Commission. Please, let's put our hands together one more time for our distinguished guests. We deeply, deeply appreciate you making out time to be here today to watch our impeccable founder's speech today. And I would hand over to Godspeed now.
Lovely one from Sophia here. Please, can we give ourselves a round of applause? Lovely. All right, so I'm going to call on someone very special, and he's coming to here to give us an opening address. Please make warm welcome to retired Honorable Stanley Ohajiroka as he comes on stage. He is the SECVP chairman, and he's going to give us a lovely, wonderful address. Please, can we give him a round of applause as he comes?
Thank you very much. I am not retired yet. Rather, I'm Right Honorable Stanley Ugochukwu Ohajiroka, the former Speaker of Abia State House of Assembly, former member Federal House of Representatives, and by the grace of God today, the Executive Director of Finance, Southeast Development Commission. Permit me to use the other podium so that our brand will be well captured. Thank you. Thank you very much. Permit me, very distinguished guest, and all competitors here present, to very warmly welcome the very revered chairman of the Southeast Development Commission, a former minister, and a man with very quintessential experience, Dr. Emeka Nwogu. Our own capacity managing director, a man that makes things happen, and a man in whose ideation, who has led this commission to this very enviable height that has actually brought us here today. Mark Okoye, too. Of course, I can see the executive director project, a 3-term member of the House of Representatives, my own brother and friend, and the one who formerly represented Ogo. Let me shorten this by also not forgetting the members of. You're all welcome. Decades ago, researchers studying enterprise networks in West Africa documented a system so structured, so sophisticated in its logic of mentorship, capital, and shared risk that development economists sat up and actually took notice. They were not describing something imported. They were describing the one boy system, a practice born and sustained right here in the Southeast and in this region. A young person learns under a master capital, no contract, no interests, and sends them into the market to build. The Onitsha main market, the Abia manufacturing clusters, by that tradition of it. So the question is, and this is a very honest question, if the entrepreneurial spirit has always been there, why has the formal capital not followed and established? This program did not actually begin by press releases. It began with an analysis. Few months after SEDC was inaugurated, the commission put up a call for experts willing to give back to the region, and they did this on pro bono basis. A team was assembled from that pool, and they consisted of professionals, venture capital professionals, finance, as well as innovation experts within that ecosystem and within the human capital development and etc. This team created the rigorous conceptual work that underpins everything you will witness over the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. They mapped the capital map. They also studied the stage profile of the ventures across all the 5 states in the region and designed an architecture built to attract serious co-investors to strengthen the digital innovation and technology ecosystem. The Southeast Venture Capital Fund is therefore structured through the Southeast Investment Company, SEIC, with SEDC, the Southeast Development Commission, participating as an anchor limited partner and not as a fund manager. That separation is deliberate. It protects public capital and creates destination. It is the proof of concept of what we're actually doing and what we intend to do and achieve. The destination of this program is actually $50 million in blended public, private, institutional, and diaspora capital deployed into this economy in the Southeast over the next decade. We do not do this in isolation. We actually are following the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, which is very explicit on page 50 of its renewed hope agenda, which states inter alia that we will develop and implement innovative policies to support local funding, opportunities and access to capital to startups and encourage foreign investors to continue investing in Nigeria. The Southeast Capital Program, Venture Capital Program, is therefore a direct response to that policy as enunciated on page 50 of the Renewed Hope Manifesto. And it is not at the level of intention, but at the level of execution and executed investment instruments, legal structures and commissions that has done the work. We are not asking anyone to trust a promise. We received over 1,200 applications. We assessed these applications across 4 competitive rounds, and now we have identified 50 most compelling entrepreneurial opportunities in this region. And they are all sitting in this room right now. To every investor and institution here today, the question is not whether the Southeast represents an investment opportunity. The data actually answers that question. The question is also whether you will be among those who actually moved first. To our 50 finalists, you earned your place in this room. Whatever the judges will decide today, you have already demonstrated capacity. You have also demonstrated something so no score can actually capture. The Southeast produces founders of real quality, and we are also building real solutions with the tenacity to complete. We are indeed very, very proud of each and every one of you. The gap has been identified, the framework has been built, the capital is now being mobilized. The Southeast is not waiting to be discovered today. We are open for investment, and we are starting today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finale of this event. Let us begin. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Hello. Please let's give him a warm round of applause. We can do better than that. All right, so I have a very quick announcement. How many of us remember back when in primary school and we used to fight for the back seat because we wanted to stay at the back just with our friends and have fun? So that doesn't apply in this hall. So I would like to request that everyone who is at the back and participating in this program should please come forward and let's bunch together. All right? Now, there's an exception to this request. So it's for the finalists who are sitting over there. But everyone who is an attendee, please can we come together? I'll call names, though. I'll call names, yeah. So please, let's come closer. As we're doing so, thank you very much. All right, Sophia?
All right. So we are officially getting started. Finalists, are we ready? Are you part already? I can't hear you. Finalists, are we ready? All right. Okay, so before we do the pitch rundown, we would really love to recognize our judges that have availed their time to listen to what our finalists have to pitch today and also greet them. So for this Hall A, we have the following judges. There is Amanda Etuk, the Program Director of Cascador. Please, let's just put our hands together for them. Thank you. All right, and then there is Ndubisi Ekwekwe, Lead Faculty, Tecadia Institute. And then there is David Awenze, the Senior Portfolio Officer, Energy Transition Challenge Fund, ETCF, Africa Enterprise Challenge Fund, AECF. Next up, we have Chioma Okocha, the founder and COO of Rivi. There's Joseph Benson Aruna, partner, DFS Lab. Let's put our hands together for him. We have Oluwatobi Amosu, Investment Banking Associate, Cardinal Stone. And finally, for Hall A, we have Sixtus Iwaha, Senior Associate, Banwo and Igodalo.
All right. Another round of applause for them. Thank you. Now for Hall B, which is the incubator track, we have one of the judges here present, Engineer Charles Mbolu, FNSCE, Chief Executive Officer of Crest Sage Limited. Can we give him a round of applause? We have Ositadima Wangu, Manager Business Performance and Intelligence in Tennessee. Thank you. We have Amaka Okechukwu Okpara, founding partner of Weave Capital. Followed closely by Collins Gilbert, Associate Platform and Networks, Ventures Platform Fund. And finally, we have Sandra Chukwudozie, founder and CEO of Sulfur Energy. Can you please give a round of applause? All right, Sophia.
All right, so now that we are done introducing our judges, please can the judges for Hall A kindly move forward to their seats? Judges for Hall A that are currently in the room, please let's clap for them to ginger them to move. It's finalists, people clap today, your hand will pain you. Just be preparing. Don't get tired, please. Also, would love to hear just briefly from our judges. So once you're seated and comfortable, you can use the mic in front of you to just quickly introduce yourself and say hello to the house. I think we still need like 3 more judges. So on our way, the judges for Hall A, please.
All right, so the judges for Hall B, you'll be ushered into Hall B. Who is supposed to do that? So if you're for Hall B, kindly meet her. She will take you to Hall B as a judge.
All right, so for Hall A judges, starting from the Honorable Minister on the left, please just quickly shout out the house and also introduce yourself. Thank you.
Pleasure to be here. I must say that congratulations to all those that made it to be finalists. From over 1,200 applications, further shortlisted 210 applicants, and now we have 50 in the room. I think you've done well. Huge round of applause for yourselves. I look forward to a very fantastic session today. I believe that everyone in the room is already a winner. And Africa, Nigeria, and the world at large needs your innovation to thrive. So let's get happy. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amaka Oyipoka. based in Lagos and investing in Nigeria and Ghana. I'm really excited to hear the pitches and happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shoma Okocha. Good morning, everyone. Choma Okocha. I'm founder and COO of Rivi. Very excited to be here. I'm looking forward to all the presentations and the founders, and I wish you guys all the best.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oluwatobi Amosu. I'm an investment banking professional with Cardinal Stone Partners. At Cardinal Stone, we're an investment management firm, operates across the West African region, doing complex deals in M&As and across the capital market in Nigeria. Excited to listen to the pitches today, and I wish all the participants all the best.
Thank you, thank you. Another one more round of applause for them. All right, so please permit me to recognize an individual, Elechi. He's the Commissioner for Trade and Investment in Ebonyi State. Can you please give him a round of applause? All right.
All right, so if you're a judge in Hall A and you're yet to be seated, please make it to the seat here, or one of the ushers can also direct you. Thank you very much. All right, so the pitching is officially starting, and before we dive into it, please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Raymond, the co-founder of The Garage, to talk to us about the competition rules and brief us on the format for the pitch. Mr. Raymond, please.
Hello, good morning. To not waste any more of your time, I've been asked to move this way. I apologize. All right, so this briefing is especially for the judges, all judges. The goal is to keep you up to date on what we expect from you and what you should be expecting from the teams so far. The teams have 3 minutes to make their presentation. So they would be on stage and they would speak for 3 minutes and then they get a 15-second grace. We expect them to manage time. So we'll not be rewarding them for time management, but we'll be penalizing them for exceeding the expected time. So every time they speak for 30 seconds over, 1 point will be deducted from their final cumulative score. So they can speak for 7 minutes, but then the benefits have to outweigh the cost for them. The judges have 5 minutes to interact with them. What this means is you can ask questions, provide constructive feedback as you deem fit, just so we can keep within that time. We expect that the judges ask a maximum of 3 or at most 4 questions per team in order to stay within that time. The teams have a timer facing them, so they are in the know of how much time they are spending, and they can opt to stop at any point in time. For the judges, all of you must have received a judging sheet, whether you are in the incubator or in the accelerator category. And on that judging sheet, there are tabs that contain the names of the specific judges responsible for that sheet. So all we need you to do for us is to provide scores in the specific criteria that have been identified for each team. The teams have been arranged in the order that they are going to be pitching today. So all teams had an open ballot here, and they picked the order that they'll be pitching in, and that is how the teams have been arranged. On the sheet that you have access to, the first tab is called Participating Teams. On that tab, you can see the pitch decks. If you want to refer to them, maybe in the process of your decision making and they had already finished presenting, you can go back to refer to that. There are 6 categories we want you to evaluate the teams based upon. The first is problem and market understanding. The question we are asking here is, what is the problem they are solving? How real and how painful is this problem? And how well do you understand the market that they are trying to solve this problem within? For this, you are supposed to score them between 1 to 5, 5 being that they satisfy all, beyond all reasonable doubts in your mind that they answer that question conclusively. The second is solution and product strength. So here the question is, how suitable is the solution that they've provided for the problem that they've described? But secondly, how well done is it from an execution perspective? You have to think of execution a bit more in the next criteria, which is execution and traction. So the questions you have to answer here is, what have they done? How well have they done this? And what have they achieved? So I just want to flag here that for those in Hall B, your perception of traction is a bit different from the judges in Hall A, by virtue of the fact that those there are incubators. So since they are in the incubator category, it means the expectation of traction from them is a bit diminished. So traction for them could look like winning a hackathon, doing better testing for their products, getting some feedback. Whereas when it comes to the teams in this hall, in the accelerator, traction for them mostly has to hinge on market performance, on user basis, on like revenue and things like that. The next criteria is founder and team quality. So based on their profile, what uniquely positions them to be able to solve this problem well, but more importantly, based on the different profiles of everyone within the team, how best are they able to work together? Do they complement one another enough to be able to conclusively solve these problems? The next thing is scalability and investment readiness. So given the progress that they've made and where they are, do you think that it is right for them to be receiving any sort of investment funding at this moment? The final thing is communication and clarity. This is the only time where it will matter what their pitch deck looks like or what their presentation sounds like. At this point in time, we're just asking you to evaluate based on how good a presentation they have made today. For each of these criteria, you have to score them between 1 and 5, 1 being the lowest and 5 being the highest. All right, so again, I'm sure that all of these judges already know this, but we just want to also put a reminder that this debate is about, this presentation is about substance, so it's important that you ignore any exaggerated forms of flamboyance that people attach to their presentations, because they did not make a difference as to whether they are winning teams or not. So it's possible to have a beautiful pitch deck, to have an excellent accent, and have a bad product. Right. Apart from this, we do not have any other feedback for judges. If you have any issue with your judging sheet, please flag me as I step down. I'm going to be happy to solve them. Thank you so much, and all the best to everyone.
A round of applause once more for him. Thank you very much. All right, so we're going to just have a few minutes buffer. If you're in Hall B and you're pitching, please move to your hall. Finalists in Hall B, please move to your hall. If you're in Hall A, just stay put. This is Hall A. Also, if you are a judge for Hall B, kindly follow the usher. Where's the usher? For the judges. Please direct the judges to Hall B. All right, so please follow Augusta, judges and finalists. Thank you very much. So for the finalists in Hall A, pitching officially kicks off 11:10 a.m. So team 1, get ready, get comfortable, and we'll start off soon. Thank you. Can someone from Ubulu Africa team please come to me, please?
Okay, can I start?
Permit me to recognize the presence of Dr. Nuhu Yahaya, the head of Grants and Loan Investments Department of SMDF. Please, let's put our hands together for him. For EJ Ride, we'll start shortly, trying to fix your timer. Ubulu Africa, I need your attention one more time. Media team, you can play some music, please. EJ writes, please just give us a few more minutes and we'll kick off. EJ writes, apologies. If you could just give us a few more minutes and just step down for a bit. Please let's put our hands together for him. Right now, I would like to welcome Dr. Nathan, the CEO of Terra Industries, to just give us an address. Thank you, sir. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you so much for inviting me up to the stage. First of all, I want to thank our MD, Mr. Mark Okoye, for the special invite. I want to thank the board and every other dignitaries here. I'll just keep this very short. My name is Nathan Wachuku. I'm not sure how many people here may know me. Currently the CEO of Terra Industries, Africa's largest defense company. We have been working very closely with SEDC and with other entities across the Southeast for a while now, and we are very, very excited for the future of where the Southeast is heading to. I think the potential for both industrialization and development is high, and I'll have more things to share as the event goes on, especially how we'll be able to help support the SEDC Venture Capital Program. So yes, I'll just keep this very short, and thank you so much. Thank you.
Apologies once more for the delay. All technical issues have been resolved. EJ Rides, are you ready now? Okay, so just for all finalists, quick change to the timing. It's now going to be shown there. And you have a timekeeper. Timekeeper, can you please just stand up so all the finalists can know who you are? All right, so she's going to take notes of your time. And just look out for her to give a thumbs up once your time starts counting, or also look over there. All right, so without further ado, please let's put our hands together as we welcome EJ Wright.
Dead. Oh, now it works. Has my timing started? Good morning, everyone. My name is Nwachua Bakoba. I'm the founder of EJ. EJ is building an integrated mobility and transportation platform with technology, community partnerships, and community relationships as well. It is not that transport does not exist in the Southeast. Transport exists, but pricing and trust are broken. For us, passengers have unclear pricing, and they are worried about their safety when they take rides. For drivers, they have inconsistent demand, and they are also worried about their earnings as well. EJ is looking to solve this by giving our passengers transparent pricing and reliable rides, and most importantly, giving our drivers fairer earnings that represent the current state reality. Most importantly, of course, the Southeast benefits from economic and social growth as well. Globally, the ride-sharing market is growing significantly. In Nigeria, the smart mobility market is also growing very large as well. Our bottom-up economics is very simple. We have forecast 10 drivers doing 5 rides a day at a very conservative 3,000 naira average fare. Over a span of 30 days, we forecast 4.5 million naira. If you scale that up to 100 drivers doing 10 active rides per day at the same conservative 3,000 naira, we're looking at about 90 million per month. What happens is our commission, we keep it based on 15% on a very light, asset-light model. We have proof of early demand of our model. We piloted in Oka 3 years ago. We had about 200 onboarded active users. We have 15 drivers who onboarded on a platform. And we made over 4 million naira from a very short span of time in piloting our platform. Also, we participated in some mobility events as well that also led us to realize over 3 million naira. On the other hand of things, we also were participating in some social cultural activities. I appeared on a channel's television interview at the time. We also did some short distance and interstate rides, which also generated some funds for us. We participated in the Ofala Festival in Onitsha. And most importantly, very recently, we partnered with the Anambra state government in building out their waterway framework as well. We're very different from the other ride-hailing companies or ride-sharing companies. We are building for passengers, but we're also building for drivers with a Southeastern mindset as well. Furthermore, we have global participants in the market, we have local participants, but there is no local knowledge and there's no digital structure as well. And so this is where we want to play and come in. Our ask is very simple. We're asking for $100,000 for a 24-month runway, $20,000 for a 6-month pilot, for rider onboarding, passenger acquisition, and of course marketing as well. I lead a team of very solid people. I work on strategy, partnerships, and growth, and I have a board of advisors behind me who work on government regulation, work on strategy, legal regulations, and legal compliance as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not just a ride-hailing company. We are democratizing transportation in the Southeast. Transport for us, by us, and with us. Thank you very much for your time and listening to me.
EJ Wright, it's time for questions.
I sincerely apologize, judges. I thought that I was going to be called back for questions and answers. Please feel free to bring forward your questions.
Thank you for the presentation and job well done. I have a very simple question. how do you think that the solution you're providing is meaningfully different from existing alternatives?
So I get asked that question a lot. First of all, I think that we're completely different where we're looking to leverage technology, but work with community partnerships and community relationships as well. Transport in the Southeast is very fragmented. Where it exists, for the most part, is inexistent. But if you look across, if you come into Enugu, for example, you might find some transportation, but passengers are not getting clear pricing. If you get an app, I'll give you an example, Bolt, if you get a 2,000 naira ride, chances are you're going to end up with a 6,000 naira charge on that ride. The drivers, on the other hand, are complaining because their pricing and their earnings do not represent, excuse me, does not represent current day reality. So what we want to build is start small, pilot, build, learn, and scale. But most importantly, giving drivers fair earnings per current day reality in the environment, and then of course giving passengers clearer pricing as well. We're also building something that is tailored to our culture as well.
A quick follow-on. How do you intend to achieve the fair pricing and fair earning to the driver? How exactly are you looking to achieve it?
So we're taking a few things into cognizance. Social and economic environment. Obviously, I'll give an example. The current price of fuel in the Southeast or in Nigeria is 1,400. If I do a 10-minute ride, I'm burning about 4 to 5 liters of fuel. At the current pricing that we have today, it's not stable for the drivers, number one. Number two, we're very asset light at the moment, very, very focused on working with the drivers to actually give pricing that is fair, but most importantly, things that the passengers are already paying, reflect it on the app so that they see that upfront as well. And our commissions are way lower than current state commissions as well.
Thank you so much. A quick question. You mentioned that you'd already completed a pilot.
Yes.
And you're raising capital, 20,000 for another pilot. So what do you want to get out of this new pilot?
So our pilot was about 3 years ago. Market realities change every day, and so obviously we want to revalidate our assumptions when we did the initial pilot. But most importantly, as we build, we want to learn and of course eventually scale. What obtained in Nigeria 3 years ago is completely different today. We have change of governments, current dollar rates are different, our fuel situations are different, and many other things as well, of course. So we're looking basically to, I guess, revalidate our model and ensure that what we're building is actually sustainable as well.
Thank you. And a quick follow-on question. In terms of what is your go-to-market strategy, and what is, how do you exactly intend to penetrate the market? What's your next 6 months going to look like?
So our next 6 months, we've just finished building a technology platform. Our next 6 months is actually to go to different communities. One of the things that I mentioned prior is we were involved in quite a number of community events. We also want to work with public sector as well to help us with awareness. So first of all, we want to market. We want to organically market. So we're going to go to churches, to schools, to, hospitals and offices like yours, and kind of put out the word that we're coming back to market. Of course, onboard our drivers. So we're looking to onboard about 100 drivers, give or take between 2 weeks to a month. And then, of course, have people start to download our apps and get going in the market in the first month or two after getting out into the market.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and well done.
Thank you.
You mentioned that you need $100,000 for 24 months.
Yes.
The first question is, what would you spend that money on? My second question to you is, when you ran the pilot, how many customers were onboarded on your platform, right? And thirdly, when you say you are going to communities, I guess that's like for awareness activation.
Correct.
Is this limited to just four-wheelers, or how do you see your app scaling to meet other sorts of transport mediums? Thank you.
Thank you. If I miss your question, please remind me. So the first thing is the $100,000. What we're looking to do first off is get $20,000 for pilot activation again, coming back to the market. So rider acquisitions, driver onboarding, and of course marketing as well. That will take a bit of a chunk of that fund. Now, when we are sure that our pilot is scaling and has done what we are intending for it to do, The other $80,000 will be looking to build partnerships. We want to work with HMOs. We want to work with maintenance and fuel companies to ensure that our drivers are covered. And most importantly, of course, brand activation across board for the $80,000. For your second or your third question about four-wheelers, so our intent long-term is to build an integrated mobility system. So not only four-wheelers, but the kekes in the places where they exist. And of course, eventually we'll move into waterway for the places where we have water across board as well. And your second question, I apologize, I missed that one.
The pilot that you ran.
Yes.
What?
The users.
Yeah, how many users?
We had, at the time when we went on a bit of a hiatus, about 250 downloaded users active, and we had about 15 drivers onboarded, fully active at the time, but also built a network of drivers who, some people are not tech savvy, and so we were working with them from a WhatsApp and text messaging model as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much for your presentation. Now, my question is very simple. Have you identified any legal or regulatory risks that may affect your business? If there are any, how do you intend to address those regulatory or legal risks?
As of date, we haven't identified anyone. However, I have a senior legal consultant on my board of advisors. I also have a senior government official as one of my advisors as well. And so I leave those matters to them, and they advise me and counsel when it comes to that. But as of date, we haven't determined that there's any legal or compliance risks that will deter our operations.
Just final question. Is your technology built in-house?
It is, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, EJ.
Thank you for your time.
That was brilliant. A round of applause for EJ, please.
All right, thank you very much, EJ Wright. The next team coming up is Whip Care, and after that is 8-Bit Digital Systems. Please, once a team is rounding up, ensure that the next presenter is nearby. Whip Care, are you here? All right.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anira Isaac, and I'm going to be talking about Whip Care. In my 400 level, I took a Peace Mass transit from Port Harcourt to Enugu, and it took me 3 buses to get there because of 2 reasons. Firstly, we have the likes of Ebuka, 15 years as a mechanic, makes less than 30K a month because he doesn't have the right visibility to scale as a mechanic. Now, this is a 4.2 trillion naira problem. We have about 12 million vehicles in Nigeria, and we spend on average 350,000 naira annually on vehicle maintenance. We have 4 key problems that we're trying to solve for Whip Care. Firstly is the trust gap. A lot of people rely on 1 or 2 mechanics, and if they are not available, there's a problem. The fleets are running blind. They have multiple vehicles that they have to constantly keep track of. Service history is nowhere to be found to even optimize the vehicle maintenance market. And of course, our service history is not available. Service history is not available. Fleets are running blind. So we are solving this with Whip Care, which is a platform where vehicle owners and fleet managers can connect with providers, the best providers around them at the best price. So how this works is basically you post a car job, you post your budget, service providers bid for that budget, bid for that service, and they come, handle the service, and get their payouts only when the service has been confirmed. So far we have about 600 users. We've recorded 40% repeat booking, 18% month-on-month GMV growth, 80 plus transactions completed, and 60 active users on our platform. Now, one of the key ways we acquire these providers is we already know that fleet managers and vehicle owners, they have people that they rely on. They have mechanics that they rely on. So we first of all make sure that these mechanics are on the platform before we onboard the vehicle owners and the fleet managers. So you have a trusted ecosystem where both your mechanics and other mechanics can help you when you need them the most. So our market, part of our, we make money through commissions. We make money through commissions, 15% commission on every booking. This is a 4.2 trillion naira market, as I've said. Our competitive advantage is amongst three core things: data modes, operations modes, and switching cost. We are projected to have 26 million in GMV by month 12. This is my team. I am my CTO. We also have a mechanic in our midst as well. We are raising 410 million to invest in our product, invest in acquisition, invest in the right type of providers being on the platform, and invest in our team as well. Now, the maintenance culture in Nigeria is very reactive, very broken, not because people don't want to do better, but because there's no infrastructure to help that, and we are building that. Thank you.
Hi, Isaac. Very good presentation. We acknowledge that you had some technical issue trying to move your slides around, so I think my question is in two folds. What you're trying to do now, you're trying to do you're trying to create a marketplace for service providers in relation to, care for vehicular assets, right? Why do you think your team is uniquely positioned to win in this market? We have quite a number of young folks trying to do similar, provide similar solution. You know, you see a lot of them on Instagram trying to leverage some of this other distribution channel. Why do you think your team is uniquely positioned to win in this market?
Thank you very much for that question. I myself, I am a product person. I have product management background. And because of that, I understand what it means to move a product from ideation to execution and reality stage where we are making revenue. So we have spent the bulk of 2 years with these service providers. We have understood from their own perspective, their own pains, and we've also sat in the same room with fleet managers, even with the peace mass that I took, that once we had three buses to get to UNN, which is where I schooled. We have sat down with these people to actually understand their problem and build the system in such a way that it helps the providers get more visibility, more income. It helps the fleet managers to get more visibility on their vehicles because they own massive number of vehicles and they don't know what to track. They don't know which vehicles are actually doing well. So we also have we have a mechanical person in our midst, a mechanical engineer, that also helps us to see things from the lens of the providers in a Nigerian context. So this is how we have uniquely positioned ourselves to make sure that we cater for the needs of both users because, as you said, it's a marketplace, so the demand and the supply, they need to be well taken care of for it to work.
Hi. I just want to know, how do you build trust into WIP Care? Because I can see that you said accountability is now on the system. So what exactly have you done to build trust into this product?
So one of the key ways we acquire our supply section is through recommendation. In fact, the normal way of getting a mechanic, if I have a problem and you're a car owner, you're my friend, I'll reach out to you to recommend for me. So this is the same process that we take in our acquisition. We acquire mechanics that people already know, people are already familiar with. So the transactions, most of the transactions that happen are from relationships that are already existing. So you have a pool of not just your mechanic, but other mechanics that can come through for you when you need them the most. So one of the key ways we handle that trust gap is by making sure that we get that person that you already trust on the platform. So we are building that relationship you have with your mechanic. We are creating a system where every single service is documented so that even another trusted mechanic can still solve that problem and has a full idea of what is wrong with the vehicle.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. Quick question around the liability with the repairs, right? Who does that sit with? Does that sit with your company or?
Yeah, so there's an SLA around how that is done, the dispute resolution system that we have created. So there are situations where, first of all, we handle everything with an escrow. So before a service provider comes to handle a service, that payout, that payment that you're done is done into an escrow. So the provider only receives their funds when there has been confirmation that they have done the work. Now, in a situation where they don't do the work, that payout is held until that work is done. So we act as a we are strengthening that relationship between the client and the provider. We are making sure that it is not, the normal or the traditional way of doing things is that you and your mechanic, you guys hustle it out. But in this case now, WhipCare is there to make sure that whatever value you paid for, you are going to receive it. So if the provider is at fault, we handle it accordingly. If the customer is at fault, maybe because of faulty spare parts, we find a way to also handle it as well. So we are an extra mediator in the process that is already informal and unstructured at the case as today.
Thank you very much. Just to piggyback on our question on trust, how do you prevent undercutting, for example? I hear you say you charge a commission for this service, but how do you prevent undercutting from mechanics you already have on your platform?
Undercutting in what sense?
In the sense that you already have trusted mechanics by customers already, and for example, somebody then goes outside of that platform to undercut you by agreeing a separate fee with the said mechanic. How do you prevent that?
Okay, I don't know if you've used InDrive, but on InDrive, how it works is that you put a budget. Let's say you want to go from here to WTC, you put a budget, and then providers around you bid. So that's the same process that WhipCare follows. So before a mechanic actually agrees to a job, he has already put a specific amount that he wants to earn for that job. Another thing is protection. Protection across all sides. On the company side, on the service provider side, because you are paid. You make that payment before that the service can even begin with. So you are assured of your money so far as you do the work. The car owners are assured of value. So there's that protection that comes with booking on the platform rather than booking outside. So it's that protection that has helped us to even the 40% booking rate. When we surveyed the vehicle owners that have come back through our retention, we discovered that it's because of that protection that makes them to keep coming back.
All right, so I think we're over time, but thank you so much for your presentation, WhipCare.
Thank you.
Next company.
All right, thank you, WhipCare. The next team coming up is 8-Bit Digital Systems Limited. And after them will be Smart Transport Grid, so please get ready. Before we hand over to 8-Bit, we would like to acknowledge our virtual judges. So Hall A, please be aware that you have 7 judges evaluating you. 2 are currently evaluating virtually, and we have Joseph Aruna of DFS Lab doing that, and Ndubisi Ekekwe of Techedia. All right, 8-Bit, whenever you're ready.
My name is Joshua Isewu. I and my co-founder built 8-bit digital systems. I want you to picture Mr. Mighty and Mr. Smart. Mr. Mighty loses value in solar energy because his home appliances drain his battery. Mr. Smart pays high electricity costs because the heavy appliances in his house drains up energy. This is the problem most users and businesses are facing today in Nigeria. They end up wasting about 40% in solar energy and spending high cost of, and spending a lot of money on electricity, more than they should have spent, spending about 50%, spending about 50% in electricity, more than they should have spent. So what 8-bit digital system does here is that 8-bit digital systems with our smart energy monitoring system and our collection of spider devices is able to automate your home appliances, manage your loads effectively, take insights from your power system, and is able to protect your solar system, save cost, and give you some level of comfort. Think of a normal smart home that you know. 8-bit digital system is a smart home. It's a smart home system that has some level of energy intelligence. The market is huge. Currently, we have about 444 million households in Nigeria who use grid and solar energy, but we are concentrating on about 11 million urban and peri-urban. Currently, we can install, automate a home with our devices using $215. With $215, we are able to install 8-bit digital systems and get the home automated. And we are planning to take about 5% of this market, 11 million users who use both grid and solar. So the plan is between 7 to 10 years, we are able to make about $132 million in revenue. The business model is very simple. Our hardwares are today being sold, and they are sold for between $10 to $180. And we are planning to build our B2C subscription model and B2B subscription model within the next year. Just like I've said before, the average cost to install our smart devices is about $215, and we make $127 in gross profit. We have installed up to 300 devices in about 20 sites, 20 homes, including homes and businesses, and we have engineered 9 products here in Enugu. Why 8-bit wins? Most smart devices out there require Wi-Fi, they require internet, they don't talk to each other. You have solar inverters in your house. These inverters only helps you to provide some level of insight on the load you are consuming in your house. They need internet access to work, and they don't take insight on what is happening within your load. But 8-bit digital systems, 8-bit connect devices do not need internet to work. They don't need Wi-Fi. They talk to each other. No need for hubs. They run on their own mesh network, communicate with their internal infrastructure. This is the team behind 8-bit Connect. Agoziani is the lead engineer and system architect, while me, the co-founder, is the lead technical operator and product delivery. We are raising $250,000 in equity to launch the B2B and the B2C subscription platforms, deploy about 5,000 plus new devices, expand our device categories, launch in Lagos and Abuja, and come about more product visibility through marketing. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you so much for that presentation. I have two questions. The first is, when did you start in terms of, so I can qualify that traction? The second question, which is more important, is actually on how do you compare with other companies, like OEM companies? Because the typical OEM company, like Energy, already supplies solar with some level of software and hardware to monitor. So how would you compare or compete with people like that?
All right, the first question is when we started. We started about 2 years ago, and within these 2 years, what we're doing was engineering the product, building, deploying through solar installers, and getting feedbacks from them. We keep reiterating and we keep hardening the system. So to answer your question on how we compete with our competitors, you just mentioned the brand, and their solution is just for the brand. Our own is an intelligent layer that can run on any platform.
Thank you so much. You mentioned that your devices go for between $10 to $180, and it costs you $215 to install. How many of these devices have been installed as of today?
Okay, we've installed about 300 plus in about 20 locations, both homes and businesses.
Average cost?
Yeah, average cost.
What's the average cost?
$215 minimum average cost to at least get our power monitoring system and at least one of our smart switches.
Okay. So 300 of that as of today?
Yeah, we've installed in total devices, not like a particular device. All of the devices are together.
And how do you deal with issues around tampering? Because this in itself can come up when people try to bypass the device and all of that.
Okay, we have a tampering solution. We have a tampering solution on the, from the back end. We are able to see when the product is tampered. Let me just keep it simple. There's a tamper solution and it's there.
Thank you. So my question is on the interoperability of your devices. We know we have several solar panel distributors, several brands for air conditioning or even household appliances. Is your device selective of the manufacturers it can work with?
No, it works across every solar solution. It works across them.
How have you tested this?
Okay, just like I said, we've installed in about 20 sites, and we achieved this through solar installers. We've not actually done any marketing because we are focused on getting feedback from these users and improving the system. So the installation is actually very simple. You just install our product at the edge. At the edge. It could be the charge controller. It could just be the battery. Put them at the edge. Locate our cables wherever we want them to be located, and we take signals from there and compute.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for responding to the question so far. My question is a bit on the financial side of things. Can you walk us through the unit economics of this product? And what I mean is, how much does it cost you to build, to deliver to a customer? What is your margin? Right? What comes to you when you deliver a single product? What comes to you? What's your cost to be able to deliver the product? And what comes to you in terms of bottom line? Just take one of the customers that you've worked with, for an example.
Okay, I said to achieve 8-bit connect automation, the minimum automation or the average automation, it would cost the owner about $215 to get it to work. We have situations where you may want to install just our smart switch. So with that one, you can't get a full automation. You just wanted to maybe control your heavy appliances based on room occupants, or maybe in a certain time of the day, you want the AC to come on. But for average installation, it costs about $215 to achieve automation. And with this cost, it would cost us about $8 in components and in assembly, both packaging, everything, and we are keeping about $127.
Great, thank you so much for that. A round of applause for him, please.
Right, so coming up next is Smart Transport Breed Limited. Smart Transport, are you here? Strag, are you here? All right, a round of applause please for Strag. And right after them is Rapid Medicare. Please remember that you have 3 minutes to pitch. And for every extra second you take, you'll be penalized for that. We'll cap you at 4 minutes and we'll have to stop you if you're not done by then. Thank you.
This is not the slide, please.
Strag, are you ready?
The slide that is being put up is not for Smart Transport Group. Yes. Right now, somewhere in this southeast Nigeria, a mother is boarding a commercial vehicle that they cannot verify, driven by a man that he cannot trace, and making cash payments that leaves no record. This is the experience for many of us. And that experience does not only, it's not limited to the Southeast, it is the experience across the country. My name is Imene Samuel, co-founder and CEO of Smart Transport Grid. We're building the trust layer for the Nigerian commercial transport. One platform where every commercial vehicle, the commercial vehicle operators, and the passengers are verifiable. Where the payment is cashless and where passengers are protected. We have gone live in Enugu State. We have done over 32,000 commercial vehicles that have been profiled, and we've earned 40,000 naira revenue. And how have we done that? We've done that through the integrated layers of our solution. That is the registry layer, where commercial vehicles are profiled, they are issued side numbers, and then they are issued QR code stickers. We've also provided passenger app, the driver interface. We've provided payment rails, scan to pay and tap and pay. And for the government services, we've also provided solution component for traffic fines, e-tickets, and permits. Then informatic dashboard for compliance and for intergovernment collaboration. In the Southeast alone, there are about 7 million daily commuters serviced by over 200,000 commercial vehicles. We have a 24-month plan to onboard 700,000 commuters, which is 10% of that volume, with a revenue target of $2.1 billion. And if you scale that to 5% of the 155 million national passengers a year in Nigeria, that gives about 23 billion naira out of the total addressable market of 1.5 billion. Our LTV to CAC ratio shows that for every 1 naira that is spent, 8 naira is earned. There are others in this field. Uber, Bolt play in the e-hailing space. Kauri focuses on government BRT services. QuickTeller for organized mass transit. And state MOTs have the mandate, but not the technology to drive it. We're raising $20,000 expansion equity. This number is intentionally low for 5%. 20,000 expansion capital for 5% equity at a valuation of $400,000. This team is committed. We know how to turn ideas into solutions. We've done that in the health space. Our health solution is servicing over 30 tertiary institutions in Nigeria today. Our education platform is also servicing over 12 tertiary institutions in Nigeria today. The problem for transport is everywhere around us. And the rail is being built. Strag is the rail. Your check can own that rail, or you can read about us next year. But we invite you to join us. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll ask one question. How do you spread your time? Because you mentioned some of the other businesses that you have, or is it within the one company? So how do you spread your time across the businesses?
Okay, so
and then the second question is $20,000 enough to get you to the next milestone, to this milestone that you talked about?
Okay, thank you for the question. The other solutions I talked about started in 2012, so they have already turned into an XPV that are operating with different CEOs focusing on them. The health tech, the edu tech, different people focusing on them. And so we have the focus to be able to drive this.
And does $20,000 get you to the next milestone?
The reason why we're focused on 20,000 is because we have been able to raise 100 million last year to fund some of the initial activities that has brought us to this point. And so we don't want to raise funds. We're focusing on just the right amount to get us to expansion.
Thank you so much. Walk us through. You want to get an investment of $20,000. Why $20,000, and how did you arrive at that evaluation of $100,000?
Okay, so what we did for why $20,000, we're looking to use 35% of that. We already raised 100 million, like I said. So we're looking to use 35% of that for hardware, 25% for adoption and growth, 20% for product expansion. And because we're providing component of that system to government, for example, the government of Enugu State through the Ministry of Transport, we need to intensify the analytics and governance part of the solution. And we arrived at the 400,000 evaluation because we divided the ask of 20,000 by the equity of 5% that we intended to raise.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. My question is around your team structure. Is everyone on your team full-time?
Yes, everyone is full-time.
Okay. Do you plan to hire more staff in this roadmap that you have for expansion?
Within the next 24 months, we do not have the plans to hire because there is enough competence within the team to get the work going.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Quick question. I'd like to double click on the 100 million naira capital raise. What did you promise to your investor, and what type of capital did you raise?
Okay, so the 100 million was for an equity of 20.3%.
20.3%.
20.3%, yes.
20.3%. So what did you promise to the investors?
Okay, so it wasn't really so much of a promise because the investor already used our technology to drive riders permit issuance. And so they've had first-time experience and they've seen the growth that we are working towards.
Let me rephrase the question. What were the milestones, right, you targeted to achieve with the 100 million naira investment?
Okay, so the milestone that we have gone through with the 100 million we had first to do a freemium to get the market reaction. And then in February of 2024, before the 100 million, we had done freemium to get traction. And then in February of 2024, we had converted to our first paid contract. And so what we needed 100 million for was to set up structure. It helps us get incorporated, get the legal services that we needed, strengthen the core of the technology around the service offering that we needed to do. And so that has brought us here because we've now built out the scan to pay, we've built out the passenger app that enables passengers to be able to scan and verify vehicles. And so now we are at the expansion phase. We feel that we need to go through this next round.
So the final question, what does success look like to you in the next 6 months to 12 months?
For us, success in the next 6 to 12 months is to be able to put this technology in the hand of commuters. A lot of the heavy lifting we've done is to get the driver, the vehicles on board. We know that where the real value is to the commuters and then the commercial vehicle operators. So we want to be able to put this.
Let me help you a bit. Can you give me in terms of numbers, what are the milestones in terms of numbers that you're looking to be able to achieve within the next 6 months, 12 months, if you're able to raise this capital round successfully?
Okay, so in 24 months, we're looking at 700,000 commuters. You divide that by 2, in 12 months, we're looking at 350. And we're looking at just about 100 plus commuters on the platform within 6 months.
Just commuters, that's the only metric you're tracking?
That's because commercial operators and vehicles, 32,000 have been onboarded. And there's enough layer for commuters to ride on.
Okay.
Sorry, one final question from me. How do you manage the data you have collected in terms of data protection? So for example, from a legal standpoint, are you licensed as a data processor, as a data controller? Because I see the numbers you have mentioned and it appears to be a very vast amount of data. So how do you manage that?
Yes, we're compliant with the Nigeria Data Protection, and the data that was aggregated was not done in isolation. It was done with the backing of the Enugu state government.
Thank you, Strag. I think you deserve a round of applause again. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Strag. Coming up next is Rapid Medicare Limited. Rapid Medicare Limited. And right after them, we'll have Ondigo Technologies, so please get ready. Thank you. So let's put our hands together for Rapid Care Medicare Limited. Thank you.
Please, the slide. Good morning, distinguished audience. I'm Dr. Ekile Augustine, the founder of Rapid Medicare. Let me tell you a story. During my clinical rotation in stroke ward, I met Dele, a roadside mechanic who could not afford to pay 45,000 naira for his stroke treatment. Because of 45,000 naira, Dele was left untreated for 4 days and came down with complete stroke, meaning Dele was fully paralyzed for life. Dele's story is not unique. Data shows that over 200 million Nigerians, especially women and children, lack any form of health insurance. They pay 100% of their medical bills out of pocket, pushing several millions of households yearly into extreme poverty due to out-of-pocket payment on healthcare. In addition, this leads to delayed or skipped treatment and, for thousands of cases, preventable death. Rapid Medicare is solving this with its flexible and affordable AI-powered health insurance and care delivery platform, meaning with less than 1,300 naira per month, cheaper than a bottle of soft drink per day, people like Dele can have their health fully covered. How does it work? One user comes on our platform and says, I want to buy insurance. An AI insurance advisor is activated, which analyzes income level, lifestyle, and pre-existing medical condition to recommend the most appropriate health insurance plan across multiple insurers for them. When care is needed, This makes sure they are neither underinsured nor paying for insurance plan that does not cover their health condition. When care is needed, our AI triage route them directly to the exact specialist. This typically saves them about 20 to 30% they would have spent on a general practitioner who later reroutes them to the exact specialist. When they are prompted to get insurance approval, just with a biometric fingerprint scan on their mobile, our algorithm calculates insurance coverage and benefit 3 times to instantaneously approve insurance for standard authorization, while the provider gets credited in seconds into their wallet. This is powered by a bi-layer of decentralized electronic medical record system. We generated a revenue of $265,000 in 12 months with 5 enterprise pipelines. We won the United Nations Development Program Inclusive Insurance Innovation Challenge. We won the Triple Helix Nigeria Innovation Challenge. We were accelerated by Founder Institute and funded grant funding at MVP state by the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. We make money by commission and enterprise deployment. We are seeking $250K, and 45% will be used for operation. 25% will be used for distribution and operation. 20% will be used for engineering and infrastructure, and 10% will be used for compliance. We are projected at $9 million in year 3 in revenue, and this makes up just about 1.5% of the uninsured population in Nigeria. Our team is drawn from healthcare, finance, banking, as well as software engineering, with 50 years combined experience. Join us to support people like Dele and give them the health they deserve. Thank you.
Great work on your presentation and all the recognition that you've achieved. How many enrollees do you currently have on your platform?
75K.
What region are your enrollees from?
All right, so they are mostly from Lagos, Benin, and yeah, Lagos and Benin, most especially, yes.
How long did it take you to get this 750 enrollees?
Okay, 1,000.
Pardon? 75,000 enrollees?
Yes, we actually got them within 2 years.
What's your customer acquisition strategy?
All right, we use affiliate program where we get people in bulk. We go to the Market Women Association, Road Transport Union Association, and what we do is that you have a large numbers of persons, and these persons are paying you dues every month. Let's do it in such that as they pay you, a certain percentage of it will go for insurance, and this covers their health condition when the need arises. And by virtue of that, you make money by commission since you are bringing these people in bulk. And apart from that, we use word of mouth. And most especially, note, however, that we are not the insurer, we are not the underwriter, we are the insurtech. So most of the, many of it goes to the insurer, right? So the insurer, they already have a large number of this enrollee, and we have the technology that will make things easy for them. So you adopt the technology, and the technology makes it easy for the enrollees to claim less and claim what is actually needed and not what they want. And by virtue of that, you actually get a lot of money. And in addition to that, okay, I think I've answered your question.
You've answered my question, but one last thing. This 1,300 per month, does this cover medication?
Yes. In fact, it is even cheaper than that. One of the insurer called AXA that we are working with, they have a certain plan that is 400 naira per month. With this, it means that, so the risks, as I said, the calculation, actuaries and everything done by insurance. But what we do is that, so that we can reduce costs, you claim what you need and not what you want. In such that when you are claiming again, it will be available for you to claim and not deny claim later. Because some persons, they will claim general practitioners.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. So in addition to the money you get when you make a sale, do you get any recurring revenue?
Very well. As I said, the way it actually works is insurance is pulling into somewhere, while the insurer take care of that. According to the guideline by the NHIA, the National Health Insurance Authority, for an insurtech, there is a certain commission, percentage commission that go to them. And this commission is negotiated between, there's a cap and also there's a floor. So this commission is negotiated between the insurtech and then the insurer.
So my question, is that a one-off fee or is that a monthly fee?
It's not a one-off fee. It's subsequently, as long as the enrollee claims, then you get a percentage for their claim.
Thank you. And it's great to hear what you're doing. Two questions for you. One, are you looking at the volume of data and people you engage with on a day-to-day, month-on-month basis? Are you currently registered or compliant with the National Data Protection Council? That's one. Two, in terms of how quickly people are able to get this service, because your claim is that the service is so swift. My question to you is, what's the level of customer satisfaction so far? And are there certain grievances that have been raised in the last 3 to 6 months from your service?
All right, thank you so much. For the data, we have, as I said, we are the data processor. We don't control data. The controller is resided with the insurer, right? So we are compliant with the guideline of the Nigerian Data Protection Act of 2023. In addition to that, too, the NHIA and even NICOM, they have a specific guideline. In fact, we are currently being deployed on NICOM Sandbox. NICOM is very strict with every of their, and we comply strictly with that. Then your next question, but before I answer your next question, there's also a feature we call Rapid ID. It is a rapid identification management system. Let's say you are traveling from Lagos to Enugu, and you met an accident scene on the road. What it does is that when you just take the person who is unconscious, cannot self-identify and the rest of it, put their fingerprints on Rapid ID, it automatically scans it, retrieve their non-sensitive details from NIN database, and then their non-sensitive details include their name, their contact, their address, the name of their next of kings, and contact details, so that the first responder, rescuer, the hospital personnel can easily make a contact. Being a doctor, I have seen many cases where patients are rushed to the accident and emergency. We stabilize as part of this protocol. However, we wait for days without even seeing their next of kings. And by virtue of that, their health deteriorates, and we cannot even get consent to continue further treatment or deposit to continue further treatment. So I come back to your other question, but I have forgotten. Can you please kindly remind me?
Well, I will take it that you were trying to pitch again, but it's okay. My second question is, in the last 3 to 6 months, my assumption is that there may have been some grievances that have been raised as a result of customer satisfaction. So can you walk us through if there are certain kinds of cases?
All right, so essentially, there is no much grievance. What has really actually happened is that the reason why we have not had a very large volume, because as you said, the service is sweet and the rest of it. In fact, when I came to this program, I just went directly to the DG of Enugu State Health Insurance Agency, that's the Universal Health Coverage Agency. So when I met her, like I preached to her and everything, she was very much interested. Oh, please, I'm interested in this. Something like that. So there have not been any much grievances. But if there is, we always tell them that we are open-minded and we are ready to actually work with them to make sure the problem is solved as soon as possible.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, one more question.
Sorry. I know that we've run out of time. So the challenge that I see with this type of insurance product is sustainability.
how do you convince a roadside mechanic that has been contributing, right, through the products for insurance and has never had a reason to claim? How do you convince that person to continue to contribute? Yes, so if you can explain that very quickly.
All right, and it should be well understood that insurance is a pooling system. The persons that are actually sick will be subsidized by those persons who are healthy, while the persons that are rich subsidize those persons who are poor. So it is not just the roadside mechanic we are essentially targeting, I mean, on a broader scale. However, we concentrate a little more of those persons who are historically excluded from the formal health insurance coverage, the informal workforce, which makes up about 92% of the workforce in Nigeria. You can imagine a situation whereby these persons are not carried along. So how we convince them is that we tend to make sure as time goes on monthly, or quarterly, we tell them to do some routine health screening. It could be routine dental scaling and polishing, which is recommended at every 6 months, or some tests that they have to do. So all these things, they are by virtue of that claiming, because these persons are low-risk people now that are healthy.
All right, thank you, Rapid Medicare. Coming up next is Ondigo Technologies Limited. Fluffco, get ready as you come next after them. Our virtual judges, please, if you have any questions while the physical judges are also asking their questions, kindly let us know. Thank you very much.
So I was posted to the accident and emergency department of a hospital one day when the patient was rushed in, bleeding. And on taking my basic history, I found out that she was moving from her place of work back home, and then she was diverted and raped. So I'm going to tell you what happened at the end of my presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Onye Brian, founder and CEO of Ondigo Technologies. I'm a very lucky guy with a very amazing product. 7 in 10 drivers, 7 in 10 passengers today in Nigeria use public transport at least 4 times a day. The market is so big, it's really, really big. The biggest problem that we see in the public transport space today is that drivers are unable to collect change from passengers. Where are you going to enter with your change? And they keep on leaving you. So most times they lose a lot of money from that. Passengers also can't even now get change to pay drivers. And then when those passengers now enter the public transport vehicles, they're not safe. They're not safe at all because the trips are not traceable. So at Ondigo today, we built a payment solution that has both hardware and software parts. And you can use the solution. We have cards that we issue passengers. We built this hardware payment terminal that you're seeing here. We have 2 of them. This is the pocket terminal for drivers. And then this is the big terminal for PRTs. So if you tap the card on the terminal, it takes the money. It takes the money in real time. Also the same with this other one. So what we essentially want to do is to ensure that when a passenger is entering public transport, they are sure and guaranteed of their trip. So the market is very big. The market is, in Africa today, it's a $100 billion market. If we take 50% of transactions, we can make about 2 billion naira in the total addressable market. The obtainable market in Nigeria using 10% is about 114 million. So imagine now that we take, if you join us and imagine, we can take 10.8 naira from about 36 million passengers if we're targeting 30% in Nigeria of 120 million.
going 2 times a day. That's the density of transactions, going 2 times a day at least, to and fro. They make 21.6 naira, and we can make $186 million in revenue. So we built these payment terminals. It looks like this. It looks very rudimentary, but it's very sophisticated. It was built here in Enugu, wire by wire, module by module. This one for the normal transport, this one for the big buses. Then we have the mobile apps also. You have a patent for these hardware terminals, and then we have the mobile apps, like I said. We have onboarded 1,500 passengers, we have 7 drivers, and we have done more than 30,000 in transactions. So we have contracts currently with all the public transport unions in Enugu who are currently waiting for our terminals to come for deployment. Then this is our team, very experienced founders, business team, more than a decade in experience, technical team, more than half a century in experience. So essentially, at OnTheGo, we're enabling passengers to top up their cards from their house against other providers that want you to top it up at the stations. So we're looking for 100,000 naira in $100,000 in SAFE to enable us to go into more university campuses, more closed loop sectors. Thank you.
You said you were going to tell us what happened to the lady when you started up. I was waiting.
Okay, I was looking at the time. So at the end of the day, if there was an OnTheGo today, that lady would have come. I wouldn't have just treated her at the hospital. I would have told her, okay, this is the bus you entered, this is the keke you entered, essentially. Because we have data traceability from passenger to drivers with the use of this terminal, which we want to enforce its usage on the drivers. That's what happened.
So just piggybacking on what you just said, enforce its usage on the driver. How do you intend to achieve that enforcement?
Okay, currently, like I said, we have a contract with all the public transport unions in Enugu State, MOTW, Entraco, Retan, all of them. We also have another company that we're working with who have the data of most of these drivers, of all of them entirely. So the government is aware about our operations because we are a B2B, we have a tripartite business model, B2G, B2B, and B2C. So we're working with the government to enable the drivers now know that this is the only way you can onboard a passenger in Enugu State. And the government is also telling passengers that if a driver doesn't have this terminal, I don't know the driver. So you're entering at your own risk. So we're working with the drivers and the unions also, and then we have very robust card dissemination strategies. Also wearables, we have like wristwatches and wristbands that we use to make payment.
Awesome. So how have you funded till this stage?
Okay, we have essentially been bootstrapped from ground up. We have done, this particular terminal that I just showed right now is the 10th. We have done 9 iterations before, so we understand the product very well, we understand the hardware of it, we understand the software of it, and we can make not just payment solutions for public transport, but for any other type of payment. It's very worthy to note that we are the first full-stack fintech company in Nigeria. We're the first company to have built hardware locally and then integrated with operating system. This machine is powered by an OS that we wrote in-house. It's not Android, it's not iOS, we wrote it by ourselves.
The $100,000 you seek to raise, how do you intend to deploy it?
Okay.
Just give a breakdown on how you intend to deploy it.
Okay, so we're essentially targeting to deploy 30% of that fund to hardware procurement. So because we made this hardware from scratch, we understand the value chain of production. We're able to determine the costs and everything associated with it. So we want to target about $42,000 to $30,000. We're deploying it for hardware procurement. We're also going to buy these wearables. We're also going to now expand our team. We're looking essentially to expand our team and grow bigger from here, go into more university campuses, optimize our operations.
You mentioned that you have some customers waiting for your terminals. What's the lead time for you to manufacture and deploy these terminals to your customers?
Okay, thank you for the question. So the terminal I displayed here right now was, like I said, made in Enugu, productized wire by wire. We have passed the stage where we need to get more terminals. This is the rudimentary one. We're expecting more before the end of this month, currently. To get to Enugu, we can deploy more and get to the customers that we want to target on the first phase. So we're expecting more of these terminals. The ones that we're getting definitely don't look like
What's
this.
the lead time from when you onboard a customer until you can supply these terminals? What's the time between that? If If I'm a customer now and I've agreed to use On-the-Go, how long would it take me to get a terminal?
So the terminals will be procured before we start onboarding for the drivers. Then the cards wearables are all available. So as a passenger, if you come, we issue you those ones in real time. So we don't do it in advance. When it comes, we issue you and you start operations from day one.
Are you partnered with any private sector transporters or just the government entities?
Government entities and public transport unions for now.
So that means your strategy is to partner only with government?
No, we're also going to partner with private entities. Any organization or industry that can supply us with meaningful data for drivers to reduce onboarding friction. We would like to partner, even like private transporters like Bismarck Transit, GEO, all of them, would they also like to have this terminal so that passengers can have a dedicated wallet, and that's what we're trying to establish, so that you don't have to mix your transport funds with another funds. It's worthy to also note that the only time Nigerians need to touch cash today is just to enter bus and keke. Every other thing has gone digital. You can go to a malam shop and also transfer. Every other form of payment is digital. So we want to close this last gap.
Are you in any conversations with any of the private transporters right now?
Not yet, but we have it we have a plan for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. In terms of the terminals, how much does it really cost you? And how many of these terminals would you procure with the initial ask they are looking at getting?
Okay, so the pocket-friendly payment terminal costs less than 20,000 naira because we are manufacturing it in-house. Then the larger BRT terminal, the larger one, is planned to be deployed to BRTs, trains, trams, and then essentially government-owned public transport media. So those ones cost about 30,000 naira or a little less than that. I mean, economics of scale to apply. So the more we get, the cheaper it becomes. So we plan to get 2,000 terminals with the 30% that we're allocating to the $100,000 raise. 2,000 terminals to deploy at different university campuses, closed-loop payment system, ecosystems, hospitals, churches, for now.
Our assumption is that this is going to be beyond Enugu. Now you're looking
Definitely. We're looking at the Southeast, we're looking at the entire Nigeria.
Which markets are your immediate target markets with this new unit you're looking at procuring?
Okay, university campuses, hospitals.
Specific university campuses and states, are these specific states you're looking at this stage of the rollout?
Okay, so for now, we're looking at getting all the, onboarding all the universities in Enugu State for now, and then a little beyond. So our calculation has enabled us to see that we can onboard 20 universities, 14 are already registered in Enugu, then 6 will deploy to some other universities around while we're preparing to raise the next funding to deploy more. Lagos, also very importantly, we have some partners that are existing there. Ojo campus, Unilag Ojo campus, they're already asking for these terminals to use and digitize public transport payments in the campus.
My last question to you is, what security feature do you have that ensures that your systems are not hacked?
Okay, so first of all,
because you're collecting payments, right?
Yes.
And most times it's prone to hackers and all of that. So how robust is your infrastructure to fight against such proliferations?
Okay, so first of all, we're not processing the payments in unison. We have we're leveraging on an already existing license. So we're not domiciling the money on our system. So there's a bank that is doing that, essentially. So the monies are not coming to us. The monies are not in our system. We're synchronizing in real time with the bank who are doing the real world processing. Additionally, when we issue a driver this terminal, most times they ask us, how are we ensuring that their monies are protected? How can someone steal my device and push money away? So we have a very strong security feature that we apply there also. I'm giving you the terminal as a driver, and then I'm tying your account number. There's no account number that the machine can withdraw to. And importantly, the machine is also built to be able to push money from the central processors down to the driver's account. So we are applying so many layers of security. But essentially for now, that we don't have a full working license, we are leveraging. But we'll be working very hard on getting our own license to reduce cost of infrastructure.
Thank you so much for the presentation. A round of applause again for them, please.
Thank you very much. I assume no questions from the virtual judges still. Right, so coming up next is Fluff Cole, and after them will be Skill Ladder. So Skill Ladder, get ready. Please let's put our hands together for Fluff Cole.
Nigeria's food and retail sector loses $3.3 billion annually to supply chain inefficiencies and poor demand planning. The real question, however, is why? Why this loss? You see, this loss exists as a result of this also exists because our supply chain is littered with too many middlemen that add no value but drive us costs. As a result, we Nigerians are left spending more than we should on groceries. In fact, the MBS says that for every 100,000 naira you earn, 63,000 is spent on groceries. And when compared to other African countries, Nigerians are spending the highest percentage. This is the problem we are solving. Fluff is an omni-channel grocery platform that makes grocery shopping easy, affordable, and convenient. We do this by sourcing directly from manufacturers and farmers, eliminating middlemen inefficiencies, and thereby reducing costs. Our customers can browse products, order instantly, and receive them immediately, either through delivery or pickup. Behind the scenes, our system uses real-time inventory tracking data and demand forecasting, as well as customer behavior patterns to ensure a seamless user experience. Our business model ensures that we make money through markup on retail sales, delivery fees, and sale of demand insights to manufacturers. We exist for the price-conscious consumer that prioritizes their time and hates that market stress, as well as for manufacturers and farmers in need of proper demand planning. Unlike what's available in the market, we are operational in the Southeast, we partner with manufacturers, and we meet our consumers where they are through our omni-channel model, amongst other things. The market opportunity for us is massive. Nigeria spends $16.2 billion annually on groceries, with the Southeast spending $2 billion annually. We intend to capture 1% of that market within the next 5 years, valued at $20 million. What this means for us financially is that with an average monthly spend of 20,000 naira that increases year on year by 25%, in year 1, we would have 432 million naira in revenue, and by year 5, 24 billion naira in revenue. In 18 months of bootstrapping, we have done 28 million naira in revenue, fulfilled over 1,000 orders, and have a customer retention rate of 55%. The team behind Fluff brings together experienced professionals in retail analytics, supply chain management, consumer marketing, and software development. We have a combined 15 years experience in the FMCG and retail sector, and we are asking for $200,000 to be used for marketing, inventory sourcing, logistics, and software development. We have successfully raised 40% of our goal, so we urge you to join us so we change the way groceries move from Nigeria and Africa for the love of food. Thank you.
Thank you. A quick question on your revenue numbers. Can you qualify it a bit? Is that total sales on the platform, or is that the amount that goes to you?
It's the amount that goes to us. So, like we said, we are an omni-channel platform, meaning we are the market. We are sourcing for manufacturers and farmers. We are not an e-commerce platform. Okay. Well, we are changing the way consumers shop groceries, basically.
No, just to understand that a bit. Again, is that the amount, the total amount that customers have paid to you?
Yes, but that's not our profit, obviously, but that's the total amount that customers have paid to us.
Okay, and your typical take rate is what, 10%, 15%?
So our products are typically grouped between the high margin products and the low margin products. The low margin products are typically the rice and whatnot. That ranges from 11 to 15% gross. Then for the high margin products, these are baked goods that we make in-house. That is 40% gross. So, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
So in Nigeria today, several e-commerce grocery platforms have started and shut down. What's one of the lessons that you've taken from the businesses that have closed, from Jumia Food to any of the numerous ones that have operated a similar model to you and have closed down? So what's one lesson that you've taken from them?
Okay, so the those e-commerce platforms that have started and shut down are not solving the actual problem. They are, in our experience, they are basically just using tech to change it. We are doing it from the supply chain level. So we found out that the major problem is how goods move. They move in too little quantities. But we can't control these quantities because we can't predict demand. So to solve that, we are controlling demand by reaching out to guys, by receiving the demand directly from consumers. This ensures that we can control demand and henceforth aggregate that demand to help supply. So that way it improves our margins. That is one. Then another thing is, okay, right, like we said, we are bootstrapping. So basically, in as much as we are bootstrapping, we are jumping the gun. Even if we cannot source directly from manufacturers, we source from the next best thing as much as we can. So the more we go, the more we scale. We are focusing on scale.
Great, thank you so much for that. Just walk us through, how do customers typically make an order on your platform so that you can get a sense of how you aggregate this demand, and how long does it take you to ensure that your customers' demands are met? What timeline do you provide?
Okay, so we deliver to customers same day delivery. Like we said, we have sourced it already from manufacturers, meaning we have inventory. Yes. But the inventory is tied to previously existing demand history, and then also some other algorithmic changes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So that ensures that whatever we have will last a specific period of time. This also helps us with bulk sourcing, particularly in the stage we are, because like I said, we've been bootstrapping. So since we are at this stage, at least we can source this amount of things. We also do not have, like we mentioned, we operate a hard discount model. We do not have a wide variety of options. We don't have frozen storage because we know that it's difficult. Yes, we do not have fresh produce. We just have produce that moves fast. And we are also focusing on the student market, that is the tertiary institutions, because they do not really need so much variety. That also enables easy aggregation and ease of entry to markets, yes.
Okay, so for those crops that, or foods that you tend to provide a service for, would you say you have any form of storage facility at the moment?
Yes, we have a warehouse. A mini warehouse. Is very lean, nothing fancy, just a structure that's able to do the job.
What does the next 24 months look like for this business?
We want to optimize our existing operations because we have been operating very lean based on what we have as a young startup we are. So yes, we want to optimize what it means. This means we want to increase the users. The current users we have is roughly about 700. And yes, and we got them through word of mouth. We have not really done any marketing. So it's organic. Yes, our CAC cost is 0 because of that. So we want to scale that. We also want to improve the inventory we have. Most times, like I said, we do not have frozen goods, but in student markets, at least they do need proteins. And we found that it is stable, it's more stable than fresh produce. So we want to at least move into that. That is cold chain storage, frozen chain storage. And that now ensures that our basket size increases, thereby increasing our revenue as well as our profit margins.
These 700 customers, are they in Enugu?
UNN particularly.
UNN?
Yes.
So 700 students?
Yes.
Or students and teachers?
Mostly students and students that have finished but still on campus.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Fluffco.
Thank you.
That was incredible.
Thank
Round of
you.
applause again for them.
All right, coming up next is Skill Ladder. Okay, let's put our hands together for Skill Ladder.
Hi everyone, my name is Kende Banasco, and I am the CEO founder of Skill Ladder. All right. So Skill Ladder tells you who is ready for your role. As business owners, we all have the problem of trying to figure out who the best person is for the role. And since AI came, it's made it even worse. I believe that if we had started LinkedIn today, a verification layer will be required before you can upload a skill. And that's what Skill Ladder does. We give you assessments to tell you what your talent can do tied directly to the role that you're hiring for. So we take your job description, we extract requirements, build specific scenarios, and then your talent take it under proctored environments. So far, we've assessed 85,000 people. Our customers are organizations that hire somewhere between 70 to 100 roles. Those are mostly like recruiters, large-scale employers, for example, MoneyPoint, and they pay us $100 per role. So we look to the recruiters, who we call channels, for scale, and the employers for credibility. We are 3MTT's dedicated assessment partner. So far, we have assessed about 60,000 people through 3MTT, 94 employers. So one recruiter introduces us to 94 employers. 10 of those employers came from the Southeast. So not only do we get you the right talent, but we also show talent the right roles in their own field or location. We have personally, without the 3MTT channel, we were able to get 6 paying customers and have generated $7,000 in revenue since making our product available in November. We've also done 4 role assessments separate from 3MTT, and we've got a 30% reorder rate. As you can see, those are some of the companies we've worked with. So this is the big picture, $140 million. But before I go into how we got there, our goal for the next 24 months is 5,000 assessments. That just means we need to look for 25 channel partners. Right now we have 3, and in the next 2 years we should be able to get to that 25 because one person can bring 100 roles. Globally, here's how we rank. Test Gorilla, which is quite common in the tech space. Our roles are specific for African jobs, and essentially you can get assessments that are pocket friendly. I have worked in Andela, placing 100,000 people in jobs, training over 1 million, not only in Andela, but ALX as well. We're a team of psychometricians, talent operators, and engineers. And we are raising $200,000 to scale automation. Automation in the sense that we want to do 5,000 jobs to hit the 5,000 target. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I had a quick question. In addition to helping with recruitment, does it also help with retention of staff?
That's a good question. Yes, it does. So we actually have continuous assessments, right? Right now, our wedge is hiring because that's something everyone is familiar with. But the way our assessments work is we continue to verify the talent meets the competencies of the role, and roles change every time, especially in this AI world. So yes.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think that was brilliant. One of the things that come to mind is sometimes it is said that talents tend to be a sort of talent mismatch, right? Great talents, but not the great. They're not a direct fit to the roles that they get. How do you go about sourcing in terms of ensuring that, one, you're able to get talents, prepare them in readiness for the kind of roles that could come up in the market? Do you do some sort of predictive analysis that determine what the future of jobs is in the coming months or coming years, and be able to prepare those talents for those roles?
Okay, so we actually did a lot of work in building our foundation. So we have a skills ontology that basically identifies what skills are in the market, how the skills grow, and what skills are connected. So we're not just building assessments, but we're actually understanding what demand is in the market, and then we're now parsing that into what does that look like for African jobs. So yes, like something, for example, is entry level in talent starts at the training camps, whereas in other countries they would have had a first job. So yes.
How do you see the long-term use of your products for assessments, especially these days with AI, where you can type a prompt to get the exact assessment per role? How do you compare with that? How do you compete?
So there are 3 things that we do. We've assessed 100,000 people. So we've got data that calibrates difficulty of questions. So that's the first thing. I think something you're alluding to is maybe cheating. If that's one of the things, we have proctoring, so you actually know that the person that is taking the assessment is the right person. And then finally, we have AI-specific assessments where we assess the strength of your prompts, problem solving, and critical thinking. So if you were to create your own assessments, for example, it would only read off the data that you have, but we already have data across the continent, right? So we're calibrating it against that.
Okay, so the idea wasn't about cheating, is what stops me from using Claude to create an assessment for the role I'm hiring for? Why would I pay $100 to Skill Ladder if I have a Claude subscription?
Okay, so if you're hiring for one role, right, what happens is that you are using your own data and your own context, but you're not mapping it against global standards. So what you get from us is a benchmark. Secondly, if you use Claude, you can literally guess the answers, and that's where we started. You can literally see the answers because it's always the longest one. But we actually built an ontology that prevents from that. So you don't have to think about the questions, you don't need to think about the scenarios, we actually tell you. Finally, a lot of people are using Claude to generate their job requirements, and that's not really what they're trying to do, right? So we give you that data as well.
Okay. Get paid. So at what point do you get paid?
Oh, we get paid when the assessment is generated. So the $100 that they pay is to generate, so kind of like vending the assessment immediately. So if you hire, if you don't hire, we still get paid.
Okay, that's good. The other question is, how do you acquire customers? And I needed to think about it a little bit more, because there are a number of established platforms, right, that employers currently deploy to be able to meet their needs. You know, HR teams in different organizations, they have preference of products that they've used and has worked for them. What do you then tell them for them to rather opt for your products instead of continuing with what they have already?
Okay, so there are three things. One, we do free assessments first, and if you like it, you pay. So the 30% order rate has been free to paid. A lot of these other HR companies haven't yet hacked skill assessments, so specific skills to your responsibilities. When I was a graduate trainee, you had all those logic, aptitude. A lot of them still do that. And one of the customers that we have, Carrywise, gave us an assessment role that a Big Four was handling before. Finally, we use recruiters. All of our recruiters have paid. We didn't do any free assessments with them. And that's because the speed that you need those assessments or that the roles change, you can achieve it with us, whereas you can't achieve it with a more established recruitment company who has their own test batteries that they've used over and over again.
Final question. I know we're out of time. Oh, please. She may take both questions at once.
Okay, super. Hey, thanks for your presentation. So with what you're building, right, I know you mentioned data, history, and like information that you've gathered over the years. And does that sit with you, with your tech team in-house, or is that outsourced somewhere?
So we have our own tech team, and as former Andalans, we actually have a really good tech team that builds this, and we're using the data for like future predictability as well. So it's in-house.
Okay, great. What's your biggest challenge right now to move you to the next?
Talent. Talent with our small budget, but the talent is out there, we just can't afford them. That's it.
Great, thank you so much. And I think my question to you was around, you mentioned speed. What exactly, can you quantify that speed, compared to what the typical Big Fours who have to go through different levels of QA, QC before they deliver on the results? So talk to us about your speed vis-a-vis quality control and assessment.
Cool. So once an assessment is done, you get the results immediately. Open-ended. We use AI to actually generate and also grade the assessment, so the assessments are immediate. If you request for an assessment today, you get it within an hour, which it could take a couple of days for all the other Big Fours. So you get it on the same day, literally. And they're new questions. They haven't been exposed to anyone before. So 1 hour is the max that my team should deliver on. Other than that, you could get it instantly. So if you go on skillladder.ai right now, you could probably get an assessment.
Thank you. I think you deserve a round of applause, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Skill Ladder. We're going to be taking 10 minutes tea break so that our judges can have their breakfast. So we will be back, oh, actually 6 minutes. We'll be back 1 p.m. All right, hello everyone. We're back from the tea break. And we're moving right back into the pitch competitions. Let's settle down, please. Please, if you're not seated,
Yeah, 1, 2. Your volume did that. Okay, okay.
Right now, millions of contests, awards, pageants run on manual bank transfers, screenshots sent to organizers' DMs.
Sorry,
can you reduce which can be very, very too personal, leading to errors, disputes, delays, and voters refusing to pay through channels they do not trust, and ultimately loss of revenue. The solution, Vote Naija, is a platform where organizers come in to create their event, they set up their contest, price each vote, set a timer, add contestants, and publish. Those contestants get the link and the QR code which they can share to their family, friends, relatives, who can vote for them in any currency, including cryptocurrency, against the timer leaderboard, and they can track the live rankings on the live leaderboard. Let's say overtaking is allowed with Vote Naija, and the organizer can track revenue on his dashboard and withdraw directly into his bank account. This is the product. We launched in June 2025, and ever since then, we have done 36 million GMV. As I'm speaking to you right now, transactions are going live on Vote Naija. We have onboarded 250 plus organizers, and we have 50 active organizers. That means these 50 active organizers are the ones that generated this 36 million GMV and counting. Voting is our way into Nigerians' $20 billion event monetization industry, and we charge 10% per every transaction as we also explore other markets, which is ticketing and registrations. Our go-to-market is to collaborate with student executives and talent show managers and the rest of them, which will ultimately increase our user base from what we have now to 500 active users and 6,000 active users, increasing our net from 36 million to 464 million naira. Vote Naija is built around customization, certificates, live transaction leaderboard, live transaction feed, and the rest of them. But features are what we use to win today, not what protects us tomorrow. Our moat is distribution and lock-in. We are currently dominating all AI search engines and SEO search engines on Google, built by me, who is an expert vetted top 1% AI search visibility expert on Upwork, worked with a lot of companies outside Nigeria, and my team, Rafael and Kizito, who built the multi-payment gateway rails and infrastructure. And what we have achieved, which is almost nothing, and mostly word of mouth, shows you what we can do with real resources behind us, and we are raising $100,000. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think the passion also was shown also in the volume of your voice. And studio, please help us manage the sound so that we're able to hear the pitch very clearly. But well done. Just to understand a bit more, right? In terms of how do you go about customers that end up coming on your platform? How do you acquire your customers? And what's your retention rate at the moment? Why should I be your customer?
Okay, that's a very good question. Most of our customers are contest organizers, award show organizers who want to raise money for their events. That's the simple thing about it. And for talent shows, for example, let's say there's 100 max, and they want to test fan engagement for their contestants. So basically, you know, they come in, tell us that, okay, we want monetized voting to be like 30 to 40% of the max. So when they come in, we onboard them, and they launch the voting, put in their contestants, and, you know, they rank on a leaderboard. And those that win kind of get like, you know, the full 40%, and it's kind of benchmark according to what the organizers want. So the simple thing about it is just to raise money for their event. Even pageant organizers too, and also award shows. You know, students want to raise money to fund their event. It's difficult. And I also studied government at the university, making me to understand the psychology behind voting. Yeah.
Okay, so basically you're driving engagement on your platform for those to leverage that level of engagement to get some sort of resources. Is that correct?
Yes, to run the event, create a memorable experience for all, and...
Have you done this before? Tell me like your top 3 signature events, how much did you raise?
Mr. Muslims raised over 4 million naira in less than 1 month. Even a school in Abuja, secondary school, they were hosting a science learning event. I think they had like a quiz. They raised up to 2 million plus. And campus and pageants, you know, raised over 1 million plus. That's how we have achieved this GMV of 36 million. We work with Paystack, Flutterwave, Monify, Corapay, and Cryptomos to facilitate these transactions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And just to confirm, do you have this, is it a web-based solution? Is it an app? How do your typical customers, how do they even get to know about you?
First off, like I said, they want to raise money to create a memorable experience for their, you know, their users. So basically, they come in, they search for websites for monetized voting in Nigeria, and we appear number 1, in as much as we are early. Based on my experience as an AI search visibility expert, that is where we are winning currently. And we also do kind of like referral programs with campus executives in order to collaborate with them, in order to like, you know, this worked for me, wow, I can do this, everybody's happy. And the revenue is actually going into the event itself. The most important thing is everybody's enjoying. Like, voting is emotional. I want to vote for this person. Oh, this is my friend. Wow, he's doing so well. I want to support him. I want to support. That support is also going to the event. You're supporting him, you're going to, because the organizer has fought so hard to build his platform. And those that are going for it, they are going there because they see an opportunity in it. And people going with him want to follow the person, to be part of it. Oh, I voted for you. Wow, you did amazing. And that is it. It's emotional. It's connecting. And we are building the digital participation infrastructure for Africa. And we are starting with Nigeria and expand. Thank you.
Do you envision any regulatory licenses that will be needed as your product scales?
Yeah, definitely. But what we want to do is, currently in Nigeria, we are partnering with payment processors, Paystack, Flutterwave, Monify, Corapay. Before they can onboard you, you have to have all the documents necessary, and we are compliant with them.
For voting, there's an element of raffle in it. So have you checked if you would need any licenses from the Nigerian Lottery Board?
No. But we are exploring it. We're exploring it.
Thank you.
Well, for lottery, I can say for a fact that you need licenses. I can tell you that for a fact. But at what point do you extract value? Can you just walk us through the process? At what point do you get paid? Or
okay, that's a very good question. So when an organizer comes in on our platform, they create a contest, they put the price per vote ranging from 100 naira and above, and they put in their contestants and publish. Like I said, they share the links to their family, friends against a timer and a leaderboard. So basically how we get paid is that as all those money is entering into the organizer dashboard, he's seeing his revenue and his earnings, and he wants to withdraw, we take 10%. That's how we make money.
Okay, thank you for responding to those questions. I'm trying to really understand the problem you're trying to solve for. So if you could maybe help me a bit to unpack it a little bit more. What evidence do you have that customers truly want this product?
Our traction. Okay, so basically why you want this product. Let's say it's very niche. First of all, it's very niche to contest organizers and talent show organizers. They want to test fan engagement. And that fan engagement is a contributor to their revenue to create and, you know, fund the whole experience of that event.
Let me help you a little bit more. So what you offer how does it, how do you differentiate what you offer from the existing products that these events organizers, for example, I know what you just mentioned, there's something like this on Big Brother that happens, you know, almost every time where people get to like pay to vote and all of that. What extra value are you adding for a customer like that to abandon or leave the existing platform? It could even be a proprietary platform that they're using currently. What extra value do you offer to be able to get them onboarded on your own platform?
That's a very, very good question. First of all, we are not targeting Big Brother and the rest of them. We are strictly on talent shows and the rest of them. So why someone want to use us? First off, we offer full customization, multi-payment gateway rails, crypto. You can receive money in any cryptocurrency transferred, and we do everything for you in Naira. You can even receive international currencies, USD, Euro, Tanzanian Rand, and a lot of them, which currently our competitors do not offer. And we offer better value in terms of our leaderboard, very intuitive, very engaging. It makes people want to come back to vote, thereby increasing revenue for them. And also most of our organizers previously have been using pen and paper on WhatsApp, which is very, very cumbersome, like I said, which leads to delays, errors, disputes, lack of transparency. Imagine somebody sending me an account number to vote, and how will I even be sure that this is an authentic event when I can go to Vote Nigeria leaderboard and see other contestants there, and I can say, oh wow, see my friend is in last position, why can't I boost him to #1? So that is the kind of experience we give them, thereby increasing revenue, creating a memorable experience for all.
So one last question, where do you see this business in the next 12 months?
See us growing. Currently, transactions are ongoing on our platform. We are 36 million naira GMV with 50 active organizers. Doubling that down, we are expecting to get to about 500 plus organizers in the next 12 months, which will increase our GMV to around 400 and something million naira. 400 plus million naira, about.
All right, thank you. No further questions from me.
All right, thank you, Vote Niger. Coming up next is Atuzo. Atuzo, are you here? All right, so let's put our hands together for Atuzo. Get Helper Limited, please get ready.
Can I get my slide up there? All right, so good morning, everybody. We are Tuzo, and we enable African businesses start and become compliant across Africa in days without legal expertise. When I turned 18, I was pretty pumped about incorporating my business. So I reached out to an agent and I made payment. The process took 2 weeks before I got feedback from him. And when I got feedback, the feedback came with a penalty. 85% of African businesses do not know how, when, or where to stay compliant. And if you see with most of the startups coming out here, this problem, the fragmentation that comes to compliance, the complexity itself that comes to compliance. Businesses manage compliance through multiple agents, lawyers, consultants, spreadsheets, informal methods that are crazy fragmented. And this has led to over $2 billion in penalties from 2022 to 2026 for African startups, African businesses, with Nigeria leading in its tier. And for every startup that will come here to pitch, for non-compliance, you pay about 10 million naira yearly, or typically 2 to 10% of your revenue. Very, very appalling and painful, but that's where Atuzo comes in. Atuzo eliminates the complexity in compliance by simplifying and automating the complex regulatory requirements, so African businesses can start and stay compliant in days without any legal expertise. And we solve this in two ways. We have Encircle. Encircle helps businesses start and operate businesses across Africa without any legal expertise, super fast. We help you with business setup in multiple countries. Currently, we are in Nigeria, Ghana, and Kenya. We also help you with invoicing and tax filing. And we also have Strata that serves technology businesses, NDPA, SOC 2, ISO 27001 compliance. So we automate evidence collection, your consent log, and the rest. Our product can be sold across Africa, and that is why we have a $1.9 billion revenue opportunity when we sell to the 12 million businesses who are actively looking for, who actually need compliance. Our customers love us. We have served over 198 businesses. We are rated 4.8 on Google. We have an average timeline of 36 hours. We have a total revenue of $10,500 on $2. We are partners with Lenko and Spendbase. We are currently live in 30 countries and have helped our customers avoid over $100,000 in penalties. Globally, this has been solved by businesses, and locally, we have people solving it. Atuzo is faster, cheaper, and easier than the local alternatives. Then for the global alternatives, we offer personalized pricing that fits their context. We simplify the process so African startup can reach the global compliance framework without having to bother themselves very much. Let's think about the future for a moment. People are now looking for tools to help them stay compliant before they ask for people. A typical business would want the tool before they need a person to manage it. And naturally, that future will be powered by systems that AI enables. And as such, Atuzo will make it very, very possible for anybody, literate or illiterate, to stay compliant from the tools they're familiar with. Think about the ChatGPT, the Claude, WhatsApp, the tools they're familiar with. Ladies and gentlemen, we are raising $300,000 to achieve this future. And we have a team of Chidera YMK. I've worked in this space for 4 years. A co-founder has worked with regulators, and we have a lawyer in our team that helps with legal operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. It's great to see that you are proposing a compliance as a service kind of company, and that is meeting quite a variety of needs that typical startups have across 3 African countries for now: Nigeria, Ghana, and Kenya. Are you currently registered in these 3 countries?
Currently, we are serving Nigeria. During the course of this bootcamp, we launched in Nigeria and Kenya. But compliance, we have not registered locally. But we have partners that enable us to scale.
Okay, so you work with some partners in the other countries. Because my question would have been, how are you able to manage compliance issues, also collect your revenue, if you are not registered in those countries? So those sort of partners in those countries help you also with cash collection or payment collection for your service. Is that correct? And in terms of how long you've been doing this, how long has the company run for? And can you run us through typical services that you have provided for some of your clients?
In 2022, I faced a problem that created this. So far, past 4 years, I have worked alongside regulators like Corporate Affairs Commission to make the whole process digitized. So I've been doing this for 4 years. But Atuzo as a platform that powers this has been live for 8 months.
8 months, okay. 8 months, and in 8 months, who have we served?
I've served 119 businesses across technology, retail.
All of them have paid you. Would you say all these companies are, how many of them are Nigerian companies out of the 198? All are Nigerian companies. So from what sort of services have you typically served this 198?
So primarily, we help them with setup, meaning registering on TAC super fast. We also help them with compliance like SCOMEL, legal documentation, filing, and the rest.
Okay, that just ensures that these guys can at least start operating. Yeah. So what would you say these typical companies, in terms of company categorization, what's their typical revenue, or what kind of sectors are these companies?
Primarily, because of the startup ecosystem we exist in, we serve For every other businesses, there are either brick and mortar stores that either need tiny compliance requirements.
What's your biggest challenge?
For us, it has been trust, because when we told people that you could get compliance with this, meaning if you were to get your CAC registration back when I started.
Feel free to come forward if it's fine. It's your stage.
When I started, I waited 2 weeks, and 2 weeks came with a penalty. And when we told people that you could get it in days, we feel like we're lying to them. For many times, I have to get on calls with these people and tell them, "Okay, see my face, you can screenshot it." And even we are so simple that even my 6-year-old dad, that is not tech savvy, can use Atuzo to incorporate this business. And my dad has been one of the largest advocates for our platform.
Well, that's incredible.
So we are super fast.
But how do you deal with competition? Because trust me, I can tell you that there are typical lawyers that provide these services.
Businesses are looking towards tools to automate things like this. Nobody wants to wait 2 weeks for compliance anymore. Usually for setting up your business, we have had people who have to wait months. During the course of this business, I had a story of a person who waited 9 months to incorporate their business. So most of our competitors, their pricing are way higher than ours. Their user experience is not, I've used them, so their user experience is not as simple as a tool, and it's also not fast. Yeah, so most of them, they tell you waits, most promise days, but they don't get there. But we guarantee you and we make sure it's possible.
Sorry, good question. Can you do US?
No, we don't cover that.
Okay, thank you.
But we will.
Sorry, I'm interested in you mentioned legal documentation. Could you please walk us through that process? How do you guys go through that whole process? Do you have I don't want to preempt your answer, so just.
So for legal documentation, we have one of the founders is a lawyer. So when people reach out, our services are bundled into 2 categories. So you could pay a subscription of $120 a year. We help you setting up your business. You can also pay one-time fees. So let's say a startup now trying to launch. The legal documentation they will typically need, apart from CSS, co-founder agreements, shareholder agreements, employee agreement. So we help them achieve that without them having to get external services.
Okay.
Okay. Quick question. How do you intend to run a sustainable business around the pricing, your current pricing? About $120, is it $120? Yeah, $120 per annum. And this $120 per annum is, so from what I understand, seems to me like a subscription-based model where once you've paid the amount, you get access to your service throughout the year. How do you intend to run a sustainable business around customers coming back for services, but because they've already paid you $120, you can't charge them further for any additional service? How do you intend to scale that?
Right, so when somebody sets up their business on Atuzo, you get your business profile. So apart from the services like incorporation, the basic things you need to start, the tools you will need are invoicing tools, payment tracking, and other compliance measures you would need, like tax filing and annual returns filing that have fixed pricing. So for us, pricing, it's a wedge for us to bring in people. It serves as a pipeline into exploring Atuzo itself. So, but for the pricing, once it's paid, there are certain services that do not need to be paid consequentially, that do not need to be done consequentially per business.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. You said you were raising 300,000. It doesn't really specify what exactly. I think you missed that out. So what would the 300,000 be used for?
We are spending 40% on engineering.
Okay.
10% on marketing, 20% on operations, and 10% on the team business.
So I like to ask this. So this is 40% on engineering. So that's building in-house, right? Or outsourcing your tech?
We are very, very technical, so we build it in-house.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great presentation again. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much.
Coming up next is Beyond Technologies. Oh, sorry, Geltalpa Limited. Thank you. We are not technologists, please get ready. Let's put our hands together for Geltalpa Limited.
All right. My time? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Toby Emmanuel, and I'm the founder of GetHelper. GetHelper is Africa's trust infrastructure for domestic and care service. Now, to get a better picture of what GetHelper is, the name is GetHelper. Think about the last time you needed someone to trust in your home, be it an elderly care, nannies, minders, domestic help. GetHelper, we are the people you call for that. Now, as much as we like to know that we give help to families, we help those that are elderly, get the needed care they need, the industry we operate in is grossly broken and dangerously underserved. And these are the pointers to that. Number one, 90% of all domestic care jobs are essentially outsourced via word of mouth. And that essentially goes with zero structure, zero verification, and accountability. Okay. Secondly, over 5 million upperly mobile urban professionals require domestic care for their home because we now live in an age of dual income families. Wife and husband are working to bring in the cash, and the children are left without care. To give you a pictorial representation of the damage or the danger in our industry that is not properly structured, this is the picture of Professor Fumilola, who was murdered by her house help. This is a professor at the Federal University of Technology, and she was killed by just a maid that did not have any structure. Now here's the solution. Should GetHelper had been funded and probably operationalized, this would have been a needless death. We would have been able to mitigate it. But again, it's not all woes. The market is essentially a 1.6 trillion market, and I will explain that. This is a global income, global home care and domestic service market. But the one that is of interest to you today is the Nigerian alone market, which is about 8 billion informal domestic worker economy. Like I said earlier on, over 5 million urban households requires domestic staffing. Now, the proof of concept is Proton. Proton is an Indian care tech solution, similar to GetHelper. Proton was founded last year, and between last year and May this year, which is this month, they went from 12.5 million valuation to 200 million in 12 months. They've been able to raise $60 million in seed funding, and then their daily booking is 26,000 workers. GetHelper Africa operates in a bigger market. We were founded 2026, even though we've been operating since 2014, and then we're already here at the second phase of the SEVCP. Now, what we are building is not just a marketplace, and that's why we believe we can raise far much more than Proton in India. What we are building is the infrastructure that supports an ecosystem. And this is how we're doing it. We're providing the FVO protocol, we're providing the recruiters network, we're providing the GetHelper Academy and an outsourced platform, all galvanized together to making sure that if you leave home without your kids, you can return to them knowing fully well that they are taken care of. If your parents are diabetic and need care, you can be sure that the person there is not just innocent, he's also educated. Why this investment is different? Like I like to say, this is AI proof. So you can't wake up one morning and somebody has created an app that robs us out of the business. AI can replace a coder, a writer, an analyst. AI cannot wash your elderly mother or prepare, or bathe your newborn or prepare your family's meal. How we make money? We have 4 streams of income. We have the placement fee, we have the recurring commission, we have the academy training and subscription model. Now let me quickly run through this as I drop. The market size and revenue potential. In Enugu alone, over 350 upwardly mobile professionals require this service. The Southeast has 1.8 middle and upper income household, and Nigeria 14 million plus. This is the team that runs it, Toby Emmanuel, and we have combined 25 years experience in both healthcare, operations, and finance. This is our traction so far. We've so far onboarded over 5,500 caregivers. We've done 840 total placement. We have 25 FVOs in 23 states, and this is our unit economics. We make between 45 to 75,000 per successful placement, and we have a 10% recurring fee for every single of our staffs that go out. This is what we're raising. We're raising $350,000 for a seed round of 8% equity stake. Thank you very much.
What's your retention rate like? The people you pair with this, for lack of a better word, end users, how long do they stay? Do you have any experience?
Yes, we do. We have an average. By the way, my background is in consulting, and so we've done this for, say, 9 years. We have an average stay time for a caregiver, and it's between 6 to 2 years, 6 months to 2 years. A caregiver that stays in a client space for 6 months has a high chance of staying there for 2 years, 24 months. So our 10% commission runs for 24 months on an average.
Okay. What's your biggest challenge thus far?
Sourcing talent. There is a huge market. I mean, if I throw an open bargain here, I'm sure I'll go home with a lot of parents that need this service. There's a huge demand for it. There are very fewer caregivers in that place. And that's one of the main reasons why we need this fund, to be able to democratize how we recruit these caregivers. We've already been able to solve the problem in their training and their background verification. What we need now is to make sure that a lot of people make money by bringing in more caregivers to the platform.
How do you price this service per customer?
Oh, that's excellent. I was expecting that question. So our platform fee is 19,900, roughly to 20,000, something that you really do not need to break the bank for. That's the money that comes to us, hook, line, and sinker. However, there are some other value additions, like, let me give you a typical example. If you need somebody for your, maybe your parents, and then you go through our platform, the money you pay to us is 20,000. However, you have options of services that you can add as an add-on. Number one, medical verification, background check, we like to call PLIB, police report, okay, and comprehensive medical care. Every one of these services gives us some amount of return on investment, and cumulatively we make between 45 to 75,000 naira per client, depending on their choice of services per successful placement.
And I asked that question because I wanted to know how you balance that against the minimum, what's it called?
Should I go back?
No, minimum, I know the federal government has this minimum wage.
Yeah.
Yes, how you balance that out?
Okay, so an average, So an average caregiver that goes to our platform has two options. And this is in a circle. If he's a rookie, maybe a green one that has not had any form of experience or training, has a salary band of 70 to 110. So you can either put your salary expectations to 70,000 to 110, depending on what skill set. If it's domestic service, usually 70 in the Southeast, yeah? If it is caregiving and you've not had any training or experience, the highest you can go if you don't have that is 110. Now, should you take a training which is from our Get Helper Academy, all right, you can increase your salary bandwidth from 150 to 250, depending on what kind of training and experience you have. You see, 70,000 are cuts above the national minimum wage.
Hi, can you please confirm the average time that they spend with you? Because you gave a range. Can you give the actual average? That's one question. And the second question is really why are you solving this problem?
All right, so the second one is quite interesting, but let me go with the first one first. The average is, like I said, between 6 to, now there's a dynamics to it. I should just give a figure. So I didn't get you.
Yes, please, just the actual average.
Okay, so any domestic staff that stays above 6 months tend to stay up to 2 years. So I could place the average to maybe a year. All right, does that answer that? All right.
Yeah, sure. You can answer the second question, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
Why me? I have a very, very interesting story about that, but I'll give the very short version. So I've been in the East for the last 16 years, working with workforce, IMF Africa workforce. And sometimes in 2014, we started IMF Africa domestic. We were essentially servicing elite clients, politically exposed people and high network individuals. And then it was, I mean, my partner is called Wine Domestic in Abia State, or quite popular. I know a couple of persons that know us there. But then last year I went to Lagos. We were relocated, we were, what's that called, expanding to Lagos. And then my family came down. And as big as I was in the East, I couldn't get somebody in Lagos to stay with my kids while I go and do 30 December with my wife. So I figured that while we've been able to create a very good product in the East, we were serving just clients that reached us based on our reputation and relationship with them. We've not been able to scale it. So we needed to pivot from IMF Africa domestic to get helper and provide all of these, you know, avatar of experiences we had to create a scalable product. Proton just so gave us an inspiration to how far that product can go. So as soon as we get your funding and investment, we will scale. This December, I'll be able to go out with my wife, and maybe next year, we'll do another round of investment. Thank you.
Yeah. So more like a two-in-one question. What could go wrong? That's one. The other one is who's responsible for whatever liability created by the staff you've placed?
Those are very deep questions. Thank you. I use Professor Lola for example. Should that staff had come from us, okay? The staff had, of course, these are human beings, they're not robotic. You'd really, as much as you have all these analytics to determine what kind of prediction somebody can do, you really cannot determine what's in their heart. But here's what would have happened if that staff had come from us. Number one, on a monthly basis, we have independent FVOs, field verification officers, that serve more like what you call the extension workers. Okay, so their revenue, their payment, just like how you have the BRM model for Money Point, their revenue is based on, I've gone to this particular client, the home, I have filled the basic details. The psychology here is that the client, the caregiver there knows that in another 1 month's time, I don't know the specific date, somebody will come and find out, am I doing very well here, am I being taken care of, and all of that. So chances are that we really do not leave them to their willpower. You already know that somebody is monitoring you on a daily basis, and that person gets paid by the data he or she gets from you. Both ways, both for the client and for the caregiver.
So that's a way to minimize risk of occurrence. But in the event where you have an actual occurrence and there's a liability, who's responsible for it?
Oh, the platform is absolutely responsible for that.
And how do you intend to mitigate that as a business? Because what it could create a lot of exposure, right? It could create so much exposure that the business could be tied in, I mean, different legal back and forth and all of that. So what are you doing to anticipate that and then resolve or just avoid those kind of conversations?
So the honest truth is, these things do happen. It's possible. There's no way you can write a code that says these persons are not going to do that, as much as you want to put all the checks to making sure that it's very rare. But in the cases where it happens, like I said, we've been doing this in 2014. We have enough data and experiences on that regard. The terms and conditions we have with every caregiver vis-a-vis their guarantor is that in the event where you decide to go after the order of your village people, we are going to be responsible, but as a reflection to your guarantor. So we're going to go after your guarantor, and since you already have this very channel of, and the criteria for guarantorship is standard, okay? So you know a lot of persons are going to go down if you decide to listen to that voice in your head.
Sorry, one final question, because, sorry, one more question from me. I don't know if it's final. This is based off of what he has said. Most times when these things happen, they would typically go for the deep pocket, which in this case might just be you. So do you have any insurance against this risk?
Yes. So insurance, we're going to work on that. I mean, I just listened to the man with insurance. I'll probably have a partnership with him before we leave the show. But before that, we also go after very eligible guarantorship. So as much as we know that we are not entirely insulated from that, we try to share that as much as possible. So the criteria ship has to be somebody in the organized sector if it's not in the public sector. If it's in the public sector, we're looking for somebody from level 12 and above, all right? Or maybe a very renowned pastor and Eze, a king in their place. These guys are also deep-pocketed. So in the event of that kind of liability, we get to share it as much as we put enough standard operational practice to mitigate against it.
Okay, so I have a question. Thank you. So currently you do a lot of work around monitoring, right? You mentioned the field officers. I think you have about 25 of them who go around. So in terms of scaling, right? So imagine you then do placements in about 10,000 homes, your company grows. How are you going to keep up with multiplying your field officers and having, you know, a larger team?
Thank you. That's basically the question I was waiting for. Take, for example, what's it called now? ShopRite, when they came into Nigeria, all right, it was just a business model they came with, all right? That's exactly what we're building. So when I say we are building an infrastructure for an ecosystem, that's what I mean. One that can scale, one that we can take to Ghana and not necessarily need to ship feed verification officers there. So what it means is, say for example, and I'll give you a more, you know, elusive example. Say for example, we scale to Ghana right about now, all right? And there's a family in Ghana that needs a caregiver. The field verification officer is going to come from Ghana, all right? Meeting a standard, already laid down procedure. The caregiver is going to come from that side, also meeting that standard procedure. And then the recruiters that will bring the caregiver, if the caregiver does not come himself, would also meet that. So basically what we are scaling is the model, not necessarily the people.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much again. Hopefully next year's 30th December will be better. A round of applause again for them. Next company, please.
All right, Myonia Technology, you're up next. Let's put our hands together for them. Store Africa, please get ready.
Hi everyone, my name is Promise and I am the co-founder of Myonia Technologies. For those who are familiar with the Marvel Cinematics, it's named after my favorite character, Thor, and because it generates electricity. So what we're building is in the smart energy space. And right here with me is we're building the next gen of energy systems. I'm sorry, this is not my slide. If you don't mind pausing the time as well. But anyways, I'll just continue. So Africa's grid failed, right? And what we're trying to do is to build in that space. And the team that is building that are drawn from Adobe, Stellantis, Turing, where I happen to have been proud to have worked at. With advice from folks from Harvard University. Our research is based in Oregon State University. Now to the problem, it's $11 billion. That's the amount that Nigerians spend every single day on fuel, right? And it's $1.4 billion that's lost to the grid. Now, the problem here is Nigeria has 22 million generators. That's unsustainable, and so we built the infrastructure to address that. One battery and software at a time. So it's a product, it's called the Power Box, and essentially what it does is it deploys energy to addressable target market, which is Airbnb apartments. And it's a battery system that gives them 24 hours uptime. It also gives them a system that allows them to understand their energy preferences. So there is a chip inside of it that learns how you use energy, when you need energy, and everything in between. And what we're beginning to realize from the deployed units, it's a few of course, is an uptime of about 12 hours. We're also beginning to see an, carbon avoidance of about 1.2 CO2 tons. We're also beginning to see fuel emissions avoided about 4 liters every single day. Now what does it cost to build this? The slides are not working. What it costs to build this is very simple. It's $600, and we're actually selling at $1,000. Now, we are 30% cheaper than our competitors, Energy, Sun King. And why is that? Because we're manufacturing in Nigeria. Now, what we're trying to do and beginning to realize is also that in terms of the traction, what we have currently is about 40 waitlisted customers. And these are guys who have paid between 1 to 5% of the value of the product. We've currently deployed a few, and in terms of what we have in, in terms of what we have also in our traction also, it's about 148 waitlisted clients who are waiting to onboard this. Our target market is to start with Airbnb apartments. There are 80,000 units of them across Nigeria, and we want to go from target, addressing Airbnb apartments, then also going into banks and telcos, ultimately giving energy back to the grid. Now the future is green because we have deep expertise in building batteries. I mean, we're drawn from Stellantis, we're drawn from guys from Harvard, we have guys from Oregon State University. And the countries that have the highest GDP in the world are the countries that own the IP strategy and also industrialize. Michael Okbara started this about 50 years ago. What we're simply trying to do is to raise $400,000, and we're trying to scale it across manufacturing, people, scaling, marketing. And with that, it allows us to build 250 units of the system, install it, and then ultimately achieve a revenue of over $200,000. Now the SEDC wants to 20x their value. That's what they want. We want to be the outliers to achieve that. Listen guys, someone is going to invest in building the BYD of Africa. The question is, are you going to be trusting us with that? Or are you going to be looking outside from Series B? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I would like to ask that you take a moment to look at his slides.
We were. Yeah. First and foremost, sir, I want to applaud you for your presentation. I kept on asking myself while your presentation was going on that the wrong slide appeared 3 times, and yet you certainly know the juice of your presentation. So another round of applause again for him, and going right into it, I think from your presentation, clearly you know your competition, energy, but again, my first question to you, even before we go into the technology and other things, why are you here?
Yeah, I get that a lot. I just sort of like had my flight arrive this morning, and so I had about 6 hours of hangover. I could have worked at Turing, right, where I just get a paycheck, or just continue my, postgraduate. But the question is, do we want to put Nigeria on the map, right? Do we want to compete in terms of IP? Do we want to compete in terms of industrialization? Folks have to do that. Terra Haptics, one of the brainchild of the Southeast, is also doing that. We want to be one of the outliers to champion that cause, to put Nigeria on the continent. Listen, Tesla is going to be here in another decade or so. BYD also. They're going to be looking for companies they want to acquire, right? Southeast Development Company wants to 10x their value. We want to be the guys to do that. That's why.
Great. I mean, it's great to hear that. And I feel like you have a solution, or you even have a business because of the epileptic power supply in the country at the moment, right? And
yeah. I mean, but of course, remember that we're a battery storage company, not a solar company, right?
True.
So we do 2 things. We build the hardware, and we allow the hardware. Listen, for us to achieve, the Abia State power plant, it's a 141 megawatt facility, right? We need to deploy 18,000 batteries across the Southeast. And we can also sort of like repurpose all of those battery systems for drivetrains. We're partnering with Sadler. Recently we had a call with them. Who knows, we can also build drivetrains technology for IBM also, right? Enugu also is deploying charging stations across the country. We can also do that as well. That's why we're focusing on that market.
in terms of systems you have deployed as at today, thank you for that response. In terms of systems you have deployed as at today, what's the total capacity of systems you have deployed? That's one. These equipments get to their end life. And so they will definitely end up, they could end up in landfills as waste. What systems do you have in place to ensure that we're not solving an initial problem and over a period of time when they get to their end life, we're creating another one?
I mean, it's so tragic that you didn't get to see the hardware, right? It's something that was designed from scratch to give you the Apple feeling, right? We had one of the designers from Italy, who happens to be my friend. What we've done so far is we've deployed a couple of the systems, and we're seeing an average of about 4 hours of uptime per system. But we've also seen a combined total value of about 200 hours of uptime every single month. We've also been able to avoid carbon emissions. But more importantly, these batteries have an 8-year shelf life. It's LFP. We intend to patent that as well. We have someone from Adobe on our board who's advising on that. So we intend to patent that design. We've already initiated that. So at the end of each shelf life, we take those batteries and then we repurpose them for EVs. That's what we do.
We haven't gotten there yet, but this sounds like the plan. Is that correct? Okay, thank you so much for that. I know that you have a few questions from the judges, so I'll pause here. If I have some time, I'll come back. Thank you.
What's your bench strength like? Are you the only member of your team?
Yeah, no. I mean, I have an AI sort of like background working for Turing, based out of Palo Alto. My co-founder, Nathan, I'm sure you have the slides, is an engineer, PhD level engineer at Stellantis, one of the largest EV manufacturers in the world. We have Gaurav, and we also, founders from 5 countries, including the US and Asia. So we have guys in deep tech, we have guys who have worked extensively in manufacturing, we have guys who have advised the Seed Stars, the Stanford Seed Stars program. So it's a constellation of guys from different backgrounds and different fields.
Hi, do you have a question? Thanks for your presentation. There's a slide here where you talk about selling the excess power for cash. Have you guys been able to do that? And if you have been, like what sort of numbers are we talking about?
Yeah, so that's phase 2 of the idea. Phase 1 of the idea is to get to install in the markets. The target market are Airbnbs. These guys don't advertise for uptime. I mean, just by going on Airbnb, trying to get a guy who, you typically have generators. I mean, I had that challenge more recently, in fact. And so phase 1 is to deploy a few thousand within the next couple of years. And what we're trying to do is trying to develop a bi-directional sort of like patent. Now, what that allows us to do is, say for example, you have a generator in your house, you can only pull power into the generator. But assuming the generator had an intelligence built into it and a bi-directional facility that gives back to the grid, right? What you can simply do is make money for yourself. What we've tried to do is sort of like, have ongoing conversations with EEDC. And the conversations we've had are, hey, listen, if we have these energy systems, can you uptake them from us? And the question is, the answer is always yes. If you have the megawatts in scale, we can uptake it from you. So what we're trying to do is orchestrate all of that. But first, we must start with the dynamo problem. The dynamo problem is giving energy to Airbnb apartments.
So final question from me. What's the capacity in kilowatts for your power box? Because you're targeting Airbnbs, but I'm seeing 1 power box and 5 solar panels. So realistically, how many appliances can this power box power?
That's a beautiful question. We visited about 9 African countries just to conduct this research, myself and my co-founders inclusive. And what we learned is, not just Nigeria, but for example, in Cameroon, in Zambia, where we did visit, they all have generator sets with 3 kVA, right? So we tried designing around that technology. And so what we did was we said, what's going to be the sleekest device to, sort of like that switches the generator for a battery? And how many solar panels does that battery need for 24 hours uptime? So we said, hey, it's going to take 3 hours. 3 solar panels, 1 battery stack. And then we optimized for a 40% allowance, giving you about 2 days, right? So that's the design thinking around that.
Okay, so for 3 kVA and your target market of Airbnb, so this can only take lights and a few appliances, can power air conditioners?
No. So remember I started with the generator, the 3 kVA?
Yes.
Yeah, so your 3 kVA generator can cover your air conditioner, a 2-bedroom apartment, your television.
How many air conditioners?
It depends on the air conditioner, right? And that's why you have the intelligence on the application. If you go to slide 3 or 4.
So my main question here is, it's 1 power box and 5 solar panels. So this is a very saturated market. So you should be able to tell us exactly what this 1 power box will be powering, especially when you've used Airbnbs as your target market. So those are heavy energy users where 1 power box might not suffice. And I'm seeing even for B2B units. So it just needs to be clearer on what this power box can really carry, especially since we're very familiar now in this market with solar inverters and the cost to acquire it. So if someone sees a $600 solar inverter, it should be very clear what can be powered by this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the final question for you is, are these batteries stackable?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at that, it's a click stack. We also intend to patent that technology, right? So it's DIY proof. So you just simply do it like a Lego box, and you slot it in. And it's about 12 hours of uptime, what we're currently seeing now. I did make mention of that during the presentation. Also, what we're trying to do is we're going from 12 hours to 15 hours, and then to 24 hours uptime. That's what I said.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause again for him, please.
One last question.
Okay.
Sorry.
One question. Okay.
Yeah, I was hoping that they were going to round up early. Have you tested this product in the market?
I did mention we have 3 deployed units. Sadly, it's founder-led manufacturing, right? So we do pull funds from our pockets, and then we take about 1% to about 5% of the waitlisted clients. So I do have clients who are calling me right now on the phone and say, hey, I need you to process a refund because you told me you're going to get my battery in May, and now it's May, right? So what we're seeing right now in the market is about, again, 12 hours uptime from deployed units. It's about 3. 4 hours of fuel avoidance, a few tons of CO2 emission avoided every single month.
Okay, let me help you. So the question is, have you deployed your product to the market? Yes. What has been the feedback? You've highlighted some specification. It could do this, it could run for this much hours. What has been the feedback from customers that you've serviced?
So I'm assuming you're asking in terms of value proposition and what they've gotten. Now, in terms of the feedbacks, what we're seeing on our end, and sort of like, it's not enough to test feedback, but what we're seeing is folks who are telling other folks who run Airbnb apartments to call the guy and say, hey, these guys are not a solo company, but they can hook you up with something. So our problem now isn't selling the product. Our problem is manufacturing the product, right? We can't seem to get a manufacturing facility to build it, and so that's why we're trying to build it from scratch.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you again. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mioneer Technologies. Coming up next, Star Africa. Let's put our hands together for them. Space Ops, get ready.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mercy Anukam, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Store Africa, Africa's first agentic storefront. Okay. So, $20 billion is generated annually via online retail merchants. And this sale doesn't happen via websites. 100 million users, social media users, I beg your pardon, 100 million social media users do not operate via websites. They shop via DMs. Why? We did a research and we found that 85% of online shoppers want to have conversations with vendors and sellers before they're sending their money. Okay. So now we had the issue, the same DMs making these sales was also killing the businesses. Now every minute, every vendor has a customer walking away because there's a 5-minute delay in response time. And this has also caused other challenges. Social media wasn't, built for sale. It was built for us to connect with ourselves, friendships. But with it came opportunities that you had access into other parts of the world from wherever you are. And now this has a vendor answering how much? What size? 8 hours a day, responding to DMs, comments, story replies. It was pretty exhausting, and you have this vendor burning out. So we've also had histories of vendors lashing out at their customers. This was one of the reasons. Now, 1 in 4 vendor accounts have been restricted annually. 30% of buyers have been scammed by fake vendors. And when you say DM for price, you lose 70% interest. And that's why we built Store. Stores has a customer intelligence layout that responds to DMs, manages sales, manages your inventory, processes payments, keeps records, and then sends the vendor a history of the payment and the notification the next morning without the vendor even lifting a finger. Now, every minute, even for a 9 to 5 or a busy mom like myself, a new mom who had the business, and it was so difficult because I was trying to manage my other kids and also run my business, I lost a lot of sales. So this was where the pain point came from. How does store work? Customer conversion, it sits in the already existent channels. Your WhatsApp, DMs, TikTok, so it handles all your social media platforms, responding to all the inquiries across social media platforms. We are Meta compliant, and we also handle direct messaging as well, giving the customer a storefront where they can have their product cataloged and an inventory management system. So what store gives to you is a personalized buyer experience. Think of it as a sales team that works with you 24/7. The market has spoken and is paying. Since we launched in November of 2025, we've done 210 total businesses. We introduced the payment subscription in February, and currently we have an average of 106 paying subscribers. We have done a GMV of $180,000 from November to May, and we've had an MRR of $2,000. A unique differentiator, you know, with every good business comes competition. However, our competition directs customers to the website and just handles payments. Store is different. It interacts with you, knows and understands the language of the buyer, and also keeps history, managing payments and inventory for the vendor, and also safeguarding the customer against fraud. So it's simple how we make money. We have two simple tiers, starter, max, and scale, at different payment subscriptions. So we're asking for $200,000. What this will help us is go from 106 to 1,800 paying subscribers and increase our MRR, which will also increase our GMV. We intend to hold our CAC to under $10, which will also help our LTV to CAC increase, because we're also doing currently a 9.5 increase. So the raise will also help us with infrastructure, marketing, and talent. We couldn't have done this alone. Combined, we have 30 years experience in marketing, product development, and building across fintech platforms. With Store, your shop never has to close. Join us and let's build success together. Thank you.
Thank you. You talked about your customer acquisition costs. So how do you actually acquire customers?
Okay. Currently, we're just doing referrals and word of mouth. In November of 2025, my co-founder went to Onitsha, where he grew up, and he had to interact with customers. There and then, in a period of 1 week, he had signed up to 85 businesses. We haven't run any ads yet. What we've just been doing is we did a launch in November of 2025, and we had a lot of responses because this pain point was, encountered by a lot of people, a lot of young people. Now, especially in the East, we have a generation that is handing down to another generation. And this generation is utilizing social media. They're on TikTok, they're selling, they're doing very well. Yet they're using the same tools that the previous generation was using. So it could help them address it. Now, you cannot tell an evil man to send his customer to a website to order bed sheets. He wants to speak to them. He wants to have this conversation. He wants to close the deal. We are interested in trust and building friendships. So there's a particular market that, cannot utilize what our competitors offer.
Just a quick follow-on question. Are people happy to pay monthly?
Yes, they are. Okay. So when we launched in November of 2025, we signed up 106 businesses, but by the time we had to now introduce the payment subscription, we had about 175. Currently, we're doing 210 in total, 195 active businesses and 106 subscribers on an average. Some months, what we noticed that some of the previous subscribers, they do not subscribe, but then they come back again. So it's like kind of a fluctuation. So when I had to reach out and I asked about 3 or 2 of them, they're like, oh, sometimes when I'm waiting for my goods to arrive, I just don't want to do that whole subscription, so it's understandable.
Hi, thank you. This is really good. You may have said it, but I missed it. Which of the platforms are you on in terms of social media? Are you across all of them, like TikTok,
Yes.
Facebook?
So currently, we are Metal Technical Partners, TikTok, and WhatsApp. We also have a web storefront, which is actually the moat. So in case Meta decides tomorrow not to be on the platform anymore, the moat is actually the web storefront that we have. So the storefront is actually conversational. You can come on the storefront and then you ask for product recommendations. It would actually help you pick out the product that you would need. So even when you handle your payments and everything, it tells you you should expect delivery at this particular time. So it's more like having it's like having a customer service representative attending to your needs when you go to a regular shop to shop, from inception, from when you walk into the store to when you process your payment.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for this, and I must applaud the team for the innovation behind this technology. Basically, just having like an AI store attendant. Yes. What would you say is your experience trying to onboard customers that are used to traditional, because this same experience that you have mentioned that the typical Igbo businessman would have, some people would, even though people are gradually opening up to social media, but there's still that sense of, this is my personal data that is also being exposed. So how do you manage this sort of concerns and vis-a-vis even converting customers from engagement to fee-paying customers that you tend to earn from on a month-on-month basis?
Okay, so that's why we were even in Onitsha in November. It was easier for us to be on ground and help this business sign up and on board. But with the API that we use, they do not need to give any password or anything. You only just sign up. So one of the challenges we've had and why we're asking for this raise is the onboarding process. We have to take our time to input each and every factor, and we're willing to help the vendors do it, and that's how we're able to grow as fast as we did. Once we're able to sort that out for them, it was just a breeze.
Okay, so is it that it's so technical that you have to help the businesses do it? Why are you having to help the businesses? What exactly is the challenge?
Okay, it's not so technical. So if I am doing skincare products, it's easy for me to just upload my catalog one by one or write it. The customer intelligence knows what the product is. It can fetch the imaging for you. You do not have to do all that. But for a particular generation in the East, like I talked about, you have to sit down with them. It's like trying to set up Facebook for my mom. It's pretty easy for my son, my daughter who is 13, but my mom, she wants to know why everything is why it is. So that's why we need a particular, to sit down with a particular generation. Like I talked about Mr. Emeka in my introduction, he has different bed sheets for different purposes, right? So we have to include, there's the silk, there's the satin, there's the cotton. So in instances like that, that's where we have the little challenge. It's about 10%, but it's workable.
And in the next 24 months, paint a picture of where store should be.
Wow. So in the next 24 months, we are expecting to grow from 106 to about 10,000 followers. We also want to do, the current GMV we're doing right now is about 180,000, so we expect to do more. In the words, I cannot categorically say, but the growth is positive. Currently, our MRR is at $2,000, so we aim to do more, and subscribers are coming in at an average of 28 every single month without marketing or any form of onboarding. So with this raise, we intend to use UGC creators and also foot soldiers, utilizing NYC corporates who are different categories placed in different parts of Nigeria to handle these processes, have conversations with them. But before that, we have to educate them a bit, of which, the younger generation is picking up faster. So that's why we feel like there's an incentive using NYC youth corporates.
So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
So the question is, how much of your revenue do you not pay out to your partners?
Okay, so for Meta, Facebook and Instagram is pretty free. TikTok as well is free, right? So the only API we have to pay is the WhatsApp. WhatsApp has an integrated API. So there are 3 tiers. There's a 24-hour free messaging conversation that the customer intelligence software tries to work with. But what happens is that for every time an onboarding, so let me use an example of, say, the 5,000 Naira starter kit, we have to buy tokens. WhatsApp has this thing for tokens. Like I was saying, there's 3 tiers. There's a 24-hour free window. There's also the marketing platform. There's also the broadcast message platform, all under WhatsApp. So the 24-hour is free, right? The marketing and the broadcast is paid for, but in tokens. 1 token costs 8 Naira. So what we do is that when we onboard you, we give you 400 free tokens. So we do like a profit margin of 40 to 100% because sometimes customers do not even cross that. So for the 24-hour window, you have 100 to 350 messages within that window. If you cross it, you now start pay as you go, say 1 token, 2 token, according to the messages that come. But we see that most customers do not even use up to those tokens, which is rolled over. So at the next month, they still pay. We still have your token, but you're still paying for your subscription.
So why do you think that, so you have about 4 distribution channels, WhatsApp, Meta, TikTok, right? And which one? The web front. Okay, yeah. So
it gives you a storefront as well.
Okay, so why do you think that, why do you continue to pay? Okay, that's a question. Why do you continue to pay for the WhatsApp front, right, when you have Meta that is free and TikTok that is free as distribution channels?
Is this a question for the vendor or for the customer?
For you.
For us?
Yeah.
No, we do not pay. The starter and the subscription fee is for the vendors to pay us.
Okay.
We do not necessarily pay every single time. We don't. We pay as you go. So before you come in, I've already made room for you. I've purchased credits on your account. Whether you use them or not, it's rolled over for you. However, the profit margin either goes to me, but you have to keep paying the subscription monthly.
Let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
What do you pay to Meta to be able to leverage Meta's platform?
Oh, okay, so we pay Meta less than $5. Less than $5 per month.
Per month?
Yes, for the
Okay.
tokens.
Okay.
We do not pay for the Instagram and the Facebook API, just for WhatsApp.
Okay.
It also depends on the volume. So for the Max, which has like a larger volume of interactions, say businesses that do like high volume of messages coming in, or they're running like a marketing sale or something, the Max, we now have to buy, say, $10 worth of credit. It goes a long way. It gives them more value, but just so that we're not stuck. When they exceed it, the clients, if they're getting like a revenue of, say, 20 million in sales, in profit, they are really happy to do 30,000 Naira per month.
Okay. So what you've just explained is that what you pay to Meta, for example, is related directly to the kind of volume that the kind of activity that you're doing on Meta.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the higher the activity, which is higher the subscription, which now entails that we pay up to $10 worth, but that's the highest.
So do you have like an average markup between the costs and the subscription amount that the vendor pays to you? So the question is, what's the margin, right? What's your margin? What you pay to Meta versus what your customer pays to you? What's the margin? What eventually gets to your pocket as a company?
50%. 50% worst case scenario, but sometimes it's up to 100.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. A round of applause. Next company, please.
All right, thank you. Space Ops, you're up next. All right, let's put our hands together for Space Ops. Scalo, please get ready.
Good day, everyone. We face a critical infrastructure deficit across Africa. In fact, according to the World Bank, to close the Nigerian infrastructure deficit, we would need to invest $10 billion every year for the next 10 years. That's a $100 billion problem. Without infrastructure, there will be no shelter, no place to work or conduct business, no place to store inventory for business owners. In essence, without infrastructure, we are starving ourselves of the much-needed oxygen needed to breathe life into the Southeast's economy. While we're optimistic that at some point we'll be able to close this deficit, individuals and businesses today need to find a way to manage the limited infrastructure that we do have. And as a result, we're gravitating towards sharing. We now have co-working and shared office spaces, shared warehouses for inventory, even shared studios for content creators. We also have shared containers for our Igbo brothers and sisters to bring in their goods from China and Vietnam. But sharing infrastructure is hard because there are so many moving parts. People are managing bookings across WhatsApp, spreadsheets, and they're doing this for multiple properties. Sometimes you get people double booking. Sometimes you miss payments. And when you make mistakes like this too often, losing money is inevitable. And this is why we're building Space Ops. Space Ops gives business owners an efficient way to manage spaces and services in one system, allocate resources like power and internet, and to do all this in a way that maximizes profits without degrading the integrity of the structure. Our primary users are owners and operators of co-working spaces, innovation hubs, and creative studios. And once we've hacked that market, we plan to conquer the warehouse, long-haul storage, and car park markets. Owners can manage bookings, recurring payments, maintenance scheduling, and so much more. And individual customers can manage their memberships of shared spaces, track usage, and get advanced analytics on how to maximize their usage. The African co-working space market is projected to reach 1.56 billion by 2030. And several new markets are just emerging, like shared warehouse markets, content studio markets, car park markets, and so much more, especially in Nigeria and Africa at large. In 2 years, we've served 7 businesses, processing over 50,000 bookings and more than 70 million naira in payments. And even as we speak, we have 11 businesses on our wait list. It was 10 2 days ago, but now we have 11. Our team is made up of young professionals with experience running space-sharing businesses and building scalable technology. And we're raising 400,000 to accelerate product development, to grow our customer base, and to grow the team required for that. And our goal is stupidly simple. Sell 1-year growth plans at $39 a month to 2,000 African businesses over 5 years and process 7 figures in revenue. We know that this is an ambitious plan, but with our knowledge and your expertise, we know that this is something that we can achieve. Thank you.
Well done on your presentation. You mentioned that you've gotten 7 customers in 2 years. What's the average time it takes for you to onboard a customer?
Okay. So because this is a B2B business, and we know that the B2B sales cycle is so much longer than the average cycle for businesses, it can take anywhere from 1 week to 2 months, depending on what their budget is at the time and how much of a need that they have for the business.
Could you give more insights to who your customers are?
Okay, right now, all our 7 customers are co-working spaces and innovation hubs. And what they do is they sell time. They sell time, they sell internet, they sell electricity. So for example, Cafe One is an ideal customer of ours. So that's the kind of customer that we have. But on our wait list, we have a variety of people. We have warehouse inventory. They want to be onboarded. But the thing is, we do not have the skill to, we have not still scaled the software far enough to accommodate the people on our wait list, and that is why they are still on a wait list. And this is why we're raising, because we want to scale that infrastructure to accommodate that.
Is sales founder-led, or do you have anyone else on your team that is focused on this?
Sales is not founder-led. Sales is BRM-led, business relationship managers. So of course, founders have a role to play when it comes to looking for customers. But we primarily are using agents to go to places. And we're not just using any agents. We're not just going to pick just anyone. They have to have a specific kind of background, have a specific kind of network to be our BRMs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. How many businesses are available? How big is this market? So just from a bottom-up analysis, how many businesses do you think would like this solution that you're offering? And on the pricing, the existing 7 users, what is their sense on the pricing of that $39 a month?
Okay. So most of it, because we're currently, so we have 3 tiers right now. We have the freemium. I'm going to just show you. Okay. So we have the freemium model, the access layer, where we just collect a 1% fee on all bookings. We have a $39 per month growth plan, and we have an enterprise pricing plan. Now, most of our current customers are using the starter plan, they're using the free plan, and we're getting 1% off, a 1% fee on all of their bookings. But we have interest from people that have multiple spaces. And we believe that these people are going to have to use either the growth plan or the enterprise plan once we have gotten them on board. So is that, I'm so sorry, I forgot the rest of your question.
How big is this market? How many customers do you think are available in the market?
Okay, truth is, we don't know. But the co-working space market is estimated to reach 1.56 billion by 2030. It's a really, really large market. And we are not just limiting ourselves, that's just the numbers for Africa. But we're not just limiting ourselves to Africa. This is a software. It can scale. We do not have any competitors in Africa right now as we speak. All our competitors, the few people we were able to find, were from the Netherlands, Europe, and America. So we do believe that this market is really large. And all our 7 customers are in the southeast, and the 11 people on our wait list are just in the southeast and in Lagos. So we do believe that, because we've not even done a lot of marketing, we're just telling people about this solution. We initially built it for ourselves, and we're just telling people about this solution, and we already have seven customers. So we do believe that, based on market response, it's a very large market that we can serve.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is, what do you need to do to get the business from, to get your customers from the freemium bucket to the bucket where they then have to pay $39 per month? What do you need to guarantee for them to take that price?
Can I have a minute to think about it?
Yeah.
Okay. So the thing with the starter layer is that it's for small businesses. It is by design for smaller businesses. So if they only have one co-working space, they have no reason to go for the growth layer. But if they want analytics, for example, if they are looking for a way to expand, they would have to move up. Because this is something that is, as someone who has run a co-working space, you cannot do much without analytics. So if we sell that solution to them, and of course there's maintenance scheduling as well. I don't know if I can. There's maintenance scheduling as well. This is a unified platform across 3 layers. These are our value propositions. Now, if you're just on the startup plan, you only have access to some of the things in the first layer, like bookings and scheduling and payments. But if you want something like recurring payments, you want something like maintenance scheduling, you want something like appliance and asset monitoring, you have to move up. Because these layers can only be found on the growth plan or maybe on the enterprise plan. So that's how we do that.
I think the final question for me is for the additional services you're looking to provide at the second layer, have you priced the cost of those services into the $39, or you're looking to get there before you then start looking at price review?
Okay. So to an extent, we have priced these things, but the thing with physical spaces, for example, is that it is really difficult to put a pin in, like, to like get a true estimate of just how much you're going to need to do certain things. However, based on the data that we do have, from the 7 people that we're currently serving, we have priced that into at $39. But of course, when we grow and we have a much wider database to work with, we're probably going to either review our prices upward or downwards. So that's the plan for us.
Great. Thank you so much for your responses. A round of applause again for her, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Space Ops. We'll be taking 30 minutes break from now, just so we could have lunch and relax. Once we're back, Scalu, you'll be going up next. So yeah, let's take a break. Thank you. A round of applause for that beautiful, beautiful performance. How are we feeling this afternoon? Or is it evening already? We're too quiet too. Have you had lunch? The yes is so little. If you've not had lunch, why are you waving your hands? Okay, so just quick updates before we continue. The first thing is all the teams in the incubator track are done pitching and they're all here. They're all in here now, right? Please let's put our hands together for the teams and the startups in the incubator track. Lovely, lovely pitches from each of them. Just to remind us, please, time management is very important. So for the remaining teams that are yet to pitch, you have 3 minutes to pitch, 5 minutes for questions, and also kindly note that every minute that you take, you'll be penalized for that, and it could affect your final scores. Now to my honorable judges, please let's put our hands together for them. Been doing an amazing job so far. Kindly note that the following teams are not present, so you could note them in your sheet. So One Grid Energies is not here. AgriPulse AI is also not here. Isofin, Kitovu Technology Company, Noted Mark AI. So I'll just go over it one more time. One Grid Energies is not here. AgriPulse AI, Isofin, Kitovu, and Noted Mark AI. And also, Smart Airs would go last. All right, so without further ado, please let's put our hands together as we welcome Skalu. Please put your hands together for them. And as they're presenting Nigerians, please get ready. Thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Perfection Reward. I'm the founder and CEO of Scalo. Scalo helps businesses get paying customers in cities outside Lagos by paying everyday people to recommend their products to people they already know. Businesses want to acquire customers in Onitsha or Kano. They run digital ads, but without enough data, the ads reach the wrong people or not enough of the right people. They try to do field sales, but it takes too much time, over 3 months, and the cost is unbearable. So they give up and they leave out hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue. This is happening to over 5 million businesses across Africa. Take Oraimo, for example, launching a new product. Instead of setting up an expensive stand across different markets and launching field campaigns across different cities, Scalo helps them manage hundreds of everyday people who spread the word through their existing relationships. A conversation at work, a WhatsApp message, a recommendation to a neighbor. Each person gets a unique link and we tell them what to say. When someone clicks on that link to become a paying customer, they get paid immediately. Scalo has helped businesses capture thousands of customers across 100 cities in Nigeria. Scalo has helped businesses capture customers across 100 cities in Nigeria. Average monthly spend for businesses on Scalo has grown by 20x in the last 12 months. We have 2.5 billion naira in market spend. So we have 2.5 million naira in businesses and market spend committed on our platform with 65 million naira to be consumed by year end. And like I said earlier, our average monthly spend has grown by 20x from 50,000 naira to 1 million naira. The market size in Nigeria, there are over 500,000 businesses that need this. Across Africa, the number is at 5 million. Our target for the next 5 years is to get 5,000 businesses. That's $25 million in revenue for Scalo. Businesses pay a 20% service fee on top of their spend on Scalo, and we also take a 30% commission from what the advocates earn. In essence, for every $1,000 a business spends on Scalo, we keep $500. My team has combined 20 years experience working with businesses like PZ Cousins and MultiChoice. I have a deep background in mathematics and I've spent years leading marketing expansion for an international company, Chariso. We're also backed by investors from Coursera and Founders Institute. We're raising $100,000 to acquire 100 plus customers in 18 months with $500,000 in revenue. About half of this is going to finishing our product. This will replace our current manual operations, and also a quarter of that are going to go into sales. We're hiring account managers to close the pipeline that we already have, and also refine and expand that. And also 25% of that is also going to go into operations. We have about 2.5 billion that businesses have committed to our platform, so we need to execute on those while we build our platform. We're building the fastest pathway for businesses to scale across Africa while shaping the next generation of talent. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. A few things come to mind, So how do you identify your customers that they keep on paying? I think from your presentation, you mentioned that you make 50% off every customer you onboard. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Excellent. So walk us through how you get to identify these customers and how come the margins are that high? Is there any specific reason for it?
Okay, so Scalo works with large enterprises that are serving consumers and small businesses, so specific on consumers and small businesses. So our first approach is to first of all target large-scale consumer enterprises with very large spend volume, right? So these are the likes of, we already have Oraimo as a customer, Allscraft as a customer, FCMB Bank as a customer. And here's our margins are so high. Why there are platforms like Fiverr and Upwork whereby you can hire people to do work for you, but Scalo owns the outcome, and the outcome is tied to revenue. So a business wants to spend $1,000, for example, Scalo charges 20%, so they pay $1,200, and then the $1,000 that is paid to the people that are driving the growth for the businesses, Scalo also takes 30% from that, and that's why it's a 50% margin. We take 50% of whatever they spend on Scalo.
So how do you walk us through how long does it take you from engagement with these businesses? How do you even identify them in the first place? And how do you close the deal?
Okay.
Typical experience.
So Scalo is sales-led. I'm the founder. I've been into sales for the past 3 years. I've been driving market expansion for international companies. So some of these businesses, we've done businesses with them in some other capacity. For example, for Oraimo, it took us about 1 week to close Oraimo. For FCMB Bank, it also took us about 2 weeks to close FCMB Bank. So I've seen from enterprise customer when you're solving a pain point very direct to their revenue, they on their own accelerate the sales process. So we pretty much have a very fast sales process that closes on average about 2, at most 3 weeks for any enterprise deal.
Thank you for the presentation. I think my quick question would be that what service offerings are you giving to your customers today that other marketing agencies cannot deliver to those same set of customers outside of Lagos?
Okay, so Scalo is first of all not a marketing agency, right? What we do is that, now, how we do this is that there are people, your customers already exist in communities, right? There are communities of teachers, there are communities of freelancers, there are communities of developers. They already exist in communities. So what we do is that we use AI. I don't want to be so technical, but we use AI to find the closest people that are within those your target customers, right? So for example, if you're a cross-border payment startup, we help you identify freelancers that exist within communities. So those freelancers become the distribution point for your offer, right? So now, how we do this very simply that other agencies or whatever other distribution channel that businesses leverage is that number one, Scalo is tied to revenue, right? So Scalo is not tied to downloads, Scalo is not tied to sign up, Scalo is not tied to users following on your social media. Scalo simply is tied to revenue. And the second part of it is that Scalo also does not put the effort on the people to close the sale. So the people are not salespeople that are closing the sale for you, they are simply distribution points. So what we do is that we're already embedded into the products of these customers, so we can see the entire flow and reward the advocates accordingly. So this not just only allows us to drive revenue for the business, it always allows us to surface data insight. For example, one of our customers, I'm not going to mention them, right? When they were rolling out the new products with us, and they were also driving campaigns through other distribution channels. What happened was that users could not sign up, right? And they did not know. But we're getting that signal because to the people that are being engaged by the advocates of Scalo, they don't know it's an ad. It's simply their friend talking to them about something. It's simply their neighbor. It's simply somebody in their community that is telling them about something. It's not an ad to them. So if they're having an issue, they reach out to those people to say, I have an issue with this, right? I want you to help me solve this, right? So that's how we're able to collect insights from the market. So it's not just a one-way distribution. It's a two-way as we collect market insight and also help the businesses make product improvement. So back to that story. So when we provided the information to the business, they were checked their systems and everything seemed okay, right? But we're still getting that signal. Fast forward, what we found out was that our OT Pro provider was down, but they didn't know. Right? And the only reason they were able to see that was because of the human insight, the human relationship in that distribution pipeline. When we looked at the logs, they were losing about 2,000 customers on average per day. And that was how Scalo was able to plug that gap. So it's not just market distribution to help businesses get customers, it's the insight. A lot of these other distribution channels, it's one way. They put it out there, they see data, and they try to predict what is going on. You know, I need to adjust my copy, I need to change the video, but Scalo tells you what is actually happening because there are people that are actually driving it.
Thank you for that clarity. I guess my follow-on, you mentioned that Scalo is tied to revenue.
Yes.
So which means that you track the customers onboarded
yes.
up until the point of revenue. Yeah. If I use FCMB that you mentioned as an example, how do you know when FCMB has generated some type of revenue from a customer? Because when you look at the banking model, they basically will generate their revenue maybe from like interest income or bank charges on banking services. How do you then know that they've generated revenue from these customers and you're able to charge, get your own revenue on the back of that? And again, at what point do you get paid? At the point where they generate revenue from the customer, or how does it work?
Okay, so Scalo maps to the closest performance action that is tied to revenue. And ideally, that action has to be something that can be completed within 24 hours, right? So for using a bank, the most efficient signal for measuring revenue is wallet funding, right? So when somebody funds your wallet, when you onboard a user and they fund your wallet, it is automatically guaranteed that they are going to make a transaction. If you have a shitty product, they're going to transfer their money out. If you have a good product, they're going to transfer their money from them, right? But we don't just blindly measure with revenue to say, okay, you only simply pay us when you get customers. We look at their current existing funnel, right? So for example, when they get 100 customers, how many of those 100 customers get to the next stage? How many of these other customers get to the next stage, right? So what we are simply doing is that as these customers are flowing through the funnel, we are adjusting how much is being paid to the advocates at the top of the funnel. So for example, before we launch the campaign, we know that for every 100 customers, 50 are going to turn to paying, 50 are going to turn paying customers, right? And to FCMB Bank, for example, to them, it's worth 500 naira, right? Now, so what happens is that when we start looking at the funnel, and then for every 100, we find out that it's no longer 50 that's getting to paying customers, it is 30, right? So what happens is that we are going to automatically readjust the payment that the advocates derive for driving traffic into the funnel. So let's say, for example, they were paid 500 naira, but because of that has cut down, there are no longer 50 customers moving forward, it is going to be reduced to 200 naira or 300 naira to ensure that the cost does not exceed what FCMB Bank wants to pay per customer. Now, we don't just stop there. If it's a decrease whereby we know that 50 customers should be coming through this funnel, right, or getting to the final stage, and there's less than that, right, that is where these advocates bring out the data insights for us. So we collect this data across hundreds of advocates, depending on the scale of the campaign, across the different cities that they are working in, so we can tell exactly what is wrong. So it might be that, oh, I tried to use FCMB Bank before they held my money, right? Or something is happening, I'm using, this bank, and I don't want to switch, right? So those insights are passed back across to FCMB Bank that used to improve their offer and also improve on their products. So it's not just simply a one-way distribution, it's a two-way intelligence, right, that helps them refine their offer, understand, not guess, right? So they're not guessing, they know exactly that this is wrong with the offer, or this is what is wrong with the product.
Great, thank you so much for your presentation. I think that was brilliant. Thank you. Round of applause, please.
Thank you. Okay, Nigerians, you're up next. YQ, please get ready. Please let's put our hands together for Nigerians.
Good evening. Deck, please. Yep. Deck, please. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Kelechi Uchenna here, co-founder and CEO at Nigenius. We're building RoboLearn Digital, Africa's first gamified robotics learning platform. Do you know that 9 out of 10 primary and secondary school students will most likely leave school without any coding or digital skills? When they get into the university, 60% of them will enroll for non-STEM courses. Meanwhile, there's a massive demand for STEM and technology jobs. When they graduate, 82% of them will be stuck in the informal, low productivity job market, losing the country and the Southeast region in particular lots of revenue and productivity. And the saddest part is that Africa, with 19% of the world's population, only contributes to 1% of global innovation. We have to solve this problem. How are we solving this problem? RoboLearn Digital, Africa's first gamified robotics learning platform. Using RoboLearn, students can build robots virtually, learn robotics offline and online. They can also learn robotics in a structured learning path from beginner all the way to expert and get certifications. And guess what? RoboLearn is also built for African hardware and connectivity realities with low bandwidth access. Before RoboLearn, students no drive, no interest in STEM, coding or robotics. They don't have access to physical kits. Their teachers don't have the skills and they don't have interest. After RoboLearn, they can now build robots virtually and physically, gain certifications. We like to say we can get a primary 3 students building robots and coding them in 3 months. And they are also able to get certifications and now gain the confidence to enroll in STEAM-related courses in uni. The global STEM education market is a $75 billion market. Africa's STEM education market is a $1.5 billion market. We plan to capture 5% of that market. That's a 75 million USD market, over 100 billion naira. So far, for our legacy business, which is subject tutoring, coding and robotics tutoring, we've tutored over 8,000 students over the last 4 years. We work with 28 schools. And we've generated over $350,000 in revenue. However, even though the schools trust us and we build trust, we still understand that tutoring works, but we need a digital platform to scale. And that's where RoboLearn Digital comes in. With RoboLearn Digital, we already have 500 beta users, and our plan is to get to 5,000 active users by December. Our business model is quite simple. We charge a pay-as-you-go system where you can buy robo credits. You can buy for 2,000 naira, you can buy 500 robo credits. That can give you 10 lessons and 2 projects, right? Our CAC is just 1,000 naira, and our LTV is 24,000 with a gross margin of 75%. Compared to our competitors, we are offline. We don't require any hardware kits. We are also built for African connectivity. You can use us on a 2G and a 2 gig RAM smartphone, and we also use pay-as-you-go, no subscriptions, so there's no commitment. We're looking for a 500K pre-seed that's going to be used to drive our engineering, our content, sales and marketing and distribution. With this money, we can achieve 400,000 active users by the end of 2028, of which 50% of them are going to be paying. We can also achieve $2.5 million in revenue. This is my team. I have 10 years experience in EdTech. My team scored across finance, sales, development, and also robotics as well. This is my second EdTech. Join us so that we get kids in the Southeast excited about robotics. And let's build the future AI and robotics talent of the Southeast and Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. How do you get the kits to the students that are learning online?
Okay, how do we get the kids?
The kits, the robo kits.
Okay, good question. So RoboLearn Digital is an online platform. We get the kids to build these robots in 3D dimensional space first. However, if somebody is interested in going further, we actually have our own indigenous genius box kits, which go for as low as 70K. I have one of them here as well. Yeah. So we also sell this. That is if you want to go further and get physical kits, we can get you this as well.
And that's how much?
It's just for 70K.
70K or 170K?
70,000.
Okay.
You can build like 4 different robots with this.
So basically, parents learning or students learning online can parents can buy the kits as well, the hardware as well, and learn to program on that. Are these one-on-one classes or group classes?
One-on-one classes.
Okay, perfect.
Self-learning,
Thank you. And I think I might have missed it, or did you say it? How much do you charge per class?
Okay, on RoboLearn.
Yeah,
on
digital.
You buy Robo credits. We're not doing subscriptions.
How much roughly per lesson?
Okay.
How many credits cost for one lesson? Okay.
If you're doing 2,500 Robo credits and you can get 10 lessons, that's like 200 naira per lesson.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
How's been the demand so far for this product?
Okay, that's a great one. So good, the demand has been great, right? You know, we have a network of schools that we work with. We work with 28 schools across 3 cities, Lagos, Abuja, and Ibadan. We're one of the only players that operates in 3 cities for robotics and STEM tutoring. We're already pushing the product out through our classrooms of our students, and they're very excited. I have videos of kids shouting and getting excited. Oh, God, it's a robot, it's a sensor.
Can you give me numbers?
Numbers. So currently now, I can say we have at least 200 to 300 students actually using RoboLearn Digital right now.
When did you launch this product?
Product was launched ending of January, early February.
So February 2026 to May, you have 200 active users. And how much are they spending per student or pupil?
Okay, that's a good question. Like I said, RoboLearn, we haven't started any revenue yet. We're still in the testing phase. We just want to get people excited. So right now, if they pay, it's not real money. But people are actually clicking and buying credits. That's the most important thing.
How much runway do you have for this product?
How much runway do I have for this product? Currently, runway, I would say till the end of this year. That's why we need that extra support to push it out there. Yeah.
Hi, got a question. The physical device, is that made locally or do you ship in the parts to put the box together?
That's a very good question. So this physical device, the parts are, we buy and assemble. Yeah, we buy and assemble. We haven't started rolling out yet, but that's in the future iteration. Yeah, but they're readily available.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Kelechi. One of the questions that come to mind, when you think about this product, you mentioned that it's about 200 naira per class, right? Per lesson.
Per lesson.
And walk us through. Is it? I want to believe that a typical participant or student needs a number of lessons, right? And did you do it that way so that you can cash in as quickly as possible, or even though you can pay 200 naira, you still have to go through all the lessons for a particular learning module or something? Yeah. How is that priced?
Okay, that's a good one. So the first reason why we went the Robo Credits way is Nigerians and subscriptions are not very good friends, right? But how we've done the Robo Credits is that you buy them in bundles. So there's starter, there's scholar, there's expert. So this is 2K, this is 5K, this is 10K. So as you pay in bundles, right? That's how we do it. But as you're learning on the platform, your credits are diminishing, and you now need to buy more credits to continue.
So when a typical customer is paying for it,
yes,
he's buying credits.
Buying credits, yes.
through like a wallet system, and once you have those credits, as you watch, it depletes.
Yes.
As you learn, it depletes, and you now need to recharge.
Yes.
Does this lead to any form of competency exams, or what's the pathway beyond just learning the skills?
Good. That's a good question. Just to add that, aside the pay-as-you-go, we also do licenses for B2B schools, and we also do for B2G in case the state wants to deploy for teachers. That's a different pricing. But however, a typical module is content, quizzes, projects, assignments, and also learning and watching videos. And you also have that AI tutoring support to give you, in case your code is not working or there's something that you can answer, you can chat the AI tutor and it responds and gives you information.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I think my quick question would be, RoboLearn, is it a company or a product?
RoboLearn is a product.
It's a product. So how do you intend to structure whatever capital that will come in? Are you looking to fundraise on a product basis or on the non-genius level?
That's a very good question. So if you look at when I was talking about our traction, right, we've done over $350,000 in revenue. If our tutor, which is our legacy business, tutoring, Genius Box, RoboLearn, right? So, but we understand that digital SaaS is the future. We can reach more people, reach further places, especially even diaspora Africans. The bulk of the funding is going to go into pushing this product because we believe this product is the future for us.
So whatever investment is coming in is coming at the company level, and then you're using it to finance to finance the product.
Great, thank you so much for the presentation. A round of applause, please.
So coming up next is YQ. Let's put our hands together for YQ. Climax screen, please get ready.
YQ. I will find.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Akwabata Ukoye, and today I'll be presenting to you our product, YQ. YQ is a TikTok-like food delivery app built to boost visibility for both online and local food vendors, and as well make the ordering and delivery process faster and easier. During our research, we found out that TikTok and Instagram is the growing social media platform that helps with product discovery because of their visually appealing contents. These contents are known to convert businesses, leading into business growth impact, purchasing behavior by over 40%. However, during this high demand, most vendors are unequipped to manage the volume and the speed required. This is where YQ comes in. With YQ, a consumer have access to explore as many vendors and restaurants, interact with it just like the TikTok app, and as well place their orders, make payments, and have the food delivered to them all within one app. Our total addressable market is valued at $3.9 billion, and we are currently focusing on the Southeast market. Our business model includes the advertising fee, the service fee, delivery fee, and commission we get from restaurants. We have been able to build YQ in phases. We are currently moving into phase 2, where we plan to reach a wider audience and implement more advanced features. However, during the experimental phase, we were able to onboard 55+ restaurants, 5,000 registered users, and handle transactions of 70 million naira plus, where 8% belonged to YQ as our revenue. Our competitors, we clearly stand out because we're using an interface that this generation is used to already. We also have a feature for vendor verification to reduce every report of fraud and theft. As well, we offer equal visibility for all restaurants, including the popular and the upcoming. And finally, we are currently dominating the Southeast region, which our competitors are overlooking. Our team includes myself, with 2 years' experience in logistics management and product management, Pascal, who is our engineer and who is also a former online kitchen expert, and Lawrence, who has records of scaling products to over 600,000 users. We are currently asking for $150,000. This will be spread across marketing, operations, and technology. This will help us reach our target of 50,000 active users, generate revenue of $300,000, and as well expand to other cities like Oka, Owerri, and Asaba. Join YQ today and empower the fast food market in Southeast. Thank you.
Well done with that pitch. Quick question on your experience. So you said you have experience in logistics. Can you share a bit more light on it and why your team is best pleased to run this business?
Okay. So it's not only my logistics that is currently handling YQ. We have partnership with other logistic companies.
No, I'm talking more about your own personal background. Yes, you said you have a background in logistics, yeah?
Yes, I've run the logistic business for over 2 years and CWC rides. I started it while I was in school. So during the course of running the business, sometimes we faced issues of not having enough orders and it was not bringing as much revenue as we planned. And that was when the idea of food delivery app came up and we decided to collaborate and build something that will help us generate more revenue for the logistics.
Well done on your presentation. I'm just looking at your competition slide. Are you saying that there are currently no food delivery platforms in Enugu?
No, they are. That is why they don't have, the emoji there is like black because they are not currently dominating this market. These people currently focus on the South, which is like the big cities like Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and most of them are not dominating here right now in Enugu and other Southeast regions.
Okay. What's your unique selling point compared to your competitors? Not just about the food ordering, but what will be different about YQ versus your competitors? I'm asking because the people on your slide have raised minimum of $7 million and you're raising 100K. So what's the special thing why somebody will use YQ versus any other food platform?
Okay, with YQ, on the vendors aspect, unlike our competitors, they usually give advantage to the popular restaurants. If you go to their app, it's mostly these popular restaurants you already know that you see at the forefront, or else you start searching for other local vendors. But on our platform, due to the TikTok algorithm, everyone has equal visibility to reach our audience. And also, not every one of them have vendor verification. There are a lot of complaints about theft, fraud, fake vendors. However, we took that into consideration and making sure that every vendor that is onboarded is legit and we reduce the reports of fraud. And lastly, the TikTok interface. It's with this generation, everyone is addicted to visually appealing content. It has a very high conversion rate, and that's what brought our interest into it. So something that will make people crave for it and immediately place their order and get their food without any hiccups.
Well done.
Thank you.
Sorry, please, can you walk us through your vendor verification process? That's the vendors listed on your platform. Can you please walk us through that verification process?
Okay, right now we currently verify our vendors by meeting them one-on-one. So we see evidence of their shops, their platform, and we have like a one-on-one conversation before we approve. It's not like a platform they can just go there, verify, and start posting their food. We have to meet them or have a meeting with them, verify their how valid they are, and then approve their presence on our platform.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. You mentioned that that you give equal preference to all the vendors on your platform. Just to be curious, have you thought about it a bit why some of the competitors give preference to some of the popular restaurants? Yeah, so if you can, that's not the main question, right? It's just to help you think in that direction a bit, because a number of these guys, they have marketing budget, they have a lot of visibility as well, you know, so usually it's a way for the service providers, that's the app, the food apps, to be able to leverage on the marketing budget of those restaurants as well. So you could think about it as a good strategy to pursue as well. Which side would you give maybe more attention to, the customers or the vendors on your platform?
Okay, thank you for that question. Our primary target users is the customers because the engagement and purchasing is dependent on them.
Okay, so, and that leads me to, I mean, it's a bit connected. The question I asked earlier and now, it's a bit connected because the customers are most likely familiar with these brands. And then when they come to the platform, they are not seeing those brands almost immediately. It tends to question, you know, throw some kind of question around if you're really serious in business, right? But I think what you're trying to do is great, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
A round of applause again for them. Thank you for the presentation.
All right, thank you. Coming up next is Climax Green, Agrovision. Let's put our hands together for Climax Green. Kira AI Limited, please get ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Slide. Climax Green. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Uche Francis, and my team member is LOB Emmanuel. We are here to fish on Agrofusion. My mother sold cassava to pay my school fees. In many villages, farmers like her lose harvest in 1 of 3 because there is no way to ensure the rest. They feed the region, but the system ignores them. Across Southeast, 4 million of smallholders produce most of what we eat. Yet, they have never had a loan and never seen an insurance payout, never signed an enforceable contract, and they lived one bad season away from poverty. Die a short code, save, borrow, and insure. Agrofusion is a USSD-based tech. Farmers transact in their own language, on the phone they already own, and through cooperative they trust. Lending, insurance is the wage, and the platform is the price. Save, borrow, and insure. Insure are how we get in. Once a farmer holds an identity and a wallet, 8 small products run on the same rails, each one making others valuable. Our business model, Cooperatives are our distribution. We do not chase farmers one by one. We sign cooperatives, and the cooperative becomes our super agents, earning commission on every transaction it processes for its members. Our revenue stream, our revenue stream is transaction fees, 3 to 6%. Lending yield, WAC plus 30%. From one cooperative to a region. We build the market from ground up, farmer by farmer and cooperative by cooperative. The numbers compound naturally. Our TAM is $1.25 billion, and our SAM is $200 million. Our sum is $2 million. We are live. 750 farmers are on our wait list, and we have signed a letter of intent. We have generated 32.25 million naira revenue in Climax Green. The team building agrofusion. The team building agrofusion are operators who have lived in this problem. LOB Emmanuel Obuneme, co-founder, and myself. We are asking for $120,000 to onboard 1,500 farmers in 24 months. 30% we go into agent and trading administration. 15% we go into USSD infrastructure and API. 55% we go into lending pool. My mother is still farming, and she's one of the 750. With agrofusion, she will not be the best to serve, and she will be the first of millions.
Great, thank you so much for this presentation. A round of applause again for them. One of the things that come to mind is, how do you identify these farmers, right? And based on their earning capacity, how do you intend to improve that earning capacity through your solution?
Okay. How we identify the farmer. Personally, I myself, I'm a farmer. I grew up in a Korea community. So I know how the system works here. Our model is that we acquire farmers that are already in cooperative. So it provides a bit of what the documentation. So what we do is that we don't just give farmer loan. We provide farmers with what? With access to what? Insurance. Because we want the farmer to what? To make money. A better on-funded farmer, we what? We do USMO. So, and we all know that, yeah, so we all know that climate change is what? Is affecting for farmers. So we want to protect ourselves and also what? Protect the farmer. That is why we are what? We are selling an insurance program to them. We are not the what? The underwriter of this insurance. We are going to what? To integrate with the third party like Ola that offers parametric insurance to provide a sort of what? Protection to what? To them. Someone will ask me, why do we choose parametric insurance instead of the indemnity insurance? We have realized that the market we serve, those farmers cannot afford the traditional insurance, which is what? The indemnity insurance. Due to the what? The cost of writing such insurance outweigh the what? The premium. So we tend to what? Integrate the parametric insurance, which work on the what? On an agreed metric between the what? Insurer and the farmer. Through that way, we intend to what? To protect the farmer. We also organize the farmer in cooperative. Farmers can aggregate what? Their produce. When they aggregate their produce, they tend to find a larger market, and they tend to what? To sell better.
Thank you so much for your response. A quick question on the farmers. You mentioned that you aggregate them into cooperatives and you help them to aggregate and sell. Do you also off-take? So do you buy from them, or you just connect them to markets? That's one. And then for the lending, do you also, are you bearing the risk? Because you mentioned for the insurance, you don't take the underwriting risk. For the lending, is it from your balance sheet that you're lending? Or are you taking on that risk, or are you also linking them to banks?
Okay.
Thank you.
Your first question is if we buy from them. So we don't buy from them. We provide them access to what? To market. On the lending part, AgroFusion goal is to what? Is to solve the what? The data gap that exists in what? In the farming community. No bank or institutional lender is going to what? To lend a farmer that does not have any history, any collateral to what? To back up the loan. So what we do now is what? Is to raise money and lend those farmers from our balance sheet. By that way, we create a what? A credit history that if when the platform grows, bank and other institutions can what? Can plug into the platform and lend to what? To them.
I must say thank you very much for your responses. Brilliant presentation again. A round of applause for them. Thank you.
All right, coming up next is Kira AI Limited. Let's put our hands together for Kira AI Limited. Afiari, please get ready.
Hello, I'm Obichina Emmanuel. I'm the CEO and founder of Kira AI Limited. So Kira AI lets Nigerians send money through WhatsApp. So our story is this. While building our previous company in YQ, we usually had to send money to over 100 dispatch riders daily. And as you can imagine, this would be very cumbersome. So what we realized was that the intent to pay always started on WhatsApp. They send us the account number on WhatsApp. They tell us what they want to buy on WhatsApp. But then we'd have to leave WhatsApp, open our banking app, do OP facial verification, send the money, come back to WhatsApp and send them proof of payment. What we then thought about was that, why can't we do all this on WhatsApp? When they give us when they send us the account number, why can't I just tag Kira AI or another AI on that chat and it handles everything? So this was actually what led to Kira. So we initially built the first version of Kira, which allowed Nigerians to send money through WhatsApp. And since then, it has been amazing. We have gotten over, we launched November 2025, and since then it has been amazing. We have got over 9,600 users. We have processed over 676 million, and we are growing month by month, over 40%. We are growing so rapidly that in the first week of January, we processed 200,000. As of last week, we crossed 35 million processed in a single day. That represents about 175x increase in our gross merchandise volume growth. The market opportunity in this exists in two phases. Nigeria has a population of over 250 million. Out of that population, over 90 million have WhatsApp or are familiar with WhatsApp. This represents a free distribution for us. Since our product runs on an app that they already know, we already have access to free distribution from all of them. The Nigerian banking sector in 2024 had a total payment volume of over 600 trillion. In 2025, that number increased to about 1.2 quadrillion. Just capturing 1% of this market represents about 6 trillion for us in gross merchandise volume. The opportunity in this is so massive, and we have the opportunity to move to other African countries. We can expand to Ghana, Kenya, South Africa, as the case may be. Since we launched, there were some other surprising signals we have also discovered. For instance, this represents the first real chance to bank the unbanked in Nigeria. What do I mean by this? Nigeria has a population of about 38 million that do not know how to speak English. That means that the default banking app would never work for them. With Kira, you can speak in your natural language, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, any of your natural language. You can use voice note and you can use to speak, and it works. There's also the Kira for businesses, which we just launched April, and so far it has been amazing. We are launching this with three companies. The Abuja Ride. Abuja Ride is an EV company in Abuja. They are launching next month with 3,000 electric vehicles, and we are their sole processor for every payment that is going to be happening in their system. The S-Mobile is also another. They are one of MTN's biggest distributor network, and we are going to be their channel in which they are going to be distributing their network. And we also have Ajo, that we are part of the people that we are launching with. We are looking to raise $1 million to build this WhatsApp native platform. Most of the money will be used for expansion, about 15% will be used for team, and the remaining 5% for infrastructure. How we intend on making money to make it worth your while? We have three primary ways. We have collective interest on users' float. We have already negotiated this with the banks we are partnering with. We have 21% that they are willing to give us 21% interest on the collective user float for our users. We also have interest, commissions on bills payments, and we also have the normal charges that banks make when you do a transaction. So thank you very much, and I hope you join us.
Sorry, so if I hear you correctly, you use the WhatsApp backbone. Is that what you use?
Can you repeat the question?
The backbone you use for this service you provide, is it a WhatsApp platform?
Yes, it's primarily on WhatsApp, but we have plans to expand to other social media. We are currently trying to integrate Twitter, and we also have our mobile app, so our users can also access us through our mobile platform.
Okay. I also hear you say you want to expand into other countries. Do you need a PSP license for this kind of service?
No, we don't. What we are doing is that we're partnering with a payment provider in that country. Like for instance, in Nigeria, we don't need the banking license. Well, we're going to partner with 3 banks, 9 Payment Service Bank, Money Point, and Rupees. So we are basically using their own license. What we then have to ensure is, what we are then need license for is to process user data, which is more easier to get. So when we're expanding to these other countries, what we just need to do is to find a local partner there, use their existing system, and it would work.
How do you plan to address downtime?
That is very good question. That was one of the reasons why we had to partner with more than one bank. So initially we were using only 9 Payment Service Bank, but they were having so much downtime. So that's why we then had to switch to Money Point, which everybody knows is one of the most reliable banks. And then we got Rubies as a backup option. So right now, for us to have a downtime, both 9PSB, Money Point, and Rubies must all be down at the same time. And if that happens, that means maybe the whole banking system in Nigeria is down.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. Who are your competitors? Like, who else is building something like this, and how are you standing out?
Okay, we have our primary competitors. That is, we have the OP and the Money Point. Those, I'll see them as more of the traditional banks that we are trying to compete with. People in this direct area, we have Zenda. They are a bit similar like this, but when you use our service, you know that our service is way better than any of their service in terms of what it can offer. So what we did was that the problem why most people find it difficult to do what we are doing is because you have to pay the OpenAI cost, the cost for the LLM machine that you're using, and that can go very, very high. So we actually have to find a way to both make it conversational, because of users that are using this product don't want a bot. They don't want something that is programmed. They want to make it feel as if they're talking with a human being. But at the same time, you have to find a way to deal with the cost. So we found a way to do this. Our cost on LLM is very, very small, and hopefully once we launch our partnership with both Abuja Ride and S Mobile, we should be self-sustainable to run without any investment funding.
So why wouldn't MoneyPoint just do this themselves? Why are they using you?
The truth is that in the same instance, I can also ask why would Access Bank not do what MoneyPoint is doing and take over the whole market. So, they can try, but they can try and do this. But the truth, the issue about this is that they are usually very, very spread. They have teams working on. They have the MoneyPoint world. They have so many other things that they're working on. In the end of the day, if they try to do this, it will still be a team of probably 4 or 5 that will be doing this. So basically, I will be competing with just a team of 4 or 5, not with the whole MoneyPoint as you might think is a giant. And I definitely know that I will be better than, will do better than them. No doubt.
Okay, thank you. A very quick question. What's your background? I don't think you were able to talk about that.
Yes, I'm a software engineer. I've been a software engineer since 2017. And truth is that I've actually had the opportunity to work with so many very big brands that you might know. Like for instance, the car company Volkswagen and maybe Tog. So the infotainment system used in those cars, I was the lead developer that actually built it. Particularly the App Store, the app you use to download other apps in most of these electric companies, especially Volkswagen. I led the team that built that app. So I've been a software developer since 2017. I have built other products like I mentioned before now, and I've built and I've actually scaled those products to selling them off. So I'll say I'm very, very technical. And I hope I am also a good marketer. But thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I must say that your presentation has been refreshing.
Thank you.
And while one thing that comes to mind, I know that you are currently playing the game of it may not be worth the while of these big companies, right? But it's not an impossibility that they will, because for most of them, they're also trying to look at market share. So if you're going to take a part of their market share, no matter how small, they will still come after you. So while for now you may look like a beautiful bride, not so many people doing it, just keep that at the back of your mind. But brilliant presentation. Thank you. A round of applause again for this company.
And coming up next is Afiari. Let's put our hands together for Afiari team. Case Radar, please get ready.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chigozie Njoko. I'm co-founder and CEO at Afiari. And we are here to enable FMCG sales networks to thrive. Now, picture this. Over 90% of FMCG trade is done via informal channels. These are distributors, wholesalers, and retailers who, despite being the backbone of trade, lose money daily due to lack of trust and no data-driven operations to grow their businesses. This creates a huge disconnect for the FMCG companies that actually serve them, as they themselves rely on expensive and inaccurate surveys, as well as inconsistent sales reports across various channels just to understand their market share. This is why at Afiari, we are solving this by providing the software that automates the purchasing, inventory, online and offline sales, as well as field sales operations of these informal distributors and wholesalers, while connecting their data to the FMCG companies that serve them, giving them access to real-time information on business performance, as well as their market share information, driven by our market intelligence application. This market is huge. Africa AI projects that the African FMCG market will become a $1.3 trillion in revenue pool by 2030. However, we are looking at capturing the mid-sized FMCG companies as well as their distributors and wholesalers to serve them properly and also generate a revenue of up to $40 million in annual revenue. Our model is simple. Today, we charge independent merchants from $70 and above per year, and we also charge $70 per year per outlet, as well as $4 per user per month for our enterprise customers. So far, we've been able to generate over $500,000 for our customers via our sales application, and 78% of this number was generated in the last 4 months of 2026. We have also generated $6,000 in revenues, and we have completed a pilot engagement with 7-Up Bottling Company to power their wholesalers. We have also onboarded InterSwitch as a design partner to create an embedded finance solution so that we can provide added services to these informal businesses. Our go-to-market strategy is quite interesting. We are leveraging direct relationships building via sales pipelines. We are also leveraging community development offline via sales agents, and we are also leveraging community development online for visibility of the business. What makes us truly unique is not just that we are trying to help FMCG businesses to make sense of their data, but we are plugging them directly back to the wholesalers and the distributors that are powering this data. I and my co-founder have been in this space in the last 3 years, learning and developing products. And we are also leveraging our experience from places where we have worked, such as MTN and Sterling Bank, across operations and software development. We are raising $150,000 to enable us on board up to 1,000 independent merchants, 15 FMCG companies, and also launch our WhatsApp AI and offline capabilities. We believe that the future of retail in Africa is digital, automated, and organized, and we are here to solve that problem. Come join us as we do this together. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a very straightforward question. What stops the wholesalers and the manufacturers from having a bilateral relationship? What extra value do you bring in as a middleman?
Okay, so first of all, wholesalers are not tied to a particular manufacturer. So the distributor level sometimes are usually connected to a particular FMCG company. Beyond that layer, it becomes chaos. They could be serving 10, 15, 20, 100 FMCG companies at the same time. At the same time, they also have some type of relationship with these manufacturers through their distributors, right? But in doing that, there is no sharing, information sharing that happens across the board. So wholesalers themselves are doing their business, doing what they are doing, generating their sales, but there is no records. There are no information about what they are doing. And that secondary sale, as well as tertiary sales that are being generated, is not accounted for as to who is buying what, where is this product being bought, who is actually buying these products from us, how often are they buying it, how much inventory am I holding back to per time. All this information are lost beyond that primary sales, and that's why we are coming in.
So, in terms of understanding a bit more, what you're asking in terms of how much you're looking to raise, okay, can you be a bit more specific? What is it going to finance?
So pretty much...
and how is it going to be able to take you from where you are to where you see yourself within the next 18 months?
The idea is, even though I've put our raise tied to outcomes, so those outcomes are also going to power the different teams that are going to see that we achieve those results. So for example, 55% of that number is going towards marketing, sales, and operations combined. And then the remaining 45% is going to go through the team. But this team is not just development team, it's actually development, finance, people team, you know, the basic teams that we need to grow. Sorry, I don't know what the next question was.
I said, and how is it going to be able to translate from, transition you from where you are now to where you can be in the next 18, 24 months?
Okay, truthfully, we are actually focusing more on enterprise engagements, right? So one of our current enterprise customers in the pipeline, we're actually at the final stage of conversations. And from enterprise engagements, we are not just earning from the transaction, the subscriptions that they are paying per month, per user, per year, There's also implementation fee that is attached to them, depending on if they have fiscal people to actually help guide these wholesalers or not. We are also looking at, with that growth rate, what it means is that we do not exactly need too much capital, except for when maybe we are trying to really push the online sales for these businesses, because the value add that we are providing beyond the software that we give is that you can also sell your products, whatever products you have in stock, you can sell it via alternative channels like online. Today, they don't have any kind of channel like that, right? So we don't think that we are going to need a lot of capital down the line, because we intend to become profitable very quickly.
Very quickly, and what is giving you this confidence for the profitability that you're envisaging?
Okay, so the idea is...
Walk us through the numbers, like what's your margin?
Okay, great.
How's business been?
Okay. So right now, 65% margin on independent merchants.
65?
Yeah. So they pay 100,000 naira, and they actually pay it per year. So we lock them down for a period of 1 year. So even if there are any issues, we get to resolve it within that period of time. For the enterprise customers, it's actually quite different, because they don't just pay for the outlet alone. They also pay for their field sales force, right? So the people that work on the field, the van sales reps, the OSRs, the people that merchandise for them, they are actually all on the platform, and they are being paid for, right? So for those ones, our margins are actually as high as 85%. Yeah. So, but the thing now is, in cases where they now need implementation, we don't collect implementation from that revenue. We actually charge them extra for implementation. So that is why the markup is actually quite high.
Yeah, mine is a very quick question, so you can answer quickly in terms of the time. What happened this year that made you have such an increase in traction?
We got 3 FMCG companies this year. So before now, we actually did a pilot with 7up last year. And then beyond that pilot, we now went further to do, like we're now talking about doing a bigger implementation, right? So, but with that success, we're able to pitch to 2 other companies, and they came on board. And even though they are not exactly at the scale of 7up, they're actually indigenous FMCG companies. They operate at a smaller scale, but their volume is actually very high.
Great. Thank you. That was a great presentation. A round of applause again, please, for Fiari. Next company, please.
All right, coming up next is Case Radar. Let's put our hands together for Case Radar. Health docs, please get ready.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Agbo Obinaya, and I am the CEO of Case Radar. Legal services in Nigeria and in Africa are generally slow, expensive, and in most cases, inaccessible to those who actually need them. You know, legal problems are universal, and they are recurring. In fact, at different times, you realize that people need legal support. According to Guardian newspaper, about 81% of Nigerian adults have, in one time or the other, reported at least one legal problem. Also, studies from other organizations have also shown that about 70% of Nigerians cannot afford legal services. And this has also shown that in Nigeria alone, you realize that millions of SMEs operate without legal protections. A lot of Nigerians cannot afford legal services, and you realize that legal information remains largely offline and difficult to access. So at Case Radar, we are solving the problem of access to legal services and legal information in Nigeria. If you look at the market size, you realize that it is a $28.7 billion market, which is the total addressable market. The serviceable available market is at 2 billion, while the serviceable obtainable market is about over 50 million. So what solution have we provided? The use of artificial intelligence have opened up an opportunity for us to, change the economics of legal services, making it accessible to those who actually need it, especially with the adoption of AI in the Lego sector, and you also see that a lot of people have also started using smartphones in Nigeria. So we operate a subscription-based business model that allows people access Lego services for as low as 1,000 naira for an hourly plan and 180,000 naira for the yearly plan. Currently, we are on our way to hitting 7,000 users with 421 active and returning subscribers. And this shows that we have a 6.04 conversion rate. We also have over 120 campus ambassadors across different universities and law faculties. Currently, our competitors are majorly law reports, and since we launched being the first Lego Tech generative AI platform in Africa, we've also had other people who have come up in the market. Our team has over 12 years of we are currently raising
Thank you very much for your presentation. I agree with you that access to justice in Nigeria is a big problem, but the service you provide appears to be more niche, if you understand what I mean. And I've seen your competitors. What I would like to know is, this your service, is it at the pilot stage? Have you tried to do a dry run to see how many persons are interested in this kind of service?
Of course. We currently have subscribers on the platform already.
Okay. My next question will then be,
there's a disclaimer that these are recommendations, but you will not hold us accountable for whatever final decision. The final decision is yours to make, and whatever the implications of those decisions are is completely the responsibility of the user.
Yes, sir. It's an AI, not a lawyer per se.
Interesting, interesting. I must say that has been it's been really great to hear. And so far, in terms of revenue, since you started a year and 7 months ago, how much have you made, and what would this injection make your projections look like?
Okay, because it is something totally new, and although we are lawyers, we are trying to, test this out. We've currently made about 3K. But what that has shown is that people are ready to pay for this service. Now, with this, revenue, if you're able to raise these funds, we'll go ahead to scale our services. The operation we are doing. We'll go ahead to do better sales, better marketing. Everything we've done and is organic. I just come online, I write something, people go ahead and sign up. With paid marketing and a proper sales team, we should be able to do, a lot of revenue.
How do you intend to manage the issues around key man risk? How do you intend to manage issues around key man risk? Because it looks like you run the show, you are the guy, you're a lawyer, whatever. But how do you intend to ensure that this business is able to successfully thrive without your day-to-day?
I'm not the only one on the team. I have a co-founder who is currently in London making waves for us. I have one of the best guys on the tech team who's handling the AI and the technical team. Somebody like Victor Inaji who has worked with international companies. So I'm just a marketing guy who happens to be a lawyer at the same time. So the rest of the team covers up where I have weaknesses, and they bring their own genius into the team.
So you can say that the key man risk is insulated.
Thank you so much, sir.
Excellent. I think that has been a great presentation. Thank you. Okay, we have a question, sir. One more.
Okay, so for your business going forward, which one would you say is more important? The revenue you're making from lawyers getting onboarded, or the revenues you make from the clients looking for legal advice from the artificial intelligence you have in place?
Honestly, I would say our focus right now is the revenue we are making from the subscription, from people who are coming on board to get legal advice and do research.
Okay. Okay, just to understand a bit more how you're thinking about the business, wish you all the best.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, let's put our hands together as we welcome Health Docs. X, please get ready.
Now, this is a medical record, and on it, a patient's name, a diagnosis, a patient's name, a diagnosis, and a history, all gone now. Hi, I'm Terry Sife, and I'm the co-founder of Health Docs, and we make fragmented health data accessible. Now, picture this. Mary visited a hospital in Enugu State. Okay. Mary visited a hospital in Enugu State, and her diagnosis was recorded on paper, and 2 weeks later, she traveled to Abuja, and she visited a new hospital, and the resident doctor needed her full patient history. But then again, it's on paper, it's in Enugu, and it couldn't be accessed. Now, over 5.5 billion health data points in Nigeria are still in physical storage or in siloed EHR system. Now, this creates what we call data gravity, which makes useful information for diagnosis, for medical referrals, for medical research, and even disease tracking and surveillance difficult. Now, the landscape is broken due to paper-based chaos and limited interoperability between healthcare systems and healthcare institutions. Sorry. And to solve this problem, we developed an AI document processing system that digitizes paper-based records and unstructured data. Then it maps it to accessible formats and accessible standards so that health stakeholders would utilize them. Now, this is a $20 billion market opportunity when we focus on low and middle income countries. And we have a live product, a fully functional live product with a signed agreement to deploy to 50 primary health centers in Ondo, Adamawa, and Nasarawa states. Also, we won a 10 million naira grant with a plan to digitize over 2 million medical records by the end of this year. Now, we are different. This is very important, please. We are different from others out there because we are a data collaboration platform. So see it less like a hospital management system, but more like a platform in the midst of messy or structured health data, trying to orchestrate connectivity and accessibility for already existing health systems and health institutions. Okay, sorry. Now, our go-to-market strategy is to visit hospitals directly, and we also engage health agencies through a syndicate network. And as well, our platform can be able to integrate with legacy EHR systems and health systems too. And our revenue model is a one-time facility setup fee and a usage model based on the record volumes in the hospital. Subsequently, we are going to bundle this into a subscription-based model for future progressive sets. And my team, we have the clinical domain knowledge and the technical skill to build this without external dependency. And we are seeking for a $200,000 on a safe in order to get a high volume scanner, also to get a van and a facility to digitize all the medical records available, and then we can make it accessible to health stakeholders to utilize. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. How are you different to some of the other medical records companies?
All right, okay. Most of them actually, they are doing hospital management systems. Some are actually doing insurance tech and others, right? But nobody's actually looking at retrospective data, mostly, those unstructured data. So what we are doing is that our system can be able to connect to a scanner. Our system can also connect to a mobile phone, right? You can use a mobile phone to capture a medical record, and then you can extract it. And not just extracting it and keeping it as a digital landfill, right? You map it to accessible formats. Now, this is what we call FHIR. So FHIR, they have been around for like 30 years now, and they create protocols, right? So with that protocols, what we do is that we map it directly to FHIR, and we also code our records. We use ICD, we use Linux and other coding system as well in order to make it accessible to other health systems.
How do you make money?
Okay, so like I said before, it's a facility setup fee, and a facility setup fee, just a one-time facility, just to set it up for the facility. Then subsequently, they will pay a usage-based model, but they will pay usage model fee. For each record that they digitize on our platform, we just charge them 3 naira.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, you mentioned the states where you have currently deployed the services. Any plans to also engage hospitals and healthcare centers in the Southeast?
Okay, so the contract that we signed with Sawa Energy, they are doing a corporate social responsibility in Ondo, Adamawa, and Nasarawa. So they reached out to us to be the software provider, and that's the reason why we are currently in those places. But then we are also engaging hospitals here in the Southeast. We've reached out to UNTH, Mother of Christ, Godfrey Okoye University, and other universities. I'm also working with my own university as well, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Our platform was tested with the veterinary teaching hospital.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. On your slide, I read something like making fragmented health data accessible with health doc. Who are you making it accessible to?
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Okay, so there are a lot of health stakeholders, right? There's health financing, there's public health, and then there's clinicians and other people who will be accessing data. So what we do is that it's an access-based system. Right? If a health financing platform wants to adjudicate claims, they will have to use our portal or our API to access the data they want to access and adjudicate the claim. Then if maybe like a public health program, they want to understand like retrospective data, how many people suffer from this particular disease, maybe cardiovascular or whatever disease, they can be able to use our platform, and that one is anonymized. It's actually anonymized, and it's more like giving them a summary of the population health, Do you understand? So that's basically those people that we're working with. Each area, we have like our own designed interface for them to access the data.
So what I hear you say is that you get onboarded through maybe an hospital, and then you have access to the data of the patient, and then you could then back-end monetize the insights you could get from those data with other parties.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so how does it, trying to understand how the agreement or whatever structure that you've aligned, you agreed with the hospitals prior to getting onboarded, how does it prevent you from leveraging the data that you now have access to be able to make money with other parties?
Sorry, please, can you repeat the question?
Okay,
So, sorry.
so now you've been onboarded by an hospital. You now have access to clients, to the patient information. And then on the other hand, because you have access to that patient, to those patient information in a particular area, you're looking to explore partnership with other, say, health financiers, like you mentioned them, and then you're now leveraging insights from the data you got from this place to be able to provide some sort of service to these other guys, and you're making money from it. What I'm saying is that the arrangement you have with the hospital, I'm sure there will be some type of confidentiality arrangement, right? Yes. How does it prevent you from being able to utilize the data that you got just by being integrated to their system elsewhere?
Okay, so currently we've not gotten to the part where we are working with health financing, right? At this point, what we are doing is capturing and structuring, right? But of course we'll get there. But before that, we'll have to like work with public health first. Then we can now move to financing. And then when we get there, we'll have to like enter an agreement for revenue sharing model with the hospital. So any money that we make on the platform, the hospital also have a cut, and then as well, the patients should also have a cut as well.
How do you ensure that the patient? I'm just trying to really understand and unpack the model.
Each record saved on our platform, we link it to NIN, right? So if we NIN, or if the NIN is not ready, we have their details, we have their name and everything. We can use it to like search through NIN, that database, to get their actual name and everything. So before data will move from our platform to another platform, or maybe for anyone to access data, especially for commercial use, then that means there's supposed to be some sort of patient consent, right? And if there's a patient consent, it comes with the agreement for revenue sharing model.
Exactly. I like the fact that you're moving towards the patient consent area. If I use myself as an example today, an hospital that has already onboarded you, I'm going there, and then they're taking my medical records, and at that point, they're telling me that these medical records they're taking of me might be accessible to some other parties for the maybe other use that I should consent to it. I most likely will not consent to it. You know, I don't know about any other person in this room today, but that part of it, I think, may require a bit more thought around it.
Yes, actually we are still trying to navigate compliance, getting the data protection officer to help us structure this framework.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause again for Health Docs.
All right, let's put our hands together as a welcome Bra X team. Fitness space, please get ready.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Francis. Imagine a young woman, for the purpose of interaction, let's call her CC, wife to a loving husband, mother to an adorable 2-year-old. She presents at her GP with all the classical signs and symptoms of stage 4 breast cancer, pudorant skin, nipple retraction, unexplained weight loss. She's informed of the diagnosis and commenced on chemotherapy. Unfortunately, 1 month later, we lose CC. This is not just a hypothetical case. This is a very real person. As a matter of fact, she was the cousin of our founder who we lost 6 years ago to breast cancer at the young age of 28 years old. This is the pain that gave birth to BRA-X. The pain of unexplained, of avoidable death from diseases and illnesses that could be avoided. Every year, over 122,000 women in Nigeria are diagnosed with breast cancer. Of these, 70% of them are late diagnoses, which accounts for the terrible prognosis and the worsening mortality and morbidity from breast cancer. This is the problem that we at BRA-X seek to solve today. The problem of fear, death, and high mortality from breast cancer. So what's BRA-X and how does it work? Just like your conventional bra you're all very conversant with, it's comfortable, it's discreet. However, the difference is it's embedded with biosensors. We take thermal and pressure readings, sends it to a cloud-based AI that then compares it against standard baseline scores of breast cancer's readings, and then sends back the readings, results with recommendations on follow-up actions, which could be referral or otherwise. Now, what's our competitive edge as compared to our competitors? With BRA-X, we're not just comparing readings of this individual patient with the standard readings from breast cancer tissues. We're also comparing it against the individual risk factors of that patient. This helps to guarantee accuracy as well as ensuring customer satisfaction. Our target market are women aged 18 to 60 years. Our TAM is $12.6 billion. Our SOM is $1.95 billion, while our SOM is 29.7 million. Our financials. Unit cost of production of our unit is $54 to be sold at $85. This ensures a profit margin of 36.5%. With over 100 units sold, we've been able to achieve a profit margin of 27.4%, which is significantly higher from the 17.4% recorded when we sold just for 3 units. This goes to show that at BRA-X, we are more profitable with the higher number of units we sell. Our traction, in 2024, our prototype was developed, whereas in 2025, we had our breakthrough when we participated at NextGen, won, and got the chance to represent Imo State at finals in the UK. We've also participated in an intensive accelerator program in Estonia, after which we went into partnership with the Estonian government, which was a major breakthrough for our product. For our funding, here today, we are asking for $18,300, which will be used to scale up production, ensure market growth, as well as expansion. For the team, our team is made up of 5 medical doctors, 2 clinical biochemists, 1 geneticist and biotechnologist. We also have 2 data scientists, as well as 2 computer engineers. We also have a public health professional, a business analyst, and a legal advisor. So here we have a lot of hands who are not just competent, but also committed. Because an endeavor such as this needs not only competence, compassion, but also individuals who are committed to ensuring the best product, which we present to you today as BRA-X. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Sounds like a really great product. Based on your research over time, what side effects have you seen from using this product?
Thank you very much for the question. My name is Joseph. We ensure that we have nothing to do with invasion of the breast tissue. So there are no side effects. We work with biosensors where we put it in the bra. So when you are done, maybe like a year after the sensitivity, we recommend you get a new one. So there are no side effects when it comes to examining the breast tissue with our biosensors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to chip in on that, one of the very beautiful things with biosensors is it's not making use of any form of radiation. So you're not concerned about ionizing radiation or non-ionizing radiation. It's just like, let's use something very common, your glucometer. We're all here conversant with checking our blood and blood sugar with the glucometer, no side effect. So rather, if there's any challenge we faced is the fear of patients wanting to have something on their body, but we know that with proper education, health education and awareness, are able to overcome this. So we've actually had very, very good reception from our users. Thank you.
So of the 100 units that have been sold, who primarily pays for this product?
The customer, basically.
Describe this customer.
The customers are women. We break them into 2. We have the high risk and the low risk. So based on our genetic assessment of the women that we categorize, the customers, the ones that are the high risk, the ones that are the low risk do pay for them. Then we also have people like the NGOs that also supports in paying for those of the high risk.
Okay, so typically people that are buying these products are people who have a predisposition to breast cancer or have...
It's for every woman because...
I understand that it's for every woman, but the 100 that you sold, was it predominantly to people who had a scare for breast cancer?
Had a scare, yes.
Thank you.
So can I understand quickly the clinical trials you, I think, alluded to? What is the accuracy or what's the failure rate of this device in terms of false negatives and false positives? And where do you produce this? Is this produced locally?
Thank you very much. All our components are produced locally. And for the clinical trials, we ran it over a space of 1 year. Initially, we had the 68% sensitivity. Then we calculated it using the formula for the true positive and the false negative. But after 6 months, when we worked on it in Estonia, we increased our sensitivity to 90%. So far, we've had a significant improvement. And just like every medical device, it's not a one-off. You don't just produce a medical device and you just let it be. You constantly work on medical devices to ensure that the sensitivity do increase. So we are targeting within a space of 2 years to increase from 90% to at least a 97% through our constant feedback from the customers.
Sorry, what does this 90% mean in terms of false negatives and positives? Is that a failure rate of 10%?
That's a figure rate. That's a figure for the sensitivity. There are two, sensitivity and specificity. So these are the two that we work with.
So did you measure how many false positives and negatives, and what percentage of the people that you tried it on had false negatives or positives?
Okay, for our first 3 units that we sold, we had 7 having false positive. So when we got back, we ensured that we worked on it. So the 7%, at the 7 people, I think it was calculated to, I'm not with the data book here, but we calculated the 7 out of the positivity initially that we sold, and we got back to work on our positivity.
So how many people were a part of the clinical trial? Did you say 100?
No, the 100 is for the units that we have sold, not the clinical trials. We started with 30 for the clinical trials.
Okay.
30 first. Started with 30. We had 3 phases of clinical trials, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So the initial people that we got volunteer was 30. It was very difficult to have people to volunteer because people don't like disclosing their health status, and even those that even feel normal, they don't like going for screening because they fear they're going to come up with something. So we got 30 first. Then with the help of the Estonian government, because we actually partner with them clinically, and they have like a health tech that they bring in these volunteers and help us increase in the clinical phase 2 and 3.
I have one more question. In terms of sales and sort of bringing this to the market, right? What are you thinking about in terms of your customer acquisition strategy? Are you going to go through hospitals like medical centers, or is it just going to be available online and anybody can?
Okay, sorry, I was distracted by I got the question. We are basically looking at running health campaigns and health awareness to get our customers. Already we have 5 medical doctors. I myself am also in the clinical field. I'm not yet certified. I'm actually a clinical biochemist and a final year medical student. But we have doctors on board that are also working on this in their various centers. But our core strategies are actually to ensure that we get from the outreach that we go, the health outreach. We concluded one this for 2 months, from March to April, with the help of the Society of Disease Prevention in Pennsylvania, USA. They supported us to help to equip these women with this device. Thank you.
Do you have female doctors on your team?
Yes, my co-founder is a female.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So add the last thing to the last question. So this is a device that we encourage everyone to get. The first judge had asked Taylor if it's just persons with the risk factors. So yes, those are our prime targets, but then we encourage everyone to get it. However, where we do partner with NGOs and they actually come in to help a great deal is for those in the underserved communities, those who may not necessarily be able to afford this product. So we have NGOs who purchase this product and are able to give it out to these users at a discounted price. So that's where we really get them. But for typical users who can get it, definitely they're encouraged to get it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for really bridging the gap in, will I call it, early diagnosis, right?
Thank you.
Well done. A round of applause again for them.
All right, let's put our hands together for fitness space. Smart AI, please get ready. Thank you.
My slide, please. Good evening, everyone. My name is Precious Obu, head coach and co-founder at Fitness Space Limited. At 18, I was 95 kg and struggling to breathe. I started out, there was no gym around me, and I downloaded fitness apps across the internet. I found out that I couldn't find the food they were telling me to eat, neither can I afford to pay the prices they were telling me. This is not just my story. Over 40 million Nigerians are overweight, and obesity-related illnesses are rising fast across Africa. This has led to poor health outcomes, rising the medical bills, and billions of naira lost in productivity. Weight loss is broken in Nigeria, and we know that. The solution that has been built was not meant for us. And that's why we built Fitness Space. Fitness Space is a daily wellness system that personalizes meals, workouts, and sustainable habits for Nigerians and Africa. We do this using 4 models: BBAI, that suggests smart meal options for users using what they have available for them; home workout; health score, a system that encourages each user that carries out activities in the app, retains them, and challenges them to come every day to carry out these activities. Community. The community keeps these users informed, accountable, and consistent, which I lead as the head coach, together with the nutritionist and 2 other trainers who are females, by the way. The market is so large that in 2025, the Nigeria digital fitness market earned $292 million in revenue, and it continues to grow. And MoneyPoint reported that Nigerians pay 90 million naira daily on gym transactions, and that's just MoneyPoint data. There are other financial institutions, and there are also payments that was made in cash, which was never recorded. And the gym is just a subset of the Nigeria wellness ecosystem. Our traction. Before we even wrote a single line of code, we've earned $4,000 in revenue through our WhatsApp MMVP. We launched our app 7 weeks ago, and in the first week of launching, we've earned over 100,000 naira without any paid marketing. This app has been downloaded across 15 countries. This is very valuable. Our unit economics, we're looking at gross margin percentage of 36 to 49% for each user, and this will come down as more users use the app. Our business model is on subscription model. Our standard plan is 3.5, and for our users who will be enjoying our health score, we are looking at 3.5. Our standard plan is 5,000. For those that will be enjoying our subscription, you are looking at 3,500. And on 6 to 7 years, we are targeting 600,000 members, and we'll be returning 2.55 billion monthly. Fitness Space, where Western app stores, Fitness Space begins. Fitness Space is affordable, culture fit, AI-powered, and built for Nigeria and African markets. Meet my team. We have a CEO and a founder who have gone through obesity and understand the problem we are solving. We have a CTO who is a fitness enthusiastic and knows the technological aspect of what we are building. And you have my humble self who leads the community, together with the nutritionist and 2 fitness instructors who are female too. We are raising $50,000. Those will go into BB intelligence, WhatsApp AI agent, marketing, and API infrastructure. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for your presentation. It's great to see this innovation. So walk us through quickly. You just launched in weeks and you're already in 15 countries. How did you do that?
Through our WhatsApp MVP, we've had users across these countries. And these users are just, we launched only on Play Store, and with our matrix, which Google provided for us, we've seen people downloading it for so many countries, and we've not even done any bad marketing.
And how do they pay you?
Okay, our payment is through Paystack, Google Play, so with that, they can make payment from anywhere in the world.
Okay, that's great. And in terms of the features, the key features of the app, what are those key features? And is there also a web version?
No, we don't have a web version, it's the app version now. The key features are the BBAI, like I said, that you as a user, you don't need to, you have rice at home, and that's what you want to eat. You upload it to BB. BB helps you make smart choices, okay, add veggies, okay, add protein, because our nutrition lesson is CVP, carbs, veggies, and protein. So BB helps you make smarter choices on what you have available to you. The home workouts are videos that are available in the app, which you can do at the comfort of your home. You don't need to go to a gym. You don't even need to start paying for a gym. The health score is that anytime you carry out an activity in the app, you've done your workout, you earn point for that. The community is where we keep these users informed. We are not just telling you to lose weight. We are also informing you, we are keeping you accountable, and we are keeping you consistent. These are our features.
Great. And in terms of would you say that you have some other matrices that you tend to gather, or some sort of information that you tend to gather in order to advise each body type? Do you go down in those, do you provide this sort of details?
Our model is not one fits all. Okay. We research. What is peculiar to this person is not peculiar to this person. That's why we have me and my team. Everybody in my team research feature. And on average, we're looking at a user renews with 3,500 naira. These use keep them in the community because they're earning points for participating, and it also gives them discounts to continue being in the community.
What's your rate of retention at this time?
With our WhatsApp MVP, recorded over 80% retention.
Do you find out why people drop off from the app?
The major reason are people have met their weight loss goals, and they've reached their weight loss goals, and they will decide to do it alone. They can. Then others are just mainly laziness, but majority people that have dropped out from our community or from the app are because they've reached their weight loss goals.
Okay, so apart from weight loss, do you promote healthy outcomes regardless? So people don't just drop off after they've lost weight. It's a lifestyle, is it not?
Fitness is actually a sustainable habit. We are not just about weight loss, we are about wellness. We don't teach you to just lose weight, we also teach you ways that you can sustain this weight. Whatever we tell you not to eat in fitness space is not because you are losing weight, it's because generally it's not healthy for you. A bottle of soda is not healthy for you because it's not unhealthy for you because you're losing weight. It's unhealthy because you don't need that too much sugar in your blood system.
So the question I've asked is so that you can address your retention issues. So if people are leaving because they've lost weight and then there's some gap in the communication as to why they should keep being on the app.
Okay, we follow up on those people. Anybody that stops showing up, follow us. We reach out to them, my team and I. So either they want to try it on their own. Let it not be that they are so much dependent on us. Most of the time, people stay in the community because they want to be accountable. So necessarily it's not because they are not interested. It's just because they want to test what I've learned from us. And we see that it's working because over the time, they go on referring people to us.
Okay, so how does fitness space look 12 months from now?
In 12 months from now, we are looking at having 2,000 to 5,000 paying subscribers on Fitness Space because we are scaling to launch on iOS. Currently, we only have it on Google Play Store. So we're looking to have it on iOS, and we'll be driving campaigns that will get these users to us, and we'll be converting 2,000 paying subscribers. 2,000 or more.
A round of applause, please, for Fitness Space. Thank you so much for that pitch. Now.
All right, last but not least, let's put our hands together for Smart Airs.
Hello. Thank you, judges, for your time and patience so far. My name is Pastra Arinze Etier. I'm the founder, CEO, Smart Airs. We are building a task infrastructure for African governments, businesses, and citizens out of the city of Umuahia in Abia State. Tax, as you're well aware, is what everybody in this room must pay. In the Nigerian states now, about 3.6 trillion is moving annually. But the ecosystem actually moves 8 trillion annually. Government can collect it. Why, you will ask? manual collection channels, fragmented collections, paper tickets, scavenging, and all of that. Businesses can't comply. Multiple disconnected agency, confusions, non-unified payment system. Citizens are excluded. Most citizens that want to be tax compliant get lost in the process. What did we do? We built Smart Airs, an intelligent platform that serves all three: B2G, B2X, B2C. B2G, governments who provided end-to-end revenue automation from enumeration to collection to assessment to evaluation and to payment systems. B2X, B2 system, we enabled systems who are already in the tax haven with structures, architectures, API to drive collection where we cannot reach. Citizens who provided self-service apps, mobile application that profiles them, allows them know where to pay, when to pay it, what their business's obligations are, gives them insights, and gives them an easy all-in-one payment system. Our market opportunity. Our time estimate is, this is annually, you need to take note. 100 billion near time. While our serviceable opportunity is hovering around 3 trillion annually. 100 billion obtainable market opportunity. We built a 4-engine system. It's quite complex. On that engine is sitting an enumeration engine, a collection engine, a revenue engine, smart government applications. All of these engines provide different modules. As a matter of fact, on the Smart Airs, it's sitting over 200 custom modules that serves all MDAs. All the MDAs need to do in any state that we are deploying is to get the line items, revenue items, and within hours, within weeks, we are deploying and you are able to start collection in that new environment. If it is a system to system, like Access Bank, GTB, all other service providers are now linking to us to provide them with infrastructure to streamline task optimization. This is very important. Most of the banks build a payment collection system, not a task optimization system. But with Smart IRS, you're able to process tasks and then collect that money. We have a one-fly system, our 3 revenue sources. If you are doing government business, our commissions are usually between 3 to 5%. And these are, when we started in 2024, we built it out of Omahia, so we use Abia State as a proof of concept. Our system and integration commission base, when we are supporting systems, applications, and other service vendors, our revenue model is from 0.5 to 3%. If you are a service provider, a user, a profile, we charge subscriptions. Now, we have done a lot in that space. In Abia, for instance, in just 1 year and 6 months, we moved 6 billion naira, and we were able to pick up almost 300 million naira in profits. I'll stop here and wait for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Quick question, how do you onboard government customers?
So to onboard government customers, there are 2 ways to the room. We speak to the government directly. They employ them. There's a contract. We provide central billing systems. When we deploy completely, all of the government revenues are then processed from Smart IRS, from bill generation to e-ticketing to manifests to market levies, market collection, tax payment, personal income tax. All of that are processed on the Smart IRS, and government gets instant, real-time disbursement or settlement into their accounts.
Maybe let me rephrase the question again. How do you acquire government customers?
There's a business development unit. We engage governments. We present our applications. We show our values. We started with Abia. Right now, our services in Abia has opened more doors to us. By June 1st, we're deploying in Edo State, complete revenue mandate for Edo State through Access Bank. And we have 4 other states that are also opening their doors to us. All of these are direct government contact or through partners like Access Bank, GTB, that have seen value in our services and are integrating with us to push their own domiciliations high.
In terms of your pipeline of government customers, how many would you say you have in your pipeline over maybe into the next 6 to 12 months? How many state governments do you have in your pipeline to onboard?
So far, we have done Abia. By June, we are starting Edo, and we have 4 other states coming up within the year. So before the end of the year, we are looking at 5 states to join our pipeline as their revenue optimization system.
How many percent of this, because you mentioned you processed about 6 billion, revenue of about 300 million, how many percent of this revenue gets to your bottom line?
So if you are doing government, the percentages ranges from 3% to 5% on every collection. So in Abia, for instance, when we've moved through smart areas over 6 billion naira. We're on 5% in Abia. These are state specifics. They are not uniform. So it is all boiled down to the level of work. Are we deploying operations? Are we deploying just applications? But so far we have been deploying operations and applications, and we have proven to be the best at it.
So you've just spoken about your revenue, how much you get from transactions that you process on behalf of these governments, but how much of that revenue gets to your bottom line as a business?
So we have, say in Abia, for instance, where we did over 300 million in the last 1 year, and at gross, our net stands almost at 3% of that 5%. So we're looking at almost 180 to 200.
Can you say it again?
So I said in Abia, we have done for a year and 5% standing at 300 million. Our net of that sum is about 3% of that 5%. That is, when you say 300 million and 3% of it, we are hovering between 150 to 180 million as our nets. The others were service charges, recurring fees, expenditures, infrastructure, all of the things that needs to happen.
You're saying that you made 300 million and then your net of that 300 million is 150 million?
About 150 to 180.
Okay, that's about 50% net margin. 50% quite?
Yes,
that's quite high.
About 3%. Okay. If you going by your own calculation, around 60%.
Walk us through how, because I feel like you have a bullish approach towards ensuring that you bridge whatever gaps are there in order for you to generate this revenue. So walk us through, how do you really, what's your approach, in ensuring that you come in as that stopgap that helps government bridge those leakages that they tend to? How do you do it?
We're not really bullish. What we did first was to understand the system and do some sort of feasibility studies for any state of interest, understand where the debt capitals are locked, what the state is missing. For instance, in the states that we are going to, we noticed that a lot of collections were not being collected. The state was losing almost 40% of the revenues because they didn't have the way or the means to automate them. So we sat down and built smart IRS. It's a complete system. When we present it, it allows enumeration to happen. When we do enumeration, you create profiles of taxable assets. And that insight gives government a view of what they should expect within a year. And then we also went further to deploy collection engines in multiple ways. We pioneered what we call bill generation. The bill generation, sitting on this terminal, for instance, allows collection to be generated, processed, tax payment to be processed, all of the collection methodologies will be done, and then payment is also done here. Unlike what you have before now, where you will do processing, you then move to the bank, or you go to a remitter, or you go to an inter-switch, and then you make payment. What we provide to government through smart areas is an all-in-one system for payment, reconciliation, notification, and instant receipting.
Which is this terminal?
Smart areas terminal.
Okay. So each company, so do you have this in all the arms of government, or how many of these do you have in circulation at the moment?
So,
and where do they sit?
Okay, so we built a central billing system. Now, for a state, for instance, in Abia we had over 500.
500 units of this.
You will find them in market collections, you will find them in MPS, whether it's a hospital, whether it's a school, whether it is for CAC, whether it's for land, whether it's for solid minerals, all of the modules that is needed to optimize that collection, you will find in here. All you need to do is to sign in with your own privileges. It opens your own environment, and you're able to do and pay your taxes. So we also did it, that is in Abia. Now we've been approached by banks when they noticed that what we have built, again, has accelerated and almost removed them from the revenue field. I will give you an instance. In some states, you have some banks already doing revenue collections. They've been mandated to do revenue collection. But because they build a payment collection system, they are not actually optimizing revenue. So when we brought in our terminal was able to now generate all of the profiling. If your state have a tax identification number, we're able to integrate it. And then the receipts that this will pop out is not the normal vouchers. This will pop out details, name, shop location, identity, what you paid for, when you paid for it, and the taxes and the revenue code. So you have that. So immediately this started happening, the banks and other competition noticed that this is a model and all-in-one, actually smart. And then what they will do, that's what took us to the next level, business system. They now started looking for us, can we have an API interface that will support payments? Who handle payment, where you handle processing, but sitting on your portal. So far we have done over 10 of such across Nigeria.
Like 10 of those terminals?
10 of such systems where we can support with infrastructure to propel their own reach.
Today, what makes you say yes to a state and no to another?
Okay, there are a lot of factors. But at this moment, we are out of Umahia. We are not in Lagos. We are not in Abuja. We are Abia. So it becomes a little bit difficult to push what we are building across Dubai. So our no is not really very firm. But when we get into it, the policies that we demand, government must enable policies that will support what we are doing. And so far we've been lucky because we have traction. E-tickets, in Abia, we completely revolutionized the e-ticket sector. Removed starting, removed lining, build a system that allows all payment systems to function in one wallet. It doesn't matter if you're using Paystack, doesn't matter if you're using Flutterwave, doesn't matter if you're using Hydrogen. All will fund smart AS wallets, and you will then vend from that account. So we completely killed funding problem. Because e-ticket is a flying revenue. If you don't collect it now, it's gone. So from the time we launched, less than 4 months, we have moved that space to 1 billion in collection.
What would you say needs to happen to ensure that Smart IRS ensures that it bridges that gap and enabling 100% collection in states?
And that is our ask. We're looking at, the ask is to have more terminals. The banks are falling all over us, offering us terminals. We want to own our own terminals.
Okay.
We are in China, we're customizing 3,000. We're also expanding our data management system. Right now, because we are doing enumeration and mapping, on the smart areas that the GIS interface, so we map revenues. And when we do all of that, right now we have over 500,000 data. So my team and I are also working in building our own data management center, where we can process this data internally. And we want to be in the 36th state of the Federation. So we are getting ready to deploy We're getting ready to have capacity so we can be as many places and deploy as quickly as we are onboarded.
So just one question for me. How do you determine the amount that is taxable?
No, these informations are already there. Every state has a schedule. In that schedule, you'll find everything that you and I need to pay: personal income tax, business premises, market levy. But what do we do differently? We built an AI component, and we call it Smart Assistant. When you as an individual download the Smart Assistant, you have businesses in multiple cities. You are in Enugu, then you have a shop in Onitsha, then you have one in Lagos. Usually you wouldn't know what tax obligations are in those areas. A lot of people, including myself, falls into that bracket. And if you don't follow up, what will happen is embarrassment. Enforcement will come after you if you miss your payment. So with the Smart Assistant, what it does is to help you, provide you insight into what the tax obligation in Onitsha is, into what the tax obligation in Enugu is, all of the laws backing whatever business you are doing, and then provide you with a means of payments. All of this, we are able to build our own model to power those payments. You can pay with QR code scanner, you can pay with your card, you can pay with your USSD, you can do direct transfer, all on the Smart ARS.
Okay. I have a question, yeah? So in terms of the, your wallet with the government, right? So if you sign up one government, shouldn't you have a bigger wallet, right? Based on the transaction value. I mean, they have much higher multiples in terms of IGR.
I get your question. When we are doing states, a state annual IGR, in Abia, for instance, this expectation is 220 billion. In Edo State is 160 billion. We are talking to Ogun, it's about 180 billion. These are the expectations for the year. So what you are asking, is the wallet enough to contend that? Is that?
No, why don't you have a bigger share of the wallet right now? Because you're saying 6 billion, it's a great number, it's a big number, but then I know that the state is doing multiples of that, right? So what is preventing them from sort of rolling you out as the platform for all their IGR?
Okay, so we are not there yet until now. When we started in 2024, we had questions of credibility, confidence, and doubt. We are Umuahia based. So when I walk into a room and I say that I have built this, I'm the last person they will talk to. When I studied in Abia, there were intra-switch, I won't call names, there were bigger names, flew in from Lagos. I got my time by 3 p.m. from morning. And by the time we finished in that meeting, I got the job. In fragmented, I started with e-tickets, then delivered. They added more, delivered. They added more, delivered. They added more. And that has been the trajectory to today. Now we have been the main one. Now we are in other states. And you want to know how we got to other states? From the city of Umuahia. The referrals, banks, are now the one taking us to state governors, to head of board of internal revenues, and saying, these guys are good. They will help you with your revenue.
Two questions. Which would you say contributes more to your revenue today and maybe in 12 months? The government business or the system business? The other question is, how do you insulate the business from change in government, right? How does change in government, how do you ensure that it does not affect the stability of revenue from the government model?
That is a very beautiful question, because government policies are dynamic. Our approach is first, build a system you cannot resist. When I talk to my team, I say Smart IRS is a virus. You get into your system, it takes all over you. You can't pull out. If you pull out, if you yank off, it's dead. And that is true in practice. When we built in Abia, in other states, what we do is that we are your central billing system. We are your NIN, your tax identity. We provide you the payment gateways. All of these are free deployed. And then if you try to yank us off, it will take you another 1 year to catch your breath. It's already happening in some places. That's two. Two, we also began to look at partners. We talk to service providers who have built task optimization app, but not as beautiful, as good as we are. And then we become their go-to for integrations. There are states we cannot reach, but because the persons that they have signed an agreement with needed us, our infrastructure to support, we are then in that state through that person, like CNAF, like Centrify, like Monify. We provide the optimization module that allows them to do what they have to do in that state for a percentage of whatever government pays to them. So, and then we also move for multi-contracts. We're learning in this business, we're growing, we haven't got the exposure. This is our first time. We've been bootstrapping all this while. Everything that we have done has always been us. This is the first time we'll be coming to talk to people about money, about stuff. But for us, most importantly, is leverage and validation. I think that's why the most important reason why we came. Leverage, validation. We want to be able to interlock with institutions like SEDC that have the potential to open doors for that man in Omaya.
Thank you for that response. From what I could get from your response, you've mentioned that your system is built in a way that makes the whoever assigned you up depend on you in a way, right? That model, the structure that you've built to make them depend on you, will only reduce the chances of occurrence. Take, for example, there is a government that came into power and doesn't mind dealing with the inefficiency for 1 year, and then your revenue stream is disrupted. How do you ensure that, I mean, just looking ahead, how do you ensure that you're able to mitigate for that risk going forward in your contracts or however arrangement that you're having with the government?
Thank you very much. Now before now, if you look around you, all tax applications out there have somehow limited themselves in collecting money from you. So we came up with an idea to go after the citizens in any state that we onboarded. If you're a shop owner, by the time we enumerate you and brings you on, there's an app in your name with your login. When you go into that app, it begins to provide you periodic updates, insights, obligations, legal frameworks, all of the information that you will need to make sure you are compliant and the enforcer doesn't come and push you off. We did it in Abia. And when there was a selective turbulence, it was the people that said, no, smart IRS, tickets. That's what they say. That is, use that one that doesn't need my name. Because we validated information that once you put it your details, it just gives you everything that you need to know, including the driver, including the shop owner. So it became a model that we are also putting on the table to ensure sustainability. As you well mentioned, government policies are dynamic. It could change at any moment. But I think we'll be all right.
All right, thank you.
A round of applause again, please, for Smart IRS. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think that has been brilliant. And correct me if I'm wrong, that brings us to all the presentations for now. So we're pausing, right?
Yes.
Excellent. MC, over to you. A round of applause again for yourselves.
All right. It's been an eventful day. We've seen a lot of brilliant solutions by very innovative, ingenious founders. Please put your hands together for all the finalists. It's not been easy coming up on this stage to pitch and share their ideas with us. I also want us to put our hands together for the judges. They've been on this since morning. Incredible judges we had here. And also thank you so much to our distinguished guests for staying with us all through. And of course, all of us, special people. So we're coming to the end of day one. And I would like to call on stage Esther from Ubulu, Africa, to just walk us through what the process is like and how we are ensuring fairness and equity amongst all teams. Please put your hands together for Esther from Ubulu, Africa.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a great day. This is a simulation of what the last 4 days has been with the 50 finalists. It's Since Thursday, we've been here in Enugu, having the first day of the boot camp. Friday, Saturday, and today we're here. I'm glad that we're able to pull this through. So we started with the virtual boot camp with them, taking them through pitch readiness and investment readiness, and then different iteration of pitches, and now we are here. All of this done by Obulu Africa. After the first set of sieving through, we were given 50 people to train and present today, and that's what we have done. I hope that we are all impressed by their pitches and the level of training that they've gone through in the last 4 days. And we are, by the side, rooting for them that at the end of this day, for those who will get investment from SEDC and those who will get angel investment from the audience, to please invest in some of the startups. And then this is an evidence of the work that we have done with them. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Please, a round of applause for Esther and also to the team from Ubulu Africa for the wonderful job they've done. All right, so finally, I will be calling executive projects to give the closing remarks. Please put your hands together for executive projects. Apologies, executive director. Please put your hands together for the executive director for his closing remarks. Keep clapping till he gets to the stage, please.
Hello. Mr. MD and CEO of Southeast Development Commission, my colleagues, members of the board, and staff of SEDC, our guests, and our judges. If you look at the judges, is gender responsive. And you also check the candidates who have pitched this evening. That process of technology innovation has also democratized the process. You've seen, I can't remember the number of ladies or men that pitched, but you can see they're as hot as they come. So I want to thank you all for what you've done. It's just that it's like we just started. You know, for the past 50 days or more, these young men and women have been working towards being part of this process. 1,200 people, and today we have 50. By tomorrow we have 30. What is critical is the fact that going to the moon is not easy. It's a matter of courage. And I'm supremely confident that the exposure that they've gotten and what they have done, and the testament of the judges, the questions, the interactions, have created an enabling environment for them to prevail. What is most germane in this enterprise is that you have been exposed to a lot of people, impact investors, people who are interested in technology, people who are interested in innovation. In law, they say what essentially, when you're making law, being a parliamentarian, there is what they call the mischief rule. What is it that this law wants to cure? From all indications, whether it is agriculture, whether it is finance, whether it's transportation, whether it is logistics, whatever it is, whether it is obesity. What has happened is that these young men and women have tried in all material particular to try to solve a problem. So once you are driven by the idea of solving a societal problem, you will prevail. So I want to thank you all. And we are talking about Southeast Development Commission. We are creating an environment where the applications will have solve universal problems. So you are not solving just Southeast problem. But in Shakespeare, he said when Macbeth killed Duncan, he said, who would have thought that the old man had so much blood in him? Who would have thought that we have this pool of talents that of Southeastern extraction, dealing with Nigeria's problems, contemporary problems. And like one of the candidates said, my mother, we are serving 750 farmers, and my mother is one of them. Who would have thought that he's dealing with a problem that solves his mother's problem, who is in the village, as well as all others. So I want to thank all of you. Tomorrow is another day, and that is essentially the highlight. We're going to have our leaders, practitioners in the industry, and people who are going to support you. So I wish and pray that you go home without any hurt and come back tomorrow and we'll move again. Thank you and God bless all of you.
Thank you very much, and this is officially the close of day 1. We will be announcing the winners tomorrow. Please be here bright and early, 10 a.m. I remain Sophia Huiza. Please put your hands together for yourself.